Hello. All right. Hi. Hopping back into Cafe Enchante. I think we're on the last chapter for the prologue. I could be entirely wrong. This is the longest. It says main chapter. Hear me out. This is the longest story leading to a route I've ever been in. And because it tells me nothing about the choices I'm making, I literally don't know whose route we're going to end up on at the end of this. And if I have to start all of it over to get to a different route. Yay! We're going to have a lot of fun today. Also, I have boba. So I'll be just sipping on this as well as water. And I have a soda just in case. We'll see how far we get into our liquids today. Hopefully we'll finish this chapter and end up on a route today before too long. But this is Monsieur's chapter that we're on currently. So we're going to hop into that and see how it goes. I feel like my opinion of the guys hasn't changed much since starting. I still like Ignis a lot, and I like Canus, and then I don't really care too much for the older guy, which is hilarious because he's voice acted by Sukuna, which you think would change my opinion a little bit. I just don't think I like the way his character's drawn. Maybe it's like the goatee. I don't know. There's just something. Who knows? Maybe he'll wow me on his route. Oh yeah, this is the dramatic beginning. He runs. Ignoring how out of breath he is. Branches cut him, but it didn't matter. Running through the grove, Karu Rindo dashed through the forest in the night.
これでも最悪の状況を想定してきたつもりだったけど。
Oh, also my my sister's working from home today, so you're gonna hear in the background sometime. And here I thought I had planned for the worst case scenario possible. I might be screwed considering this is even worse. Ooh. With a grunt, he turns off his light. Good morning, Jay! Hello! I changed the font and got the thing working again. I think it just signed me out of the stream elements. So I'm hoping the font's more legible now, but I do need to modify it a bit. Let's see. Hopefully there. We'll see. I made it bigger just for its own sake, but maybe that was a mistake. Questions I'll have for myself. But yes, good morning. How was your day? Are you working from home today, Jay? With a grunt, he turns off his light, jumping into a bush to hide himself. He holds his breath for 5-10 seconds. Glaring at the dangerous darkness in front of him, Rindo finally breathes again.
Rindo,
what is that? Oh my god. Rindo, is there someone chasing us? Hell is this voice? Yes, I am usually every Tuesday and Wednesdays. Oh, nice. It's the best kind. That's what my sister's doing today. We lost them, I hope. I think we can relax now. Is he with a pixie? My sincere apologies for this to do this for us. Kure. Is this a... Oh gosh, hang on. I haven't played Animal Crossing in like a year. Oh my god, what is this? It's almost like things that like pop up. A gyroid, yeah. That's what it looks like. What the heck? Crawling out of Rindo's chest pocket was a non-human, some 15 centimeters tall, so about 6 inches tall. Interesting. By human standards, its face was deformed with rough skin and looked like an earthenware. Rindo gives a nervous smile to the being that just looks like a old Hanawa statue. God, it's so cute. You don't have to worry, this is just part of my job, so... Wait, it's here. We're getting chased again?
残念ながらね。しつこいやつだよ、まったく。
Oh my god, he's giving off Psyduck energy. Unfortunately, yeah. They sure don't give up. Oh. Changing out of the magazine, Rindo lets loose shots of parabellum rounds and glares at the sky through the trees. Parabellum bullets, handgun, ammunition developed in Germany, 9mm palabarum bullets in particular see major use around the world.
やれやれ、これは今日中にあの子のコーヒーを飲みに帰るのは難しそうだ。
Oh, I thought this was a past. That's weirder. Getting back to drink Leah's coffee before the day is over will be a stretch. Do I get the gyroid? In the dark of night, an unmistakable eeriness filled the obscured red sky. The sky, unlike anything seen in the human world, weighed heavily on him. Ooh, spooky. Enchante. This evening sky, slowly expanding above his head as if demanding that he leave. It was dusk on a particular day. I, Leah Hawaki, was out shopping in the shopping district with two men holding our goods. Is it Canus and Ignis? Bill usually wouldn't leave house. Tissue, soap, and 2 sponges. All right, that's all the cleaning supplies. Now the decorations for the shop. I want to try and keep everything we buy to 100 yen shops. Hey, Ignis! Oh, I want to pick up some beans too. It'll cost more if we have it delivered.
おい、まだ買い物する気満々のそこのバカ店主。
Hey, Miss Idiot Owner standing over there with every intention to keep shopping. Huh, what's up, Ignis?
どうかしたじゃねえ。俺たちの今の姿を見て何か言うことねえのかよ、てめえは。
Don't what's up me. Take a look at us. Don't you have anything to say? I look back at the people accompanying me. Canus has 2 bags in each of his hands with a total of 4 bags. Ignis holds the same amount with another 2 bags hanging around his neck. You look like a dog with a collar on. It's kind of cute.
犬扱いすんな。つか好きで首から下げてんじゃねえ。どう見てもこれ以上はモテねえだろ。
I'm not a dog. I don't even want those around my neck. We clearly can't hold anymore.
ん？イグニスには重すぎたか。では代わりに我の首にかけてたな。
He looks like someone from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's very accurate for Ignis, honestly. Also, his shirt says Nyan. It's got a cat on it, so you can't even see that right now with his hand in the way. I see. If it was too heavy for you, Ignis, allow me to hang those around my neck.
重さの問題じゃねえっての。つかてめえの体のどこに首なんてパーツがあるん
He
だよ。
totally has a neck. He just doesn't have a head. First off, Ignis, that's rude. It's not about the weight. And do you even have a neck to hang stuff from? Sorry. I bought a bit too much. Let's just head back to Enchante for today. I like Canus because he's just like, do whatever, girl. You do you. I will carry all the bags. He said that before to her, actually. I turned towards the road leading back home with a headless knight and a fire wolf. I'm used to the shopping district now, and it's rare to find shops I don't know about. I feel like I've walked through the town so much by now that I'm a pretty familiar face.
ほら、ソーアンさんのところの。今日はどこかでお買い物？
Oh, it's Soran's granddaughter out shopping today. Yep, we went to quite a few shops and maybe bought a bit too much.
カブタンとお姉ちゃんだ。
Hey, it's Helmeton and the lady.
二人でデ
Are they out on a date?
おい、ちょっと待てガキども。俺の存在だけスルーすんな。
Hey, hold up, brats. Don't pretend like I'm not here. There, you can see his full outfit now. He definitely gives off I'm from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles vibes. I do get that. Unless you met Canus, in which case he does have Shredder helmet, so it works.
じゃあ、三人デートだ。
I think I said this yesterday. She could just date them all, so this is fine. All 3 of them on a date. Well, that isn't really the case. You can't call it a date if there's 3 of us anyways, right? Leah's not into that.
うん。 そうだぞ少年。我々は単なる荷物持ちだ。
Indeed, she is correct, young ones. We are just her baggage carriers.
つまり二股
Is this polymorphy?
どこでそういう言葉覚えてくんだよ、こういうガキは。
Where the hell did you learn that word, you little weirdo? Watching the two of them talk with these children, a smile broadens across my face. When I first started out at Enchante, I never even imagined I'd be walking out around town like this if nothing like it was nothing like this. There he is. Right. It's only been a few months since I've taken over the cafe as the owner. And within that short amount of time, my life has changed completely compared to what it was before. I've stepped into a new world. Monsieur, Canus, Eel, and Ignis. I met these people that weren't quite normal. I mean, they were non-human. And after a chance encounter with Mr. Rindo, that was not a chance encounter, girl. He set that up. Are you that dumb? He dropped the pen on purpose so you would pick it up so he could talk to you. That's not a chance. The GPM agent. I decided to keep running this place. They all felt at home in Cafe Enchante. So he doesn't feel at home in that. That's his job to be there. He told you not to take the store over. I've even visited other worlds, and I met Karia and Kororo, who have come to live at the cafe. Thinking back to it all, I couldn't help but feel like so much had happened. I still feel like this could all still be some kind of dream, and I said this to myself. I noticed two men walking in front of me. And on to our next story. The sound of a voice coming from a TV in an electronics store reached my ears. Along the shore, a localized abnormal weather pattern has emerged. The local meteorological observatory has issued a warning to local residents. Yeah, it was never going to happen. There was too many O's. Huh?
なんだよ、急に立ち止まってどうした?
The hell? What are you stopping for? Well, the news on TV, that's close to where my family lives.
実家か。ここからはだいぶ離れていると聞いた覚えがあるが。
Your family, I recall you saying it was quite far. Right, it's a town close to the beach up in the northeast. Oh wait, they're showing something. The report on the screen pointed to was a small island off the coast. It did feel familiar. It was an uninhabited island off the coast near the town where my parents live. An eerie mist lulled above the island and looked like it would crush the island itself.
なんとも妙な色の空だな。まさに異常気象というやつか。
The sky is a very odd color, an abnormal weather pattern indeed.
ま、季節が4つもある時点で、俺にとっちゃこの国は十分異常だけどな。
This world has 4 seasons. It's always been pretty abnormal to me. That's right. Ignis is from a frozen tundra, just like I'm from a heated desert with no rain. Sorry, no snow.
年中吹雪のベスティアのものならではの考えだな。
Of course, someone from Bestia, land of eternal winter, would think that. Furrowing my brow at the image on screen, I began walking as the news moved on to the next story. I'm a bit worried. I should call home. As I was thinking, there, tucked into the street near the station, stood Cafe Enchante. Of the shape I've come to get used to seeing all the time came.
ひどめほんの一目でいいからこの僕にゲートを見せてくれなさい
Just one look, please. Just the tiniest little peek. Let me see the gate. Is this that creepy guy from the GPM?
そう輝かしい科学の未来のためにあとなんか僕とクーちゃんのために
Yes, for the bright, dazzling future of science, and I guess for me, and Koo too. That's his stuffed toy that he carries around. Today, there was an unfamiliar voice coming from out in front of it.
我の記憶が正しければ、今の声には聞き覚えがあるのだが。
If If my memory serves me correctly, I believe I recognize that voice.
覚える必要がねえのになぜか覚えちまう声だよな。
Which route are you going for first or whatever you end up in? If I end up on a route, I'll be on that route. If I get to choose, I'll probably pick the old guy if it lets me do it first. Only because I'm not that interested in him. And I always try to pick my least favorite first so I can save my favorites for last. Right now, my favorites are these two, actually. These are my two favorites. Just from the story. I like Eel because he's funny, but I don't feel like I like him. Like, I like him, but I don't like him. Although he has this moment where he turns into a completely different person, but it feels more like he's an actor at that point. You can't help but remember that voice, even if you really don't want to. Yeah. I sort of remember it, and yet I don't really. In fact, I wish I didn't remember it at all. Imagine having the reaction where people are like, God, I wish I forget who you were. I'm back. I quietly opened the door, and beyond it was the scene I imagined in my head. In other words,
ダメに決まってるだろ。俺だって一応留守を預かってるんだ。
of course not. I'm supposed to be guarding this place. Remember, that's a 14-year-old talking right now, and the scientist is an adult. 14-year-old's taller.
ゲートに触っていじって電気流して味見して頬ずりしたいとか言ってる変態を奥に通せるわけないだろ。
No way in hell I'd let a weirdo like you touch the gate, run electricity through it, and rub your face all over it.
科学の進歩を妨げるやからめ。
You dare interrupt the progress of science? He's actually not even supposed to be here. There stood an excitable Mr. Mikado and Kadia desperately trying to stop him.
なあ、おかえり3人とも。君たちもカリアの半切れお魚に美味しいコーヒーでも飲む？
Oh, welcome back, you three. Would any of you like a cup of coffee to go with the view of a mildly cranky Kadia?
まあ、動かないでください、コロロ。あなたの食感はゲームプレイ中のクッション材に最適なのです。
We're using our seal friend as a pillow? That's so messed up. Please don't move, Kororo. You're the perfect cushion for playing games on. Oh, I guess he doesn't mind. And also, Monsieur looks on at the scene while Il plays a game with Kororo as a table.
なんでここに GPM の変態がいんだよ。
He said hentai, didn't he? Did I hear that? Why is that GPM freak here?
よくぞ聞いてくれたね。
It's supposed to be pervert, I'm gonna assume.
それはもちろんここにあるゲートの調査だとも。
I'm glad you asked, Ignis, my boy. The reason is, of course, to investigate the gate here. You don't have permission to investigate the gate, so you may leave. The door says staff only. You do not work here. You must leave.
何かとうるさい林道が出張中の今がまさに千載一遇のチャンス。
It's actually not a chance for you. You need to leave my house. While the whiny Rindo is away on business, this is my once-in-a-lifetime chance for me.
今なら奴に止められることなく存分に調査を。
Yeah, but we're here to stop you. Now that he isn't here to stop me, I can research it all I want, and...
あれ、さっきはカリアの定期検査がどうこうって言ってなかった？
What? Weren't you just talking earlier about doing Karida's regular checkup or something?
確実に言っていました。検査に来ないから呼びに来たと。
He certainly was. He said he came here to get Karida, who hasn't came in for his checkup.
はっ、しまった、そうだ、そういう建前だった。ついつい本音が先に出てしまった。
Oh man, he's cracking at the seams here. Blast, that's right, that was my story. Look, how could I reveal myself?
なんとも間抜けな自白だな。
Quite the foolish confession. Wait, Kadia, you haven't been going for your checkups? Ugh. Karida looks away from me with guilt. Karida's fairy ancestry and the ancestral relapse had weakened his body a lot. He was told that he needed to visit Medio regularly and that he also was to have physical checkups at the GPM.
いや、この店に来てるおかげで最近は調子いいし、
No, well, I've been feeling loads better since I've been coming to the shop,
この
but
変人とか GPM とかこの変人とかリンドウさん以外はまだいまいち信用できないし。
this weirdo from the GPM is a freak. I still don't really trust anyone there other than Mr. Rindo. I know what you mean, but this isn't right. You have to get your checkups.
クーちゃん。あの子、さらっとひどいことを言ってる気がしないかね。
You are talking to a blushie, Akira. You are in public talking to a plushie. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying people will judge you. Hey, Q, didn't it sound like that kid just said something horrible about me? If you're really worried, I'll go with you.
そんなの別にいいし、子供じゃないんだから。
You're 14. You actually legally are a child. You don't have to do that. I'm not a kid. I don't need a babysitter. Everyone continues to watch over us with kind eyes as Kadia shook his head as I was questioning him.
なんかお姉さんと弟って感じだね。
It's like a sister and her little brother.
ま、アンシャンテの常連はあいつより全員年上だしな。年下ってのは新鮮なんだろ。
You know we're all older than her. It must feel nice for her to have someone younger than her hanging around. You're 25, Ignis. Get over yourself. You're barely older than her. After pushing the point that he needed his checkup, I turned to face Mikado. Oh, that's right, Mr. Mikado?
何かね。はっ、もしやゲートに頬ずりしてもいいのかい？
Oh my god. What is it? Perfect. You'll allow me to rub my tender cheeks all over your gate? Which cheek? No, you said Mr. Rindo was out on business, yes? He hasn't been to the cafe recently. Where is he right now?
そういえばここ4日間彼の姿を見かけていませんね。
Come to think of it, he hasn't been here for 4 days now, right?
あれ、リンドのことだから君たちには伝えているものだとばかり。
Knowing Rindo, I would have assumed he told you all of this.
まあいいか。リンドはね、今上からの命令でとある無人島の調査をしているよ。
Whatever. Rindo's out conducting research in an uninhabited island by order of the higher-ups.
けど、現
Does it
在
happen to be an island near my family's residence?
確か救援要請が出てたと思うよ。
But I guess he's being attacked right now. Present tense. I think he put out an emergency extraction request. What? Maybe Boba was not the right answer, but it's okay. What? Attacked? What happened? Who attacked him? I mean, is he okay?
おー、いや、僕も詳しくは知らないけどね。まあ、リンドだし、生きてるよ、多分。
My straw pyre did not get any boba, and I still got boba. Both times. Well, I'm not sure of the details, but it's Rindo. I'm sure he's alive. Probably.
そんなことより、そこにいる首なし騎士君、ぜひ君の体を調査させてくれたまえ。
Oh, but more importantly, you there, the headless knight. Please, let me examine your body, too. More importantly, Mr. Mikado, please tell me about...
ああ、打天使君も興味深いな。打天するというメカニズムには大変に興味があるからね。
Oh, and you, the fallen angel, you're very interesting, too. I'm so very curious about the procedure behind becoming fallen. Mr. Mikado.
そしてとっておきは魔王。
And also, last but not least, the demon lord.
素晴らしきかな、アンシャンテ。このレア人外のフルコースには僕も研究者として目移りしてしまう。
Enchante is so wonderful with this full course of rare non-humans. I can't help but be drawn in by it all. In a firm grip, I grab his head, which was a bit lower than me.
何をするのかね。僕は人間になど興味は。
That sounds inappropriate, honestly. What are you doing? I have no interest in humans. I twist his neck hard enough to start making some crunching sounds, and after forcing him to face my direction, I smile at him gently. You, stop. Listen to me closely. What happened to Mr. Rindo?
はい。喜んで説明させていただきます。
Okay, I'll be glad to tell you. Amasaki Island. An uninhabited island near the heroine's hometown off the coast of Tohoku region. An uninhabited island that's not too far off the coast of the northeast. The GPM started researching the island about a month ago. There has been whispers among the locals about strange things for ages now. Apparently in the past, a type 1 species of non-human, the kure, had inhabited Amasaki Island. Okay, there's 3 classes. One is, I don't remember the actual numbers, but one of them is speaking non-humans, basically intelligent non-humans. 2 is speaking non-humans that are unintelligent, and I think 3 is like speaking non-humans that are very strong. I just can't remember the numbers right now. But if they're talking, I think that means they're at 1. That just means they talk. Recently, another species of non-humans showed up and now dominate the island. Although they knew the Kure, GPM HQ had yet to confirm this new species, and so they sent out a team to investigate. However, the spotty toy, the name given to the new species, didn't seem capable of speech, and those around them ended up being attacked by them. As a result, the local branch determined that the spotted toy designated a type 3 species could not be dealt with. Okay, so type 3 is the one basic. They were like, we just gotta kill them. Because they're strong and dumb and we can't reason with them. So that's They made contact with Shinjuku HQ, who sent in a seasoned team as reinforcements, but... Rindo was part of the reinforcements.
そして現在スパルトイとやらに襲われ、まともに連絡がつかないと。
Furthermore, he is currently under attack by the spotted toy and cannot be reached. Some time passed after Mr. Makaido gave his explanation of the situation and he left. A short silence fell inside the cafe, which was covered in shadows from the setting sun.
試しにスマホへと連絡を飛ばしましたが、反応はありませんね。
I tried making a call to his phone, but there's no answer.
ねえ、それってつまりリンドウさんがピンチってこと？
Doesn't that mean that Rindo's in trouble? Yeah, I think so.
じゃあ、助けなきゃまずくない？
So we need to help him, right?
ああ、あいつなら心配ねえって。そう簡単に死ぬ玉じゃねえよ。
Huh? We don't need to worry about him. He's not gonna die that easily.
どうせそのうちひょっこり顔出して、いやー死ぬかと思ったよとか、そんな感じで済ませんだろ。
He's gonna show up here out of the blue and laugh it off, saying how he almost died, and end it with that.
そりゃ、そうかもしれないけど。
I guess that's possible.
どうしたの？リンドウが心配？
What's wrong? Worried about Rindo? Of course I am. There's something else I'm worried about. Mr. Makaido mentioned Amasaki Island, and I think it's near where my family lives.
実家の？もしや宣告、商店街でテレビに映っていた島か？
Your family? You mean it's the same island that was on the TV at the shopping district? Conveniently so. Yeah, it's an island all the locals know about. It's close enough that you can see it through the window on a sunny day. They were, in a sense, a hop and a skip away. In other words, in a place very close to my family, where they could be easily reached was where these dangerous spotatoi and non-human species dangerous to humankind resided. Oh no, wait, I don't need to do that. This was not a choice. I just saved so I could save. Okay. A chill ran down my spine as I imagined what terrible things could happen. I want to see what's happening. I'm worried about Mr. Rindo. I mean, she is worried about Mr. Rindo. She's also worried about her family, but I want to see what's happening sounds too vague. It doesn't sound passionate enough to me. I wonder if Mr. Rindo's okay. I wish he would have at least said something about going to investigate a place like that.
林道なりに気を使ったのだろう。事実を言えばそうして心配すると考えたのやもしれぬ。
Rindo was likely just being considerate. If I was him, I would have thought it would worry you if you knew the truth.
心配だから一緒に行くとか、お前なら言い出しかねないしな。
Listen, Canus, I don't need your logic right now. I need you to tell me you're going to take me to this abandoned island full of monsters, okay? I'm sure you could have wanted to tag along, and I'm sure you would have wanted to tag along with him because you were worried. I guess, but also her constant pose like this, it's a lot. I just wanted to see what the situation was and if everything was alright. The one who had my back was...
それじゃこういうのはどうかな。
Well, how about something like this?
君を連れてくのは反対だけどさ。代わりに俺とイルが様子を見に行くとか。
I'm against taking you with... What if Il and I check it out for you? Really?
まあ林道がどうこうって心配はそんなにしてないけどさ。
That's a phantom limb just floating next to her.
仕方ないかな。
Like, she's got two, so she's got like this one where her hand is hanging on me so I can even get... I can't even do this. Like, how is that even a thing? And then the other one's just off camera. She's just constantly standing like this, and I feel like it would hurt my arms after an hour. Just a thought there. I'm not really worried about what's up with Rindo, but if it does concern you, then I guess we can go. Aw, Monsieur likes me.
私も同行するのですか？戦力的にはミシェルだけで十分かと思いますが。
I'll accompany you as well. In terms of our fighting capability, you alone would be enough, Monsieur.
人探しはイルに任せたいってこと。いいから林道ごと島を吹っ飛ばせって言うなら話は別だけどね。
I want you to help me in the search, but if we happen to be told to blow up the island with Rindo still on it, of course that would not be okay.
幸い新作のゲームも発売日前ですし、協力するのにやぶさかではありません。
Fortunately, I'm still waiting for a new game to come out, so I'm not opposed to it. In fact, I have two on pre-order as we speak.
発売日後だったら協力しなかったのか、てめえは。
You mean you wouldn't go if it was a day later? Jackass.
となると、我とイグニスは留守番か。我も空を飛ぶことができればな。
If this is the plan, then Ignis and I will remain here. If only I could fly. Canus, you are a literal fairy. Why can't you fly?
その分俺たちが頑張ってくるよ。どうにも救出意欲の湧かないお姫様だけどね。
We'll work hard enough for both of you. I'd rather not have to go and save the GPM princess, but oh well. Monsieur puts his hand on my shoulder, reassuring me that it'll be okay. Feeling the gentle warmth from his hand, I sigh in relief.
あ、彼女の実家が近いなら、ついでに親御さんへ挨拶とか。
Oh, if your family's close by, Leah, should we drop in and say hi to them?
日頃からお世話になってます。的な。だとしたら駅前でいい感じの東京土産を買っていかないと。
We can let them know how well their daughter takes care of us. Maybe we should pick up a gift near the Tokyo station. Just don't mention that you guys also live here, because then you scare my parents. Forget the gift and the greeting. Just go keep Mr. Rindo your top priority, okay? Aww. I mean, he's tricky. He's just a joker. Enchante.
あわよくばゲートを調べられたらとちょっと期待したんだけど
I
な。
really wanted my plan to work out so I could get a closer look at the
さ
gate.
すがにガードが硬かったか。残念だったね。
Their defense is pretty solid. That's too bad for us, huh, Q? After returning from Enchante, mumbling to himself while petting his doll, Makaido glances in front of him. What stood there was a single man wearing a hood, his presence obscured otherwise. He softly raises his hand to Makaido.
やあやあ、ジョシュ君じゃないか。
Oh my, if it isn't my little assistant.
珍しく長期の有給を取っていたけど、有意義な休みは過ごせたかな。
You don't take such a long vacation. Did you make good use of your time off?
肯定だ。
Affirmative.
そう、ならよかった。
I see. Good then. I get everyone acts like he's not wearing a hood with a mask over his face.
それにしても、どうしてここに？今回は僕、君に迎えを頼んでないよ。
But why are you here? I didn't ask you to come pick me up today.
まただんまりか。相変わらず何を考えてるかわからないというか。
Again with the silence. I can't figure out what you're thinking.
まあ、君の立場からして、どうせ彼関連なんだろうけど。
Well, considering who you are, it's got to do with him, right?
どうして君はやけに彼にこだわるのかな。いい加減関係を教えてくれない？
I wonder why you're so interested in him, Can't you just tell me your relationship with him already? Let me continue playing pronouns. Who is he?
拒否する。私は相応の働きを持って、お前
Denied.
に対価を払っている。
You pay me for the work that I do for you.
それ以上の情報を要求、あるいは強制するというのであれば。
Further requests for information or efforts to force such information from
お
you.
っと、わかったよ。そんな怖い顔しないでおくれ。
Okay, alright. I get it. You don't have to be so spooky.
こっちも君にやめられたら困るし、事情に深く突っ込むつもりはないさ。
It'd be trouble for me if you quit. I don't intend to pry too deep about it. The man kept his hood unfastened after that. As he followed Makaido, who shrugged at him, in the darkness of the hood were eyes filled with cold fire gazing towards Enchante. Why? It's Monsieur, I know, but like, why? Right, okay. You be careful too, Mom. It's dangerous out there. Don't go out to the beach to take pictures or anything, okay? Okay, I'll call you again soon. Whew. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. I closed the cafe a bit early today. After going back to my room, I tried calling home. Sure enough, it seems like the sky there was looking as strange as it did on the news. It wasn't as bad around the town itself, and the fog only rested above Amasaki Island. Coast Guard boats gathered around the island too, making for a pretty tense scene. With Monsieur and Eel going there, it should be okay now, right? I imagine they were still on their way. I looked at my phone, but I hadn't received any messages from them yet. I just hope nothing's wrong. After giving a small sigh as I put my phone in sleep mode, at least I was about to. NZ's Q. With noise, static, and an eerie sound rung through my ear. What? But this sound, I felt like I heard it before, like when I went to sleep or when I was in the portal, a few times. That's right. It's when I went through the gate for the first time. Do you remember what static sounds like? Let's have a flashback. Oh, did her eyes just lose their shine? Ooh, that's not good. It's calling me. My phone slipped from my hand and bounced after hitting the floor. Not caring about it at all, I walked forward in a daze. A white fog appeared, obscuring my mind. I kept thinking about my body feeling weird. I kept trying to think of anything at all. This voice was creeping into my mind, scattering my thoughts. I nod, beckoned by the voice. Yes, I need to open the gate. This is a cafe after all. If there's a guest who wants to come, then I have to open it. And she flips the little card over to open. The instant I turn over the plate, the gate burst open from the other side. The moment I came to, the winds from a world I didn't know encompassed me. Just like my first time in Medio, I felt like I was floating, like gravity didn't exist. However, more clearly than that time, I felt a strange power that was pulling me. I was being swallowed in, thrust with fear. I didn't have time to think or anything. What if I'm getting a bad ending? Would that be funny? Drowning in the air of the alternate world, I desperately try to bat away this thing clinging on to me, and then, with the sensation of my body being flung, there was the sound of the gate closing.
おいこら、さっきからバタバタうるせえんだよ。何やってんだてめえは。
Hey Leah, you're making such a racket. What the hell are you doing?
何やらドアベルも鳴っていたようだが、今の音は一体。
I felt like the doorbell just rang. What was all that noise?
マスター、
Leah?
は？あいつ、どこ行った？
Where'd she go? I can hear someone calling me. I know I'm hearing it for the first time, but I felt I heard it somewhere before. It's kind and gentle, but there's a trace of sorrow. A voice like someone I know very well. Yeah, but are they saying anything? Monsieur? As if surprised by my murmuring, the voice suddenly stops. And then,
起きるであります。
wake up! What I heard instead was,
起きるであります。
wake up! A very jarring voice.
どうやらスパルトイではないみたいでありますな。
It doesn't seem like a spotty toy, does it?
このものは見た目からしておそらく人間であります。
Judging by its appearance, I believe it's a human.
いや、まだ油断はならないであります。
No, we can't let our guard down yet.
こう見えて、起きたら口から火を吐くかもしれないであります。
Regardless of its appearance, it might start breathing fire as soon as it wakes up. Following the commotion of whispers, something cold pokes my cheek. The sensation shook me awake and I managed to open my eyes. Ooh, she's on a beach. She's on a beach. Where am I? Slowly lift my body, and the grains of sand stuck to my cheek fall off. With what was reflecting the hollow moonlight were the waves of the sandy shore, and
よかった。目が覚めたでありますな。
oh, good! You're awake. What was staring at me were these things that looked like small earthenware. What? Hanawa?
我らは埴輪ではないであります。
We're not Hanawa. Sorry? I apologized in reflex, but they were clearly Hanawa. They didn't seem to like that, though, as they all began jumping around in protest at the sound of that. Now that I got used to this strange scene, I was certain that these things, they were also non-humans. Well, although that's important too. Where is this? Why am I near the ocean? As I began to speak, now then. My face turned blue from the memory. That's right, for some reason I opened up the gate on my own. In a panic, I look around, but there wasn't anything around that looked like a gate. In my confusion, the Hanawa pull at the sleeves of my clothes and answer me.
先の質問、ここがどこかという話でありますが、
Your question earlier about where this
こ
is.
こは島であります。
This place is an island.
ああ。人間たちは天崎島と呼んでいるでありますよ。
Yes, the humans call it Amasaki Island. Amasaki what? Oh wow. Ooh, I don't know, man. This looks like literally hellfire. What's happening, guys? Look at that moon. In shock, I stand up. Once more, I carefully look around at my surroundings. Although the moonlight graced the shores, I could only see so much around me. Still, the distant mountains in the darkness, the light of the boats off the shore. I see no boats. It somehow felt nostalgic. All these things were trying to appeal to my memories, urging me to believe a single fact. So this place is Amasaki Island near my hometown. As I mumbled to myself in shock, the little Hanawas, which don't like being called Hanawas, but I'm going to keep calling them
ひと
that,
まずこの人間に
seem
危
to
険
have
もないと分かった以
agreed
上
amongst
は
themselves what to
森に
do.
向かうのが先決であります。
First, now that we know you aren't a danger to us, we must go into the forest, human. Why? Why would we go into the forest on
この
purpose?
通り浜辺は見通しが利くのでむしろ危険なのであります。
As you can see, visibility is clearer along the shoreline, so it's actually more dangerous to be out here.
パ
Dangerous.
ルトイのやつらがうろついているのであります。見つかったら即殺されるのであります。
Those spotty toy are wandering around here. It means instant death if they find you. Spotted toy? You know what they are, girl. You were there. I recognize the word. In fact, I heard it just this evening. Amasaki Island and now the spotted toy. What those two words put together mean was
さあ移動するであります。詳しい話は後ほど。今はただ我らに続いてほしいのであります。
Come now, we must move. We'll explain more later. For now, we just want you to follow us. Okay. Are they still 15 centimeters tall? I'm just curious. Are they little babies? Trusting both my instincts and the harmless creatures, I assumed, I decided to follow them.
それにしても我らの存在に驚かぬのでありますな。
I'm surprised you aren't scared of how we look.
大抵はそこの説明もろもろに時間を食うのでありますが。
It normally takes a bit of time to explain ourselves. Oh, well, it's kind of work related. I have a little bit of understanding, knowledge about non-humans.
おお、そういうことならば話は早いであります。
Ah, that makes things easy then.
我らはまさにその人の言う人外、空霊族と呼ばれている種であります。
We are what you humans call non-humans, a species called kure. Kure. Non-humans that live on Amasaki Island, classified as type 1 non-humans. They look completely like Hanawas, Japanese clay dolls. For some reason, they talk in a militaristic way. That's the name of the species Makaido mentioned. All the bad feelings I had about the situation were now just proven true. That or you're just having the creepiest dream ever. This place, without a doubt, was what Makaido was talking about. An area currently deemed a danger zone, that Amasaki Island, near my hometown. How did I get here? I wished it was a dream, but considering what I've been through in the past, now that I grasped this terrible situation, I almost planted my face into my palms. Oh my, that's a skeleton. But then I saw a figure in the woods.
あれは
Oh, that's a Spaga toy. Could it be one of the GPM members that came to the island? Right now, I'd be grateful to find anyone who was a fellow human. The moment I took a step forward to call out to them, suddenly my hand was pulled back from behind me and my mouth was covered. Quiet.
君がおとなしくしてくれれば危害を加えたりしないよ。
Come on, you recognize this voice. It's your guy. As long as you stay still, no harm will come to
た
you.
だ向こうのやつに気取られないよう 静かにしてほしいんだ。いいね。
I just want you to stay quiet so that thing over there doesn't notice us, alright? Oh, look at that. This looks like a horror movie. Obeying the voice I recognize, I look again towards the spot I was just looking at. Under the faint moonlight, the figures began revealing themselves little by little. What was there was not a person like I originally thought. It's a skeleton! I was right. Those hollowed eye sockets, which I could see even from here, sent chills down my body. It was a skeleton. There was no other way to describe it. But there was no way a skeleton would be walking around by itself. It had completely lost all of its human flesh, technically tendons, and all those other things that hold the bones together, but whatever, making a gnashing sound as it walked. It seemed like it was looking for something. It leaves, wandering off to prowl elsewhere.
言ったか。
Looks like it left.
突然悪かったね。それじゃ手を離すから、まだできるだけ静かにね。
Sorry for surprising you. I'm going to let you go now, so just be sure to be quiet as possible.
やれやれ。それで、君は地元の子かい？なんだってこんな時期にこの島に。
Did you look at my face yet? Aw man, so you from around here? It's so late on the island for you to... I knew it! It's you, Mr. Rindo! Leah!
本物だよね。どうして君がここに？
You're real, right? Why are you here?
リンド、この方は浜辺で一人倒れていたのでありますよ。
Rindo, she was collapsed on the beach earlier.
現状、この天崎島はスパルトイだらけ。あのままでは危険と判断し、リンドの元へ連れてきたのであります。
Right now, Amasaki Island's full of spotter toy. Figuring she'd be in danger, we brought her to you, Rindo.
いや、それはナイス判断だと思うけど、待って、ちょっと待って。
Huh, well, ultimately, I do think that was a good call, but wait, just wait a second.
まさか君、一人でここに？ミシェ
You're
ルたちは
here alone? What about the others? You see, I have to say, I don't really know what happened myself. However, there wasn't time to sit idly and explain what I wasn't exactly sure of. A present was rustling through the grass. Startled, I turned around to find several of the skeletons from earlier were threading this way, closing in on us.
新手か。
More of them.
まったく、少しは休憩させてほしいね。
Look at all his weapons. Look at this guy. Damn, I just wish they'd give me a break. Mr. Rindo readied his gun.
リンド、そこから退避を。
Rindo, please withdraw from the spot. A godly pillar of light descended on us.
飛ばされる。
We're getting blown away! Hang on. I grabbed a kure that were about to be blown away from the blast of air. After the air shook through the trees, what was left was bones that turned to dust from the light, the remains of the spotty toy. A new type of non-human that appeared on Amasaki Island. It looks like a husk of bones and has been classified as a Type 3, but it seems somewhat strange even as a non-human.
敵生体の沈黙を確認。破壊を完了しました。
Immobilization of hostiles confirmed. Extermination complete.
おじさん救出戦隊魔王&天使到着。
The old man rescue squad, demon and angel have arrived. Following the voice, Mr. Rindo, on the ground protecting me, wiped the sand off him and stood up.
助けてくれてどうもありがとう。
Thank you for saving
ただ
us.
できればもう少し優しくしてほしかったよ。ミシェルにいる？
I gotta say, I wish you were a little more gentle doing it though. Okay, Monsieur and Eel?
安全面は十分考慮していましたよ。
I did make sufficient consideration to your safety
リ
though.
ンドウが反応できず巻き込まれる可能性は 11%、致命傷となる確率は 7.5% 程度でした。
There was an 11% chance that you wouldn't be able to react and would be consumed by the blast, and a 7.5 chance of severe injuries.
結構無視できない確率じゃないかな、それ。
Those aren't odds you should ignore.
そこはほら、俺たちの信頼っていうかさ、リンドウならまあ大丈夫かなって。
We trust you, right? We knew you'd be fine.
それは熱い信頼で涙が出るよ。
That trust is bringing me to tears to my eyes. More
なん
importantly,
で彼女までここにいるんだい。助けに来てくれたのはありがたいけど、そこは君たちがちゃんと止めるべきで。
why is she here too? I'm grateful you came to help me, but you should have stopped her. As he spoke, he reveals me, curled up in a little ball, to Monsieur and Il, but... Of course, just like with Mr. Rindo, they were frozen at the sight of me.
なんで彼女がここに？
Why is she here?
あれ、君たちが連れてきたんじゃ。
Did you bring her here?
僕はてっきり君たちと一緒に来た後にはぐれたと思ってたんだけど。
I thought you brought her here and she'd gotten separated from you two.
いやいや、違うって。仮に連れてきたとしても、はぐれるような真似はしないよ。
Not at all. Even if we did, we'd never lose her.
私もミシェルと同意見です。
I agree with Monsieur. Scratching his head, understanding the situation, Mr. Rindo looked at me, wanting to say something. Even if you look at me like that, it's not like I could explain what's going on
ともか
myself.
く、一旦ここを移動しよ
They just gave
ベ
up.
ースキャンプ
They're like,
とまでは言わないけど、
whatever. She's there
う。少
then.
しはまともな場所を確保してある。
Anyways, let's get away from here for now. It's not exactly a base camp, but there is a location that we've secured for now.
現状の把握や彼女の状況は全部そこで話し合おうか。
We can talk about the current situation and why she's even here, right? Let's not discuss it. I don't know if we really need to know why she's here. Everyone nods at Mr. Rindo's suggestion as we all start walking. I am kicking my desk every step I move. But with just 2-3 steps, our movements come to a halt. The reason being... What? The ground suddenly started shaking and we couldn't take a step further.
これは地震。いえ、違いますね。
Is that an earthquake? No, it's something else.
へえ。揺れてるのは、この空間一体そのものか。
Interesting. So what's shaking is this entire space itself. Monsieur seems to be in awe as if to support his observation.
一つ説明の手間が省けたね。みんな上を見てくれるかな。
That's one thing I don't need to give a total explanation for, I guess. Everyone look up. Monsieur Rindo points to the sky, the tainted sky covering Amasaki Island. Oh! No. It tore apart. I had no other way to describe it. A myriad of lightning-shaped cracks spread across the sky instantly. What is that? If this was another alternate world like Medio or Bestia, I would have accepted what was happening here as another strange phenomenon or one of those fantastical places of one of those fantastic... It's a wormhole, girl. But this is where I live. It wasn't another world, but my simple, mundane, normal, regular human world. But I was about to ask what this was here, why this was here. Mr. Rindo answered my question.
あれはホールだよ。少なくとも GPM はそう認定した。
That's a wormhole. At least that's what the GPM confirmed.
あれがホール。規模感で言えば、この島一つすら飲み込めそうな巨大さですが。
So that's a wormhole. It's quite massive. It looks large enough to swallow this entire island.
疑いたくなるのもわかるけどね。けど実際、あれはこことは別の異世界に間違いなくつながってるんだ。
It's hard to believe, but yes, that's definitely connected to another world.
その証拠に。ほら、来るよ。
As proof, look, here they come. Mr. Rindo points at some of the cracks. One by one, objects rain down from it. They were the white and eerie Espada toy? Is this from your world, Monsieur? There must have been 20 of them. They continue to fall across the island. When they finished, the shaking of the space around us that Monsieur was talking about slowly crawled to a stop. The crack in the sky closed too. Oh man, look at our home base.
携帯食料くらいしかないけど、つまみたければご自由にどうぞ。
Alright, let's take a short break. We've only got portable rations, but take some if you'd like. Thank you, I'll have some.
我々もありがたくいただくであります。
We shall also partake of some.
へえ、埴輪くんたちもご飯を食べたりするんだ。
Ah, so you little Hanawas eat food too,
も
huh?
ちろんであります。普段はトカゲやクワガタ、粘土あたりが主食でありますが。
But of course, so the main things we eat are lizards, beetles, and clay. Beetles? While the eerie darkness still covered us, taking a rest in a cave that Mr. Rindo had led us to, we sorted through the information we had so far. Mr. Rindo's original mission was to come and investigate the wormhole in the sky and capture or eliminate the spotty toy. But, attacked by several spotted toy, most of the team sustained heavy injuries and were now standing by on boats off the shore. Alone, Mr. Rindo found and protected the kure, who were scattered across the island, all while investigating the wormhole. Alone? That's too much. You're so
優
old.
秀だとね。いろいろとそんな役回りも回ってくるもんさ。けど、君が心配してくれて嬉しいよ。
Huh. I'm an overachiever. A lot of my jobs never pay off, really. I'm happy you were worried about me.
それに、がむしゃらに駆け回ったおかげで、ある程度の空冷族は保護できてる。
Also, running around like crazy like I've been doing allowed me to secure quite a few of the kure. Smiling, Mr. Rindo pointed behind him. There were more kure, cheering excitedly about how safe they felt now that they were in his protection.
リンドウがいなければ、我々は今頃土くれになっていたかもであります。
If not for Rindo, we all might be clumps of dust right now.
感謝感激、雨あられなのであります。
We're so very grateful. The the Kyurei, crowd Mr. Rindo in a clamor. Even though the sight did help relax me, I knew we weren't out of the woods yet. Quite literally, we're on an island. So what are those non-human spotted toy?
未だ調査中だよ。周囲に攻撃的なことだけはもうはっきりしてるけどね。
That's still under investigation. What we do know is that they're extremely aggressive to those around them.
分かってるのは、あの巨大なホールから不定期に落ちてくる厄介な存在。その程度かな。
We also know they're dangerous beings who come falling from giant wormholes at random, and that's about it.
そのホールですが、私たちの知るものとはだいぶ毛色が違いますね。
About the wormhole, it's quite different from the ones we're familiar with, isn't it? How do you mean?
まずは当然のごとく大きさが違います。島一つを飲み込むようなホールなど聞いたことがありませんし。
It's quite clear that the size is different. I've never heard of a wormhole that could swallow an entire
そ
island.
して何より、現状のスパルトイの発生源とその発生期間を振り返る限り、
But most of all, thinking back to the origin of the spotty toe and how long they've been appearing,
あのホールはこれまでに何度も開いていることになります。
that wormhole has been opening multiple times. Oh, right. Normally, once a wormhole closes.
それっきり再び開くことはない。
But guess
その
what?
はずなんだけど。
The GPM learned how to do that. They learned how to stabilize wormholes. So, did someone steal your technology? Or sell your technology? or be an assistant at the GPM and still said technology. Maybe they wear like a mask over their face. I don't know. Hear me out. Right, it won't open again. That's what should be
今
happening.
回は定期的に開閉しており、その度スパルトイが落ちてくる。不可解なこともあるものですね。
This one opens and closes regular, and each time it does, spotty toy fall from it. Quite mysterious, isn't it?
本当だよ。
Uh,
今回のは規模も内容も桁違いで、GPM としてもてんやわんやだよ。
seriously, the scope and detail are off the charts. It's enough to make the GPM go crazy. And then Monsieur, deep in thought, raised his hand, calling to Master Rindo.
ねえ、リンド。あのホールの先につながっている世界について何か分かってる？
Mr. Rindo, do you know which world that wormhole is connected to?
それもさっぱり。少なくとも GPM の把握している世界でないことは確かだね。
No idea. At the very least, we know it's one that GPM isn't aware of.
しかし、あのスパルトイとやらを見る限り、少なくとも安全な世界ではなさそうですね。
From the spotted toy's appearance, I don't assume it's a safe world at the very least. Is it your world, Monsieur? The demon and the angel, leaving the two of them to think, Mr. Rindo continues now, casting the spotlight to me.
さて、とりあえず
Alright
こ
then.
っちの説明は終わった。次は君の番だよ。
Alright, we've explained what we can for now. You're up next, Leah. Yeah.
君は一体どうやってここに？常連人外図の助けも借りずに。
I would argue that I did have non-human help. That door is very mysterious. What the heck? How the heck did you get here with non-human help, no less? About that, I'm not really sure. In any case, I can tell you what I remember in the order that it happened. I explained all the details without hiding anything, and everyone's face grew dark as they fell deeper into their thoughts.
誰かに呼ばれた。
Yeah, and it sounded like your voice, Monsieur. Isn't that crazy? Is that weird, Monsieur? Do you usually call people from the void? You were called by someone.
君は以前、メディオに行く際も同じような事故に遭っているし。
You had a similar situation back in Medio, right?
確かあの時も声みたいなものが聞こえたって、そんな風に言ってたよね。
If I remember correctly, you heard something like a voice. You mentioned that before, right? Yeah.
どうも、誰かの意図みたいなものを感じるね。君たち以外の世界の人外の仕業とか。
Seems to me that these are deliberate actions someone's making. Maybe a non-human from another
か
world?
もしれない。でも今は警戒するくらいしかできないのが歯がゆいところだね。
Perhaps it's irritating that only countermeasure we have is to be on guard. Yeah. Hearing how it could be someone intentionally doing this to me made me feel so scary. I gotta make sure I'm not in that room alone at night anymore.
ひとまず
I guess
店
don't
には
look at your
連絡し
phone.
ました。念のためゲートを閉じてからカヌスとイグニスの両名がこちらへ向かうそうです。
In any case, I've contacted the shop just to be safe. Canus and Ignis will close the gate before heading this
あの
way.
二人も突然あなたが消えたということで大層慌てている様子でしたよ。
I'm sure they were in quite a panic after you suddenly disappeared. Ill, who managed to somehow have enough reception to make a call from this distant island, smiles at me. Okay, thanks, Ill. I made them worry too, huh?
結局、原因は分からずじまい。とはいえ、君をこのまま島に残すわけにもいかないよね。
In the end, none of us have any idea why this is happening. That said, it's not like we can just leave you out here. Right? The spotty toy are here after all.
だからミシェルにいる。この子をアンシャンテまで連れて帰ってくれないかな。
Monsieur Ill, can you take her back to Enchante with you?
それは構いませんが。
That'd be fine, of course, but
リンドはまだ残っていくつもりなの？
what about you? You gonna stay here then?
できれば僕も帰ってアンシャンテのコーヒーを飲みたいんだけどね。
There's nothing I'd love more than to have a cup of coffee at
人外
Enchante,
の保
but
護を掲げる GPM としては可能な限り空冷族を保護しておく必要があるんだよ。
part of the duty of the GPM is to protect non-humans. I have to secure as many of the kure as I can while I can.
とはいえもちろん危なくなったら自己判断で切り上げるほかないわけだけど。
If things get a little too hairy, though, I'll have to decide to call it quits. That's what Mr. Rindo says, but he'll be running all across the island trying to escape those terrifying spotty toy all by himself. I mean, if I came here, there's a reason, right? Mr. Rindo, I'm gonna ask to come with you, but if I can help somehow, I'm not gonna ask to come with you, but if I can help somehow, even assuming I'd be turned down, I began to ask if there was anything I could do. But before I could finish, Mr. Rindo interrupts me, smiling gently.
ありがとう。その気持ちはすごく嬉しいよ。でも、
Listen. I'm not like other girls, okay? I own a cafe that has a door that leads to other worlds in it, and that door threw me here. There's gotta be a reason. I'm really happy you feel that way,
こ
but
こはプロの僕を信じてくれないかな。ちゃんと君の店に帰ってコーヒーを飲むまでが僕の仕事だから。
I hope you'll trust me. I'm a professional. Coming back to your shop and being able to drink your coffee is part of my job too. So what you're saying is you don't visit because you want to. Okay. But if not, then Monsieur Il, if you're okay with it, could you help out Mr. Rindo instead?
ああ、その助っ人は正直ありがたいね。後で俺はきっちりするからどうだい？
I'd be grateful to have a little help this time around. You'll definitely have my gratitude. What do you think?
私は構いませんが。
I don't mind, but Monsieur raised an objection.
俺は反対かな。
His little horns, he's so contemplative. I might be against that. Huh? How come? Like Mr. Rindo said, it's dangerous here. I'd just get in the way if I
あ
stayed.
あ、いや、リンドや君の判断がおかしいとも思わないよ。ただ、
Oh no, it's not that I don't agree with the idea you and Rindo are suggesting, it's
い
just...
や、理由も原因もわからない現象で、ここに飛ばされてきたんだ。
You were sent here through some phenomenon and we don't know why or how it happened.
俺たちから離れたとき、それがまた起きないとは言い切れないでしょ。
You can't say for certain what happened again once we're separated, right?
今
Oh.
までの異変は、ゲートを通るときだけに起きてたけど、
The accidents that happened before only happened when you went through the gate.
上空に巨大ホールが開閉するなんて、ただでさえ普通じゃない状況下だし、何が起きるかわからないからさ。
But with the wormhole up there opening and closing, the situation is so abnormal that we don't know what might happen.
それは
Well,
確かにあそこまで巨大なホールとなれば周囲に影響を与えても不思議ではありません。
indeed, a wormhole that big could consistently affect this area.
今回はたまたま同じ人間界に落ちて、すぐ合流できたからよかったけど、
This time you luckily dropped back into the human world and met up with us right away.
何かが起きて、君を助けに行けないような状況になってしまったら、
But if something were to happen and you end up in a situation where we couldn't come and save you, is he Hal? Is this Hal's moving castle?
俺は死んでも死にきれないくらい後悔する。
Not even death would stop me from feeling the weight of the regret from that. Okay, Monsieur,
だから、無茶は承知の上なんだけど、
you just playing with wax right now? Okay. I get it. It's that impulse thought. Can't stop it. It won. So I know I'm asking for a lot.
どうか俺に君を守らせてくれないかな。
Please, can you let me protect you? Honestly, between the spotty toy and the wormhole, this place was now an area filled only with danger to me. But I give a small nod to Monsieur, who was looking at me so gravely. Okay, please protect me.
ありがとう。しっかり守らせてもらうよ。
Thank you. I'll be absolutely sure that I do.
というわけでして、リンド、以上の理由から我々も滞在を延長するほかありません。
That being the case, Rendo, for those reasons, we have no choice but to remain here a bit longer.
故に、時間を有効活用するためにも、空霊族の保護、お手伝いしましょう。
In order to use my time effectively, allow me to help in securing the Kyurei.
わかった。君たちの言うことも一理あるし、ひとまず彼女のことは任せるよ。
Alright, what you all are saying makes sense. I'll leave Leah to you then.
僕はすでに今保護している空霊族を海上の部下たちに預けてくるからさ。
I'm gonna hand off the Kyurei I have now to my subordinates on the boat for safety.
重ね重ねになるけど、気をつけて。
Leah, I'm repeating myself, but be careful. Yes, I'll be sure not to do anything dangerous.
皆様、同胞たちのためにありがたいであります。
Everyone to do this for our best friend. Thank you so
どう
much.
かよろしくお願いするであります。
Please help us. I had like 6 of those in front of my house in Animal Crossing. The old Animal Crossing, the DS version. We saw Mr. Rindo and the others off, then quickly moved into action, talking to the Kure that had been left behind to help us navigate the area.
さてと、この微妙に広い島の中で隠れちゃった空霊族を保護ね。
After finishing this chapter, you enter into a route. I hope so. Now then, we need to gather the other Kure in hiding around rather large. No, that's what it says. Okay. I thought my brain was doing it. We need to gather the Kure in hiding around rather large island. Got it. So do you have any idea where they might be?
本来の集落は島の中心に位置しているのでありますが、
Our settlement is normally supposed to be at the center of the island,
襲撃で
but
皆チリチリになったので、おそらくは岩の隙間や獣の掘った穴に身を潜めているはずであります。
everyone was scattered from the attack. They've been hiding in gaps between rocks or in whatever animal burrow they can find. So essentially they've been keeping quiet and still somehow close to the ground at the...
そうであります。びっくりともしないのであります。
Precisely, they won't move an inch. It seems really proud about that fact, but isn't this a bad thing? As I expected, Il wore a concerned look.
大規模の探知を行ったとしても、その状態では発見できませんね。音と温度、どちらを用いても無理です。
We won't be able to find them using any large-scale methods or detection. Neither sound nor temperature will be useful here.
彼らには体温がありませんし、おそらく天然の岩や鉱石と区別がつかないでしょう。
They have no body temperature. There's really no difference between them and a pile of rocks or ore.
まさに土器そのものって感じだよね。どうしたものかな。
They're basically just pieces of earth. What to do? Bits of earth buried within the earth. I think I remember back when I was in grade school, there was some news about valuable ancient earthenware found on this island. It's as if I've learned the truth to the legend behind that. Ultimately, we decided just to go around and look for them normally for now, while thinking of other ways to search for them. Along with the Kure carried in my arms, we walked off together into the woods. During this time, though he said nothing might come of it, we flew He flew across the sky further away from us, periodically casting search magic. Still, this island really is big, isn't it?
ひょっとしてあなたは以前この島に来られたことが
Have you been to this island before, Miss Lee? Oh yeah, I grew up nearby. I used to come here with friends when I was a kid. Coming here and exploring the island was what all the kids did back then. We'd come by boat with everyone. It's probably not the time to think about it, but that was also nostalgic.
君って結構アクティブな子供だったんだね。
So you're a pretty active kid back then, huh? Not really, but I did like going out and exploring and looking at all sorts of things. Now that I think of it, that must have been Grandpa's influence too. Burying my eyes immersed in my memories, oh my gosh, I turned the conversation over to Monsieur. What about you, Monsieur? What kind of kid were you? Do you remember being a kid 5,000 years ago? You said in the past that you were a noble.
ああ、どうだったかな。数千年単位での昔だから、あんまりよく覚えてないんだけど。
I wonder. It's been a few thousand years, so it's a little difficult to remember.
でも、普通の子供だったと思うよ。多分、幸せだったと思う。
I think I was a pretty normal kid. I think I was happy. It felt a bit strange to me that he spoke as if he wasn't talking about himself. I haven't really had a lot of opportunities with Monsieur to talk about what his past was like. Monsieur...
ごめん。ちょっと待って。
Sorry, hold on. Monsieur puts his index finger to his lips and glances to his left and right. And then Spiritoi, pop out of the woods. 2 on the right and 2 on the left. The Spiritoi we saw among the trees.
はい、さよならと。
And goodbye. With just a snap of Monsieur's fingers, with only that, they all turned to dust.
いやいや、反則にも程があるでありますよ。指を鳴らしただけで即粉砕とか。
Wait a minute, how can you be this powerful? You turned them to dust with just a snap? I'm not sure you can tell, but he's actually a demon lord.
これくらいはさすがにね。
I can handle at least this much. After this one-sided fight was over,
ああ、やはり無事でしたか。前方に20体ほどの集団がいたので、そちらを優先しましたが。
you're right. There was about 20 of them up ahead, so I prioritized with them.
イル、おかえり。対処してくれてありがとう。空霊族の方はどう？
Welcome back, Il. Thank you for handling that. What about the Kyurei?
どうにも。やはり生物というよりか、無機物に近い彼らを探すのはかなり骨が折れますね。
To try and find these things which are less like living creatures and more like inanimate objects, it's quite the task.
同胞というか自分たちのせいでお手数をおかけするであります。
Oh dear, my brethren, or shall I say we, seem to be causing you such trouble. Let's just keep up our search. Mr. Rindo said he still has had some time. Nodding in agreement, Monsieur brushes through the grass where the Spirito were earlier. Monsieur, is something wrong?
いや、ちょっとね。さっきやり合った時妙な感じがして。
Just had this feeling after taking them down. Something felt a little odd. He kneels down and stares at the remains, the ash-like material. These remains. As he spoke, Monsieur picks up the remains of the pulverized Spirito in his hand. I just turned that into a Pokemon. Right as I was about to ask about that weird feeling he felt. As if to stop me or maybe even to answer, a dense sound as if the air was creaking could be heard across the entire island.
あれはまた来るでありますよ。
Okay. Alright. Oh, I hit the wrong button. You know what? Other. I'm assuming they're under other. There, here it comes again. It was just as before. The sky groaned as several fissures began to run through it. As if it was blood oozing from a wound, I could clearly see Spotty Toy, one after the other, raining down on the island.
スパルトイ自体は我々にとって脅威ではありませんが、
The Spotted Toy aren't necessarily a
空
threat
霊
to
族にと
us.
っては敵の数が増えていく現状はあまりよろしくないでしょうね。
But to the Kyurei, it isn't a very favorable situation for their enemies to increase in numbers like this. Yeah, as time goes on, the Kyurei survival rate and even the danger towards me increases. As I was about to ask what we should do, Monsieur, I noticed something was strange about him.
二人ともちょっと俺の後ろに下がって。
Both of you stand behind me for a minute.
あれは放置すべきじゃないものだ。
This isn't something we can leave alone. There was an unusual tension in Monsieur's voice. Before I could ask what was wrong, Eel suddenly grabbed me in his arms and jumped back in retreat. And right after he spins around and spreads his wings in an effort to protect me, from behind him, faster than the blink of an eye, a wave of heat enough to burn push against us in a rush of light and harsh wind. A loud roar, scorching heat, blinding light. The sound, the heat, the light, a thick streak of purple lightning cast its hue onto the world, eating into the cracks in the sky. It all happened so suddenly, it took a few dozen seconds to realize it was all something cast from Monsieur. Still blinded by the flashes in my eyes and a ringing still in my ears, I looked back with Eel, who had protected me towards Monsieur, and approached him. He was completely different than usual, and had a strange aura of quiet and coldness around him, enough to make me freeze. Monsieur, cautiously I call out to him. His shoulders pricked in surprise, and in a fluster, Monsieur turns back towards us.
ごめんね。あの空間の亀裂、思ってたより良くないやつっぽくて。
Sorry, Leah. Those cracks in the air, they were worse than I thought, so...
とにかくなくさなくちゃって。空間をずらしてでも消し飛ばすって感じでぶっ放したんだけどね。
I thought I needed to erase them, although I suppose I felt I needed to use enough force to shift everything around.
それにしても今のは危険かと。私はともかく他の者たちの耐久度を計算した上での攻撃でしたか？
Yes, but I believe that was a bit dangerous, myself included. Did you calculate how those nearby might be affected by your attack?
自分は死んだと思いました。であります。
I thought I was going to die.
本当にごめん。
Right, I'm sorry. Monsieur's face revealed an anguish I'd never seen before. That situation was a bit dangerous now that they mentioned it, but... It's okay, Monsieur. Look, I'm totally fine. You'll protect me, and I'm sure we can do something about the cracks in the sky. Right as I was about to finish my sentence, as if to defy my assertion... Oh, that can't be good. A giant one of them appeared.
なんでありますか？あのでっかいのは！
What is that giant thing up there? What appeared up from the shattered sky was an arm. A frightening looking arm made up of bones, just like the spotty toy. I couldn't really tell from this far, and I wondered how giant the thing in the sky was.
来ます。
Did they get it from Home Depot? Because then it's 10 feet tall. If it's not, then I don't know what it is. Here it comes. Eel's warning causes me to brace myself, and then the giant fist of bones charged right at us with incredible speed. The palm looked like a dot moments ago, but now it was large enough to fill my view. Everything happened in slow motion. My body immobilized, stood there staring. Ooh. Ooh, his eyes are black.
これはとてつもない質量ですね。
This is quite a weight. Monsieur and Il, who quickly got in front of me, stopped the overwhelming fist right in front of us by using their magic. Monsieur, Il! With a crushing sound, the fist of bones met the two who would clash against it. I never thought these two would ever have to struggle against anything, witnessing this wild scene before me. Another giant arm of bones flung itself up, readying itself to smash down upon us. What came flying in from beside us, a slash of darkness and a fist engulfed in flames, sent the encroaching bony arm flying.
イル、こちらはお任せを。
Leave it to me. Oh, only one of his eyes is black. After the attack of unexpected helpers came a barrage of dark and light. I gotta admit, Canus and Ignis got there pretty fast. The terrifying bony arm then started to crumble, as if melting back up into the sky. Without a sound, it went back to wherever it came from, using the cracks along the sky.
いざ駆けつけてみれば、際どいところだったな。さすがに焦ったぞ。
Back to Ignis's outfit being very inappropriate, I'm just saying. We hurried thinking something might happen, and as it turns out, we were correct. We were in the fret for sure.
なんかてめえらに手出してたし、とりあえずぶっ飛ばしたけどよ。なんだったんだ、今のやつ。
It looked like it was about to really let you guys have it, so we laid into it heavy, but what the hell was that just now? Canus! Ignis! My relief and cheers of joy spill forward to our reinforcements that came
遅く
crashing
なっ
in.
てすまない。これでも急いで来たのだ
Oh,
が。
he's depressed now. Apologies for being so late, although we did hurry as best we could. Now you really did save us. No, you really did save us, but how did you two get here? They didn't take the bullet train, did they? As I worried.
どうやってって、それ走ってきたに決まってんだろ。
What do you mean? We ran, of course. I guess. Sure, he ran here along the shore, but we're on an island. How did you get here?
だから、走ってきたんだよ、海面を。
I already told you, we ran across the surface of the water. Ugh.
ちなみに、我は海底を走ってきた。デュラハンは泳げぬからな。
Conversely, I ran along the ocean floor. Dullahans cannot really run after all. I know I should take them seriously, but the way they skirt around these insane facts really just the way of these Enchante men.
ともかく、無事なのは何よりだが、我らは来たばかりで状況がつかめぬ。
In any case, I'm glad you are safe, though we do not fully understand what is going on
なの
here.
で、ひとまず話してもらおう。この島で何が起きているかを。な。
Please do tell us what's happening on this island. Well, fist of skulls and bones. Right when the swaying of the trees began to settle from the blast of wind created by Monsieur's attack earlier, noticing the fight with that giant bone arm, Mr. Rindo regrouped with us as well. For the first time in days, the regulars of Enchante were gathered together.
つまり、あの天を裂いて出た巨大な腕は、正体が不明な存在。
In other words, the origin of the giant arm that ripped the sky open remains unclear.
あのホールの先の世界もまた GPM も預かり知らぬ世界のようです。
Yes, it seems the world beyond that wormhole is the one that the GPM doesn't know about yet. That giant arm that appeared after the Spiritoi. Giant arm! Arms! Eerie arms that look like assembled bones that appeared from the fissures in the sky above Amasaki Island. The details are unknown, but they are aggressive as Spiritoi. We didn't know what in the world it was, but the regulars were able to keep it at bay for the time being. They almost certainly expected that it would appear again.
手応えがまるでなかったからな。一時的に逃げただけだろうな、ありゃ。
I felt like it didn't fight back at all. I'm sure it ran away just for now. A size big enough to tear the heavens apart. It was so extraordinary. The moment I saw it, all I could do was freeze on the spot. But honestly, I really didn't want to think about it attacking again. I glanced over at Monsieur next to me, and sure enough, he was deep in thought. He looked down at the ground, pensive as ever.
それで、リンド、ここへ移動してから話すとのことだったが、悪い知らせとは何のことだ？
Alright then, Rindo, you did say you would speak to us. What bad news do you bear?
ああ、実はね。
Actually. For an instant, Mr. Rindo looked at me and the kure in my
ス
arms.
パルトイの増加、それに
The increasing number of spotty toy
さっき
and
君たちを襲った正体不明の巨大な腕、その直後に起きた地表からの砲撃。
the mysterious giant arm that attacked all of you earlier and the counterattack that came immediately
それ
afterwards.
らの状況の危険性を上層部が重く見てね。
The higher ups are looking at the potential for danger in this situation very
ホー
closely.
ルおよびこの島そのものを人類の脅威とみなし、殲滅の指令が下ったんだ。
They consider the wormhole in this entire island to be a complete threat to mankind. They're going to annihilate it all.
殲滅とは
What do you mean annihilate?
言葉通りだろう。島ごと滅ぼせという。な。
I am certain it's exactly as he says. They will destroy the entire island. The kure holds its breath as Canus, who was speaking for Mr. Rindo.
中でもスパルトイの数が増えていることに懸念を示していてね。いずれ島から人里に押し寄せるかもって。
They made the call worried about the fact that the Spiritoi's numbers are increasing. They might move into town eventually.
だからこの島に留まっているうちに島ごとを一気に殲滅しようと考えたみたいだ。
They figure that while they are isolated to this island, they'll take them out in one blow.
わざわざ国会を通じて
Hiccups, oh no.
航空と海上両方の自衛隊出動の要請までかけてね。
They've already contacted the Air Force and the Navy to deploy their forces.
つってもよ、島ごとぶっ飛ばしても、聞いた感じじゃ空の割れ目から骸骨とも降ってくんだろ。
But even if they blow up the island, those skeletons are still going to keep falling from the cracks in the sky, right?
根本的な解決になってなくねえか、それ。
It's not addressing the main issue.
それはお偉いさん方も理解してるさ。ただそういう決定が出た以上現場はもう動いてる。
Higher ups understand that now, but since the decision's been made, the request has already begun moving
本
forward.
当なら艦隊の出撃なんてもっと時間がかかるんだけど。
Normally deploying a naval corp would take way more time.
悪くちょうど近くを運航してた艦があるらしくてね。
But unfortunately for us, ships were already nearby.
どこまでも間が悪いな。呪われてんじゃねえか、この島。
There's just no end to bad luck. Is this island cursed or something?
というよりもその原因の一つであるとんでもない砲撃って。
Besides all that, what was that giant counterattack? It was definitely a catalyst for them to want to do this.
すみません。俺です。
Sorry, that would be me. Monsieur Honest confesses, listlessly raises his hand.
だろうな。
Of course. Canus and Ignis sigh together in sync.
まあ君なりにあのホールを解決しようとしたっていうのはなんとなくわかるけどね。
I assume you tried dealing with the wormhole as best you could.
ごめん。やらかした本人として責任を取るつもりでいるよ。
Sorry, but as the offender, I'm ready to take full responsibility.
そう。まあそれならこっちもこれ以上はぐちぐち言わないよ。
In that case, I won't keep nagging you over it. Mr. Rindo shrugs his shoulders and goes back to talking.
ともかく僕が聞いた話だとその総攻撃は1時間後。間違いなくこの島は焦土になる。
Doesn't matter now, though. The attack will occur in 1 hour. There's no question that this island will be reduced to ash.
僕にも保護を切り上げて避難しろって連絡が入ったよ。
They've even called me, telling me to cease my rescue efforts and withdraw.
そんな。
No! Clearly, the country should do everything it can to protect its people from harm, but it was clear that non-humans stood outside the bounds of those protections.
このまま残る同胞たちは見捨てるしかないのでありますか？
Are we just supposed to leave our brethren still out there to meet their fate?
いや、そんなことはないよ。
That doesn't need to happen. With an unusually serious expression on him, Monsieur gently pats the head of the kure.
さっきも言ったけどさ、やらかした本人として責任は取るつもりだから。
I mentioned earlier as one of the culprits, I'm ready to take full responsibility.
そうは言いましても、具体的には何をするのです？
That being said, what exactly do you intend to do?
この状況を打破するとなると、やはりあのホール自体を解決しなければならないかと。
If we are to break down the situation, I believe something must be done about the wormhole itself in the end. Il was completely right. Just like Ignis said, it doesn't matter if the island was obliterated, if those cracks in the sky still exist, the issue of the growing number of Spotatoi and that gigantic, terrifying arm, neither of those would be resolved.
あの空に生じたホール、多分俺の力なら封じられると思うんだ。
That wormhole that appeared in the sky, I think I'm going to be able to close it using my power. Monsieur made his offer after taking a breath. Everyone there stood wide-eyed at him.
それ
Stared.
本当かい？
Are you sure?
事実ならば願ってもないが。
That's very welcome news if that's
一
true.
応ね、さっき俺自身の力をぶつけた結果、規模とか性質とか、なんとなくつかめたから。
I think so. After hitting it with some of my power, I got a sense of its scale and what it is.
ただ、
It's just...
ちょっとした下準備が必要でさ。それに、だいぶ時間がかかるんだ。
I have to make some preparations and that will take a little time.
だからその、なんていうか。
I mean... For some reason, Monsieur had an apologetic look on his face.
それなりに大規模で難しい技だから、集中が乱れたりするとアウトでさ。
It's a large-scale technique. It's difficult. I need to have total concentration.
スパルトンやあの腕への対抗、自衛隊やその関係者への牽制、やることはきっと多いし、大変だと思う。
It'll take a lot to fight the Spiritoi and the arm while holding off the advancing forces. It won't be easy. After explaining the
悪
particulars.
いね。
Sorry about all this.
原因の一端は俺なんだから、できればみんなに負担はかけず、個人で済ませたいとこなんだけど。
I'm partially to blame for this. I was hoping I wouldn't burden any of you and that I'd be able to handle it alone.
もちろん強制はしないよ。俺一人でも気合で何とかして。
None of you need to help, okay? If I try hard enough, I can do this alone. The other remained silent as Monsieur covered his mouth after his awkward speech.
ほら。
Ignis flies into Monsieur with a merciless kick.
ま、これもいい機会と。
Can't see I didn't see that coming.
だ
Uh-oh. As Monsieur was losing his balance, Mr. Rindo delivers a chop to the back of his head, and as he picks himself back up, Canus came with a devastating flick as also to the head. With all of these somewhat painful attacks, Monsieur couldn't decide whether to cover the back or the front of his head.
は？
After curiously watching the steady string of attacks, Il delivers a splendidly graceful and merciless slap to Monsieur's cheek. What?
見事な一撃であります。
That was a pretty good one. Unable to stand any more damage, Monsieur's body took a step back before crumbling backwards. In his daze, Monsieur finally put his hand over his head, his reddened cheek where the loudest sound of all the attacks was made.
何いきなりみんなして新手の魔王いじめ
What's everyone doing? Are you picking on the demon lord now? As Monsieur laid there teary-eyed, I smiled as I began to understand what everyone was trying to say. No, Monsieur, your logic, your apologies, and need to take responsibility. I think they're saying they don't need to hear any of that, right? We're all friends here, so of course we'd help you. That's what they're trying to say.
Huh?
But with violence.
そいつの言う通りだ。さっきから聞いてりゃ、いつものずうずうしさはどうしたよ。
Listening to you right now. Ugh, where's all that arrogance of yours?
一人でだの。悪いけどだな。ゴニョゴニョゴニョゴニョ。うっぜえことこの上ね。
Babbling on like I'm so sorry, I'll do it myself. I've never heard you sound more annoying. Monsieur sat there surprised while Canus explained, sighing in amusement.
個人的な事情や各世界の事情ならばともかく、今回は共通の問題に直面しているのだ。
Disregarding our personal matters and the worlds we come from, we are all facing the same problem now.
こういう時は我らに素直に頼れ、ミシェル。
This would be an acceptable moment to be honest with yourself and rely on us, Monsieur.
お前はどうも万能ゆえの反動か、個人的なことを一人で抱えやすい傾向があるぞ。
It seems because you know you're so powerful, you have a tendency to do things on your own.
首相な一面だね。後で報告書を更新しておこうかな。
That's true, huh? I should update my report on you with that.
ああ、なるほど。一連の攻撃はそういう意図で行われたものでしたか。
I see, so that's why everyone was attacking him so
なん
blindly.
となく皆に続いて真似してみましたが、間違った判断ではなかったようですね。
I wasn't sure why, and I had just gone with the flow, following everyone's actions. It seems my judgment wasn't incorrect.
いや、なんとなくの割にはイルのビンタが一番強烈だったけど。
Your slap was pretty intense for someone going with the flow. For a moment, he didn't seem very satisfied with this. Monsieur, I'm certain everyone here feels the same way about all this. Not that I personally can do much to help. Everyone support me and leave it all. Everyone support me and leave it all to the all-the-powerful demon lord. That's the kind of boasting we expect from Monsieur we all know and care about.
俺って普段そんな感じ
Am I really like that?
けど、そうだね。
Well, I guess so, huh? Monsieur's smile eventually peeks out, showing his gratitude to the
あり
others.
がとう。じゃあ、お言葉に甘えて。頼む
Thank you.
よ、みんな。
I'll be counting on you then.
君たちの助力があれば、あの程度のホール、適当にちょいちょいっと、なんとかなるさ。
With all your help, I'll clean up the wormhole in no time.
あ
Yeah! Same as usual, just a little different. His purpose was declared proudly. There's an Enchante. Off the shores further out in the ocean, seen above the endless expanse of water, ominous aircraft cut through the skies. The bulk of the defense force scramble for deployment. FI-5J fighter jets. 1-5. The pilot and their cockpit held their breath as they approached the target, gazing at the cracks running across the sky. They thought it absurd to receive an order to attack the sky above an island off the coast. Now facing the menacing sight before them, they were forced to stop laughing. They took their mission seriously now. However, the pilots, taken in by the abnormalities of the sky, were in for a bigger surprise, as they failed to notice the winged angel flying as fast as their jets were at the very speed of sound.
同型の戦闘機が6体、 緊急招集だった影響か、まだ数は揃っていないようですね。
6 identical fighters. Their numbers aren't great, likely because they were called on an
とはい
emergency.
え、一つ一つに挨拶をして引き返してもらうのはさすがに非効率ですし。
That said, it would be ineffective to have to go up to each and every one of them to make them turn back. Neil made a decision not in seconds, but in an instant.
不時着していただきましょう。
I'll force an emergency landing then. The moment he makes his decision, Il flaps his wings, ascending into the heavens. Considering his target's speed, he'll have to cut out performing his usual calculations instead. Inhaling deeply, his lungs fill with oxygen. That's right, Il has a beautiful singing voice. We just don't know what it sounds like because they never show it. With a special prayer, his voice sings towards the heavens. Even though they understand the urgency in being scrambled, the pilots inside the fighter jets instantly forget the danger that was right in front of them and were entranced by the singing voice that came out of nowhere. However, the objective of the fallen angel wasn't exactly to provide a free concert. Suddenly, the fighter jets ill-viewed below him slowly started to descend. Observing this, Il applies some of his magic, allowing him to communicate with the pilots who were panicked at their plane's behavior.
皆さん、突然失礼します。
Sorry for the interruption,
あな
everyone.
たたちが登場している全戦闘機の操作機能すべてを私の方で掌握させていただきました。
I have assumed control over all the jets flying in this
このま
area.
ま海面へ着水させますので、念のために衝撃に備えていただけますか？もちろん、安全面は保証いたしますので。
They will touch down on the water soon, so may I ask that you brace for impact? Of course, your safety is ensured. What? That's impossible. The voices were heard amongst the pilots, one after another, through their radios. Just as the fallen angel declared, the jets descended until they touched the water, no longer unbound by gravity. At the same time, right as the fighters touched down on the water one after another,
おうおう、箱入りの野郎、ずいぶん気張ってるじゃねえか。
well, look at that. The shut-in's actually making an effort. Ignis murmurs to himself along the shoreline as he squints up at the ominous-looking sky.
んじゃ、俺も行くとすっか。
Guess I should get moving too. With that, Ignis kicks off some sand and starts to run. Kicking up clumps of wet sand, he cuts into the cold waves of the ocean. Without any hesitation, he doesn't stop at the water's edge. He runs straight into
右
it.
足が沈む前に左足を前に。
Left foot up before my right one sinks.
左足が沈む前に右足を前に。
My right foot up before my left one sinks. Via would be standing in amazement if she was here. He was actually running on water, like explosions blew under his feet before they touched down as he glared at the Navy ships.
でっけえ船がガン首揃えて。けど、悪いがここは通行止めだな。
Look at the boats they brought. Sorry, but you can't pass through here. With a shout, he swings his arm. A giant wall of flame, hundreds of meters tall and wide, erupt from him. It was a cage of fire. They were the prey. It surrounded two ships, making it impossible for them to move forward.
さーて、こいつでおとなしくしてくれりゃいいんだが。
Now, I just hope they're able to sit still for a little while. It would be more of a problem if they actually tried to advance and just ended up sinking.
つっても、人的被害がなけりゃ、その辺は GPM に請求が行くだろうし。ま、そん時はそん時だな。
As long as no one gets hurt, though, I'm sure the GPM would foot the bill. Ugh, I'll worry about it if it happens. With a cocky laugh, Ignis raises his hand.
お疲れ様です。そちらもうまくいったようですね。
Great work. I see things went well on your end. The fallen angel, who seemed to have accomplished his goal as well, grabbed Ignis's wrist, hoisting him up into the sky.
で、どうする？このまま空中で待機して、また新しい邪魔者が入ったら相手してくわ。
So what now? We float up here like a couple of balloons and wait to deal with anything that comes to bother us?
浜辺に戻る時間が惜しいですし、あちらはあちらで対処できるでしょう。ここはイグニスの提案通りで良いかと。
Heading to shore would be a waste. I'm sure the others can deal with themselves, so we can do as you suggest, Ignis.
ただ、
However,
イグニス、無事にアンシャンテへ戻ったら減量してみてはどうでしょう。
Ignis, if we return to Enchante safely, would you consider cutting back on your portions?
再オープンの時よりも 2.4 キロほど体重が増加していますよ。
Your weight has increased 2.4 kilograms since the reopening. Did you know that?
てめえはやっぱこういう時にも空気読まねえのな。
Even at times like this, you really don't know how to show any tact, do you? That means he likes her cooking. That's
太
great.
ってねえっての。筋肉がついただけだっつうの。
For the record, I'm not fat. I just got some more muscles. That's all. Underneath the abnormal sky, amongst a rising wall of flames and fighters, jets bobbing in the water, the two regulars from Enchante continue their normal, everyday banter. I'm surprised he knows how much Ignis weighs.
いやー、派手にやってるな。海に炎の壁ってね。
They're really putting on a show. A wall of fire on the ocean,
事
huh?
情を知らなければ、一体何の災害かと思ってしまうであります。
You surely be wondering what sort of natural disaster it was if you didn't know what was really beyond it. Ill's power is what caused the planes to make an emergency landing.
どうであれあの二人のことだ。人死にを出すような失敗はしないであろう。
It's those two we're talking about. They wouldn't mistakenly kill anyone. While Ill and Ignis were holding back the defense forces in an open spot along the coast, while making detailed gestures with his hands covered in light, he concentrated, drawing a complex magic circle on the beach. Drawing and layering it on, and drawing and layering, and drawing and layering on some more. It looked like a complicated schematic. It was so detailed that just looking at it started to make me feel confused.
さて、僕がどこまで役に立てるか疑問だけど、カヌスの方は問題ない？
I'm wondering how useful can I really be? Hey, Canus, are you feeling up for this?
無論だ。ミシェルを含め、お前たちにも傷一つつけさせはせぬ。
But of course, like Monsieur, I will not allow anyone here to get a single scratch on them.
その威圧感で言われちゃうと思わず甘えたくなっちゃうけど、僕は僕でちゃんと働くよ。
Karen, you sound so confident. Makes me feel like I can slack off, but I'll make sure to do my part too. A few minutes later, as Monsieur was continuing his work, the first bead of sweat had dripped down from his forehead.
よしっと。準備完了。
All right, all done. Wiping his forehead, Monsieur. Unused printers, that's wild. Wiping his forehead, Monsieur was standing in the middle of the complicated magic ring.
さて、じゃあマスター、俺のそばに来てもらっても、
So then,
陣を踏まないようにね。
Leah, can you come stand next to me? Be careful not to step on the ring. Huh? Me? Why?
亀裂が発生したら、またスパルトイだの、歌のが攻撃してくるだろうからさ。
Once those cracks appear again, the spiritoi, or maybe that arm, will likely attempt another
カヌス
attack.
とリンドーには周囲を死守してもらうわけだし。
Canus and Rindo will be defending us from nearby. I see. This would be easier, I guess, instead of me running and hiding somewhere out of reach. Yeah, get real close to him. Following his suggestion, I walk towards the center of the magic ring and stand next to Monsieur. The kure that was with us also stood at our feet, ready to bury itself when the time was right. I actually hoped it would hide back in the cave, But the regulars suggested that in the worst case scenario, it'd be safest to be close by, so it stayed here with us.
さて、
All
二
right.
人とも、そっちの準備はいい？
You two, are you both ready?
おそらく次の亀裂、ホールが開いた瞬間、俺がこれを発動させると同時、
I'm sure with the next cracks that appear right when I fire, the next wormhole is going to
ス
open.
パルトイとあの腕は、こっちを脅威とみなして一斉に襲ってくるはず。
The spotted toe and that arm will see us as a threat, and I'll focus their attacks on us.
守りは任せよ。いかなる者が相手であろうとも、断じてお前の邪魔はさせん。
Leave your protection to me. No matter who the enemy is, I will not allow anyone to get in your way.
こっちも一応戦闘訓練は受けてるからね。スパルトイぐらいは任せてよ。
Well, I suppose I do have some combat training. You can let me handle the spotty toy at least. Receiving a response from the two reliable men, Monsieur gives a cheerful smile. Monsieur, is it okay that I'm here? I know it's safer here, but I might ruin your focus so I'm a bit
心配って？それは無用な心配ってやつだね。
worried. You don't need to worry about that.
むしろ、君がそばにいると、アンシャンテにいるような気分で、リラックスできるんだよね。
Actually, with you by my side, it feels like I'm right back at Enchante. This definitely relaxes me.
ほっとするっていうか、懐かしい香りがするっていうか、変に緊張しないで済む。
It makes me feel at ease. I guess it's like I smell something familiar and I don't have to be nervous at all. Monsieur lets out a sigh and grins.
ダメだな。君とアンシャンテの名前を出しただけで、
Man, just mentioning you and
今すぐ
Enchante.
にでも、君が入れてくれたコーヒーを飲みたくなっちゃったよ。
I want to go back and drink some of the coffee you poured so bad. You got it bad for me, Monsieur. It's fine. In reply to Monsieur's gentle voice and smile, well, if we all get back all right, I'll pour a special coffee just for
とび
you.
きり？
Special? Yeah. Actually, I've been researching a lot and I've been working on my own blend, something no one's ever made before. I haven't had anyone taste it yet. It has garlic in it. So, Monsieur, if you'd like to, would you do me the honor of being the first to try it? As I considered how simple and quaint my token of appreciation must have been. Monsieur looked like he was at a
俺
loss.
が一番最初に
Me, the first.
君が入れてくれたコーヒーを
To drink a blend you created. Just to be clear, Monsieur also tried my drink that everyone else spat out and said was disgusting, and he was like, it's fine. So, Monsieur?
ああ、いや、なんでもない。ちょっと自分に気合を入れただけ。
It's nothing. I was just getting myself ready, that's all.
じゃあ、その最高のご褒美のためにも。
Okay, just for that amazing prize, As Monsieur spoke, the cracks splayed through the sky. Here it comes. I listened to our surroundings. I didn't hear anything that sounded like fighter jets or Navy ship at all. That being the case, all we need to concentrate on is the threat of the wormhole and the spotted toy. After confirming that was the case, Monsieur laughs and continues what he was
こ
saying.
こは一つ、張り切って演奏しちゃおうかな。
I guess I'll have to do my best to put on this show. Oh, look, we get a CG finally.
セブルクルム。
Ew. The freak was that? Sepulchrum. Right as Monsieur whispered part of the emblem at his feet came up off the ground, floating as if it had a will of its own. They float up around him, one after another, turning upright, sideways, changing shapes. It looked like a keyboard made of light. The moment Monsieur put his hands above them, I heard a colorful variety of sounds that spread across the world one
育
by
成
one.
ザテラウム。
I'm just not gonna butcher this. These aren't real words he's saying. Playing his mystical piano, his fingers sliding one after another.
レスティート。
He didn't seem like a demon lord. He was a pianist playing the most sublime melody we've ever heard. Monsieur's performance began to have an effect. It was as if they were screaming. The cracks in the sky all began to groan loudly.
さあ、伴奏はこっちに任せて。君たちのダンス、期待してるよ。
Leave the music to me. I'm hoping to get a nice dance out of you. As Monsieur called that out. Oh. Says 10. Is that 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is 10. They did it. There's 10 of them. 10 Spitatoy from the forest appeared by the shore, charging towards Monsieur as soon as they saw him. The difference in our numbers makes me hold my breath. I look to see that one of Mr. Rindo's rounds hit a Spitatoy right in the forehead.
さて、いい音色を聞かせてくれた分はちゃんと働かないとね、と。
I guess it's time to work after being treated to such a nice melody. Wow, did he shoot 5 of them? Immediately after I heard 5 gunshots, one right after another. In no time, their numbers were down to 4. Still refusing to shy away, he readies a knife and continues his attack. Here we go. He easily kicks one right in front of him and cuts through 2 more nearby. My word, the Spitatoy are getting pulverized. Dig yourself into the ground. You shouldn't be watching this, sir. While the Kyurei and I stood stunned, Mr. Rindo quickly reloads, and the remaining 2, in no time, meet their fate by the barrel of his gun.
こんなものかな?
That'll do it. What's Candace doing? Whoa! That was amazing! I didn't know you were so nimble, Rindo!
なんかちょっと引っかかるけど、これでも真面目に仕事してるからね。日々の鍛錬の賜物ってやつさ。
That statement bugs me for some reason. You know I take my job seriously, right? Thank you for training for that gun show.
カヌスは切り札だし、できる限りは僕が相手をするよ。
Canus is our trump card, but I'll take on whatever I can for the best of my ability.
頼もしいな、リンド。
You are quite reliable, Rindo. Probably trying to reserve his strength, Canus thrust his sword into the ground. Continuing on as if in rhythm with Monsieur's performance, Mr. Rindo takes on the Spitatoe that attack us from every direction. He takes one down with each turn of his head. Note he has the red in the center of his eyes, round after round, calmly and with precision. He had no sort of overwhelming power, but his shots never missing a target clearly showed Mr. Rindo's composure as well as his tempered accuracy. Mr. Rindo quickly reloads again after returning several more Spitatoe to ash. There was the sound of rustling grass from beyond the trees. More Spitatoe revealed themselves. Right when Mr. Rindo was about to ready his gun, for some reason, as if he thought it over, he lowered his weapon. He came back towards me, rather back to the Kyurei at my feet.
質問いいかな? あのスパルトイたちがいる場所に君の仲間が隠れてる可能性は?
Can I ask you something? How possible is it that your friend might be over by the Spitatoy? I'd say it isn't possible. On top of the dirt being loose over there, there's tons of grass, so it's hard to dig through the ground.
なるほど。それじゃあ吹き飛ばしても問題なしだね。
I see, so I can blow them all apart. Huh? With that, Mr. Rindo pulled out his... Mr. Rindo? I spoke out to him without even thinking. I couldn't even tell what he had in his hand. I tried and true.
ははは。心配しなくても、帝お手製のグレネードだから、そんなやつとはちょっと性能が違うんだ。
Don't worry, it's a grenade by Mikado himself, and it's a bit different from a
こい
regular
つはあく
one.
まで人外用さ。
This one's only meant for non-humans. Damn. With a kind smirk, Mr. Rindo doesn't hesitate to pull the pin. He tosses it effortlessly at the Spitatoy. With the QA scream, a violent sound and shockwave erupts through the forest, and following that, the skeletal remains rain down on the area.
まあまあな威力。味方にも報告しないとな。
That had a bit of power to it. Gotta make sure I report that to Makaido. Mr. Rindo spoke completely nonchalantly.
さて、僕がどこまで役に立てるか疑問だけど。
無論だ。ミシェルを含め。
その
Why are we getting a flashback? I don't need a flashback. What? That's what he said before the fight started. But Mr. Rindo, what were you talking about earlier? Really strong too. I mean, you're using
相かぶり
tools.
すぎだよ。僕は人間としてそこそこできるってだけ。他の常連ズの足元にも及ばないよ。
You're giving me too much praise. I'm just a regular guy who knows a few moves. I can't compare with the others at all. Even though he laughs it off, it was clear that his actual physical capabilities were more than just a few moves. He had a gun, a knife, and a grenade. I don't know if I would say that's physical, but alright.
さて、カヌス。どうやら見る限り、皇族は数が多いみたいだ。力を借りてもいいかな？
Alright, Canus, as far as I can see, it looks like there'll be a lot more of them. Can you give me a hand now?
心得た。
Understood. Wow. Look at that. Just as Canus boldly stepped forward, now double the number. Not much more than that. No, much more than that, as if they decided to finally do harm to Monsieur with what pushed forward was a massive amount of spiritoi coming from every direction in front of us with a thirst for blood. Now would be a great time to have a grenade. That had to have been over 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm counting 18.
案ずるな。この程度の数は問題にならぬ。
Not to worry, this many of them will be no issue. After he spoke, Canus raised his sword and suddenly disappeared. And in one breath, several of the spiritoi to the right of us were cut in two right at their torsos. And just as I was about to gasp, in front and to the left, the rest of them were sliced from the waist up. They turned to ash, blowing away in the wind.
うわ、早すぎて残像が残るとか、漫画の中でしか見たことないよ。
Wow, going fast enough to leave an after image. That's stuff you only see in manga. Mr. Rimdo elaborated on what had just happened, what his true strength was like. The knight had simply just swung his sword at the countless number of boneless soldiers. No magic, no controlling of fire, just by swinging the giant sword he had in his hand. I'm trying to think of anything in this world that had the power compared to that. I'm sure anything I can think of would pale in comparison to Canus. As he lifted his head, he has no head. He saw numerous spiritual crawling out towards us from the cracks, and Monsieur was trying to seal. Just how many of them were there? A shiver ran down my spine after seeing the endless army of
あい
bone.
にくと、律儀に地上へ降りてくるのを待っている義理はないのでな。
Unfortunately, I have no obligation to wait patiently for you to fall to the ground. Crouching down lower than normal, Canus readies his sword once more. In the next instant, the sword itself let out a roar. This wasn't a metaphor, but what I actually saw in front of me. All Canus did was stand there and swing his sword, but he formed a blade, slashing through the air with huge force. And then, with just that, all the spiritoi that were falling from the sky had vanished. What did I do? What do? I should be a little afraid at least, but all I could do was stand there dazed. I felt like I realized once again why my regulars were called the final boss. And then, one within the group of these last bosses, the one they all refer to as a lord,
いいね。いいもの見せてもらったおかげで、俺の方もだいぶ乗ってきたよ。
Not bad. Putting on quite the show's gotten me pretty worked up too. Monsieur's finger movement spread up quickly. The shapes of the cracks in the sky slowly began to waver. More light spread, the harder he played. The cracks groaned more and faster, the faster he was. They continued to shrink and sink with Monsieur's performance.
これで終わってくれたら、こっちとしては助かるんだけど。
I want them to explain his dark eye. It'd be really nice if we could wrap all of this up already. The cracks looked like they were being slowly pushed in from the sides, and they were definitely getting smaller. It's over. Any one of us would have thought that when... It's that arm again. The giant menace appeared again, forcing open these fissures that were beginning to close. It was the single giant bony arm, and then... Does it have a head this time? Just like last time, its fist came hurling towards Monsieur and I in a simple attempt to crush our bodies.
ミシェル、マスター
Monsieur, Leah! Canus stepped forward with his sword ready to protect us.
構わないよ、カナス。俺に任せて。二人は少し退避を。
That's alright, Canus. You leave this to me and stand back. After that, Monsieur lightly exhales. As the fist collides, Monsieur uses all fingers from both his hands and plays the keyboard like magic circles. The overwhelming force digs into the ground around us, sending it flying. With it, the large, bony arm that stopped right in front of us made a sound like it was crying out, and I saw it slowly start to crumble away from end to end, and then Monsieur turns to face it as it crumbles away.
ここは君たちが、いや、俺も含めて好き勝手していい世界じゃない。
This world isn't where you, but that goes for me too. We can't always get what we want.
ここは人外の世界じゃないんだ。
This world just isn't made for non-humans.
だから、
That's why.
あるべき世界にお帰り。
You need to go back home. He spoke somewhat sadly. With the tune, he began to play again. This time, surely, the eerie arm turned to inanimate ash. With the giant arm now gone, the cracks in the sky vanished without a trace, as if all of what just happened never did. Is it over? It all ended as soon as it started. Looking around, although the ground was fairly broken up because of the fight, what also remained was the usual veil of night, with nothing strange to it at all. The usual Amasaki Island, the sea casting its waves, a familiar calm to their rhythms. Hey, Monsieur. It just didn't feel real to me, as I pulled on his sleeve beside me without thinking. Huh, whoa! Oh, he looks happy. Wow!
こんなに気合い入れて魔法使ったの超久しぶり。冗談抜きで疲れた。
It's been a long time since I've used magic like that. I'm tired. I knew this was real by the sound of the demon lord laughing on the floor and embracing me.
怪我はない。
Leah, are you hurt? Not at all. Actually, I'm more worried about you.
まあまあ、この程度の疲れなんてさ。
It's just a little fatigue, really.
君からのご褒美。新作コーヒーを飲めば全回復しますとも。
I'll make a complete recovery once I try that new coffee blend of yours, or you'll die. One or the other. Hey, that's a really easy recovery. Too easy, even if it was a video game. Well, I've got to make sure to give it my all to make it especially delicious. It'll be a cup of coffee to satisfy that. He'll shout for joy when he tries it. Good work, Mr. Demon Lord. When we get back to Enchante, you just take a nice rest over some great coffee.
ありがとう。けど可愛いマスターさんこそ無理はしないように。
Thanks. You make sure you don't push yourself though, my cute little owner.
突然こんな場所に放り投げられた挙句、とんでも人外バトルに巻き込まれちゃったんだからさ。
You did just get thrown into the middle of a raging battle between humans and non-humans after being transported here randomly. Yeah, I think I had enough excitement tonight to last me a lifetime. Probably enough for my next life, too. He laughed at my comment, but it seemed like he was dialed in on what I said. He, Monsieur Rex, the coffee-loving demon king known by all, he knows much about coffee and also skilled at brewing it. It seems he has met the heroine once before and is proactive in helping her. He visits the shop every day, but due to his work as a demon king, he generally visits during the night.
それはさすがに気が早いかもよ。
It might be a bit early to say that. Huh? He gives his usual kind smile.
まあさすがに今回みたいな危険な騒動は二度とごめんだけどさ。
I definitely hate to get into a situation like that again.
マスター、君がアンシャンテのマスターでいる限り。
But Leah, as long as you're the owner of Enchante, these strange and sprightly days will simply continue, he whispers. This is like the common route ending. Afterwards, it was confirmed that every single one of the spotted toy were eliminated from Amasaki Island. The GPM's higher-ups also acknowledged the anomaly was dealt with and closed the case. The plan to destroy Amasaki was also cut. The defense force withdrew, having no idea what had happened. We never understood what caused the wormhole or what that arm was exactly. They say the GPM will be looking into that. I do wonder indeed. The Kure were also able to finally reunite with the threat now gone. Giving their thanks again and again, they saw us off as we left the island. That's right, the one that was near us during the battle. It mentioned it didn't come out right away, wanting to make sure Monsieur and I had a little bit of space. He was like, oh. Also, about the attack Monsieur launched, that the GPM higher-ups considered to be one of the threats.
ああ、あれああ、いやー、とんでもないホールだったよね。
Well, but hey, that was one crazy wormhole, am I right?
あんなすごい力を放てるスパルトイまで作り出しちゃうんだから。怖い。
Wow, it's so scary to think that there's something that can make Spiritoy capable of such insanely strong power. Monsieur decides to blame it on the Spiritoy. Deflected the issue and was considered resolved in any case. Afterwards, on the boat ride back, I called my parents. I was able to confirm that they were safe and that the Spiritoy had never came to shore. It seems no tragedies occurred, and the regulars and I decided to return by rail back to Tokyo instead of running on water. Oof. Without warning, my eyelids slowly opened. It seemed like as soon as I got back, I fell right to sleep. I look at the time, and we were approaching the time today would change into tomorrow. Seriously, today was a roller coaster ride. Cupoo. Kororo looked like he was sleeping so comfortably I gazed at him as I think back on the events of today. I know, right? Kororo is so cute. I went out to the shopping district. I was flung away through the gate. I saw a giant non-human. Honestly, if you think about Stranger Things, it looks like the A night flare? Mind flare. It's the mind flare. I saw a giant non-human at Amasaki Island. Then everyone from Enchante handled it. All of that happened in a few hours between the afternoon today and now on the verge of the next day. My regulars here really are some amazing people. I woke up. Maybe I'll have some warm milk and try to get back to sleep. Being careful not to wake Kororo up and quietly step down to the cafe. Something creepy gonna happen? Huh. Considering how late it was, I didn't think anyone else would be here, but I heard a noise. Who is it? I wander outside wondering who it was here to find. Canus looking up at the moon and the mist hanging in the air. Canus, is something wrong? When I call out to him, Canus slowly swings his large frame around.
ああ、あなたか。
Is this how I know what route I'm on? Am I on Canus's route?
大した意味はない。
It's you. No, nothing. I'm not here for any particular reason.
少々涼もうかと、ここに顔を出したのだ。
I just came out here to enjoy the cool air. Look at this cool guy with no head. I see I woke up right now. Can I join
構
you?
わぬよ。口数の少ない我が相手でよけ
Rain
れば。
means he's excited. I do not mind, though you will be accompanying a man of only a few words. You know I don't care. With his permission, I stand along with Canus looking up at the night sky. The flowers blooming in the garden seemed to welcome me as they were swaying in the
今宵
breeze.
は
It's nice out
あ
tonight.
のような異変が起きたとは思えぬほど静かで美しい夜空が広がっているな。
The sky looks so peaceful. You'd never imagine the events today actually happened. Yeah. With Canus's words, I gave a sigh of relief, finally feeling the regular, peaceful day here had returned.
すまな
However,
かった。
I'm sorry. Huh? I was taken aback by Canus, who was suddenly lowering his head apologetically. What did he mean by his apology? What's the matter, Canus? I can't think of anything that you need to apologize to me for.
あなたになくとも我にはある。
Though you might not, I do.
あなたがゲートに引き込まれた時、我はその異変に気づくことすらできなかった。
When you were pulled to the gate, I hadn't even realized there was something strange happening. But
今回は無事に合流できたからよかったものの、
even though we were able to reunite safely this
あなたに
time,
何かあったら、我はソーアン殿に顔向けができなくなる。
if something were to have happened to you, I never would have been able to face Soran again. That's my grandfather, for those who don't know. He's dead, but it's fine. That was a mysterious circumstance that no one could explain. Honey bunny, hello! It couldn't be helped that Canus and Ignis didn't notice. He had no need to apologize. Hiya! Hello, how are you today? Though I thought that might be insensitive if Canus was still worried about me in that case. Thanks for worrying about me. I'll be careful moving forward. I'll try not to get, like, monsters. Me love bunnies. Me too! I also am into the love of the bunnies. And if anything like this happens again, I'll do my best and ask for help from you and the others.
うん。我も滞在時の夜には最大限警戒しておくことにしよ
On the nights I rest here, I'll be on my highest guard.
う。以後は二度と同じことがないよう。何があっても。
So this
あなたは
never
我が守り
happens
きる。
again. I will protect you no matter what. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Canus. That's so nice of you. Even though he's in his normal clothes and in his headless state right now, looking at how bravely he fought at Amasaki Island, I thought of how well what he just said fits him. I asked this reliable knight for his help with a smile on my face. Like, what a dreamy boy. Da-na-na. No matter what strange things happen in the world, the morning will always find its way to greet us the next day. How sweet. Doesn't mean it's a good day, but it does mean the day will come. To provide hospitality in those mornings and the day to inevitably follow is my duty. Yes, for those who are human, those who aren't. It's gonna be a group photo. I'm gonna have a nice CG of all of them together. Hello, welcome to Cafe Enchante. No matter who my guest is, I'll always greet them with a kind smile. Where memories and the aroma of coffee fill the room in this strange and sprightly cafe. This music was a bit weird. We're on Canus Route! We did! I forgot to screenshot. I was too excited. Okay. What's wrong is this is my favorite person, so having him first is a problem. No! Oh dear. Oh dear, I thought I turned the sound down on, honestly, these things. Help! Is he murdering the fairies? Yeah! This is nightmare? Is he having a nightmare? Is he straight up murdering fairies right now? Canus, what's up? The pale hand of death. Knocks on the door, all equal when it calls. But be it the impoverished living in a shed, or the king living in a palace, and both sinful fairies and innocent fairies, with not a single discrimination. To be fair, there's a reason all the fairies hide from him.
終わった
It's all over.
終わったのか
It is truly over. Canus uttered to himself as he looked up at Yggdrasil, the world tree. It can't be helped. This was the best decision. Those who witnessed this tragedy would all agree. However,
方法はなかったのか
was this our only option? He can't help but be disturbed by it, even if this was the right
この
answer.
罪は決して許されるものではない
This sin will never be forgiven. This spirit must never be lost. A raw sensation remains in his palms, the final gasp of the fairies that have been seared into his memories. However, because they are fairies, their death leaves nothing behind. They simply disappear. That's right, not a single proof of one's sins are left behind, not a single one. A gentle autumn breeze blows. That means it's like noon. Not discriminating what it runs into as it traces above the fire.
我が首なし騎士として生まれたのはきっと
Wait, autumn, no, that's
このよ
late.
うな時のためなのだろうな
The reason why I was born a headless knight, perhaps, is for times like this. Because I don't have a
この
face.
涙も苦しむ顔も誰にも見られずに済むのだから
These tears and this sorrowful face will go unnoticed. Dot 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 dot. Oh, is this his room? He's got plants. I slowly regained consciousness. It was awfully vivid for a dream, so much so that the awful feeling is still in these palms. I wonder why I dreamed of that day. Perhaps I am being punished, as I could never forget that tragic day. And with those thoughts, just as I tried to awaken from my drowsiness, I wiped the sleep from my eyes. Hannes, are you really sleeping? I am speechless. For some reason, Leah's face is in front of mine. Very close in front of mine, in fact. Daydreaming, perhaps? If you're going to sleep on the chair, you might as well sleep in the bed. Why is Leah in my room? Oh, wait. I think I have been hearing someone lightly knocking on the door for about a minute now. I'll be grateful if she came to check on me out of concern, but hello? While calling for me with a light voice, Leah waves her hand in front of my face. She is too close. So close that I hesitate to speak up. Then Leah tilts her head at my lack of response. What should I do? Did he really forget about our promise to replant the flowers today? Good thing I don't have a face, or perhaps it is a misfortune. It seems that she does not realize that I am fully awake. It is not like I have any reason to pretend to be asleep. However, I hesitate to casually say good morning at such a close proximity. If only she would take a few steps back. He's got anxiety and she's far too close. But I suppose I am not that lucky. Rather than stepping away, she came even closer and curiously peeked at my face. It's rare to see Canus napping like this. Since I can't see his face, I can't be sure he's actually sleeping. I wonder what his sleeping face looks like. Perhaps this too is a side effect of my facelessness. She continues to observe my face from all angles in detail without considering my personal space. She's just in here invading my personal space left and right. He's dead asleep. Just as always, Canus is still sleeping like a rock. I'd love to leave him alone in his peaceful sleep, but I'm planning to go shopping today, and if I can, I want to finish replanting the flowers by sundown. Try waking him up, try poking his cheek. Let's poke his cheek, he loves that. He won't respond to my voice. Just to double check, I wave my palm in front of his face to confirm that he's sleeping. Then, poke. Using my soft voice as a trigger, I reach my finger to poke Canus's cheek. Or so I thought. But as expected, my finger simply touches the air where his face should be. He's just saying he does have a face. He showed me. And now I once again try to reach for it, but the outcome was obvious. My hand touches nothing, only going back and forth through his head. Without so much as a physical sensation, I begin to slightly doubt if his head really does exist. It does feel a bit warm, though. I guess it's just not visible in the slightest. Anyway, I still have work to do. I'll need him to wake up regardless. Alright, at this point, I'll just shake him. As I place my hands on Canus' shoulders. Is this a shared room? 2019 Tokyo Gala. Splash. And plants on the side. What's happening? Oh, hey, Karia, it's odd to see you upstairs. What's wrong? Nothing. Received an order for coffee, so I just came to call you over. Oh, wait, is this... Is this side Ignis's room and the flower side is Canus's room? I'm so confused. After explaining himself, Kiria continued with slight reluctance.
さ、イチャつくなら閉店後にやってくれない？
Can you guys say the flirting for when the stores closes? I'm not flirting. Triggered by Kirida's remark, I quickly distanced myself from Canus. But it is true that from his perspective, we were physically very close. I can understand why he thought that. Well, since Canus was sleeping, I just came to wake him up, and we promised to replant the flowers today. I pointed to Canus with my gaze. Canus, he just won't wake up. Kirida immediately responds, Huh?
何言ってんの？カヌス、起きてるじゃん。
What are you talking about? Canus is wide awake. What? What? As Kirida points it out with squinty eyes, the brave knight who was napping, pretending to be asleep, suddenly got up, making a grandiose noise. A few minutes later.
それでは罪状を読み上げます。
I will now read the
被
charges.
告人カヌス・エスパーダは被害者との約束を反故にし、部屋までおびき寄せ、
The defendant, Canus Espada, soiled his agreement with the plaintiff, lured her into his room,
自
and
分を眠っていると勘違いした被害者の様子を長時間にわたり観察していたとのことです。
observed the plaintiff for a lengthy period of time while she assumed he was asleep.
なるほど。被告人、カヌス・ゲスパーダは、痛いけな被害者の顔をじっくりたっぷり堪能したということか。
I see. So the defendant, Canus Espada, was savoring the moment, staring at the plaintiff's innocent face.
誤解だ。我はそのようなゲスではないぞ。
It is a misunderstanding. I am not such a degenerate. Do you hear?
被告人は許可なく発言しないように。では次、弁護人、イグニス。
A warning to the defendant. Please do not speak out of turn. Next, we have the attorney, Ignis.
めんどくせえから極刑で。
Give him the worst penalty, will ya?
弁護人のくせに弁護をしないのか。
Are you not supposed to be my lawyer?
なんか変なコントが始まったけど、止めなくていいの？マスターとして。
Is this some sort of comedy sketch? As the owner, you can stop this, right?
まあいつものことだし、気が済むまでやらせといたら。
Well, this is just the usual. Why don't we just let them continue? Cue. An amateur court session takes place inside. Karia and Rindo were there listening to them with me. I thought surely he was asleep, which is why I was looking at him so closely, but I didn't think he was watching the whole time. The thought of it's so embarrassing. So with that, I decided to change the subject and switch gears. By the way, Kiria, I never really talked to you about this, but can you really see Canus's face?
Huh?
Remember when you came upstairs earlier, you knew right away that Canus was awake. I thought that maybe Canus's expression and his face were visible to you.
ああ、それ？別に俺だってしっかり認識してるわけじゃないよ。
Oh, that? It's not like it's clearly visible to
メ
me.
ディオに行くようになってからぼんやりと見えるようになっただけ。
I've just been able to see subtle movements since I started going to Medio.
それこそ視力 0.1 の人間が30メートル離れたところにいる人を見るみたいな感じ？
It's almost like having bad eyesight and spotting someone 30 meters away or something like that. Alright, let's see. I don't have many meters in my room.
だからなんていうか、あることはわかるんだけど、細かくはわからないって感じだね。
It's like I'm aware it's there, but I can't see all the details of it.
表情とかそういうのもなんとなくだし。
I can only vaguely make out his expressions and
と
whatnot.
いうか、みんなもそんな風に見えてるものだと思ってたんだけど。
Actually, I thought that was the case for everyone, but I guess not. Yeah, at least for me, I can't see anything at all. Mr. Rindo nods in agreement.
僕も輪郭も何もかもが透明で完全に見えない感じだね。
Everything is invisible to me, not even a single contour.
じゃあ、なんで俺だけ？
You're a fairy from the fairy world. You're from the same place as him. Gee, I wonder why. Why am I the only one? I'm pretty sure that's because you possess qualities of a fairy.
その通り。
That's right. Whoa, Canus, you're alive! It seemed the Fox court hearing ended without us realizing. I look over to see the others hanging around as usual.
先ほどのカリアの話だが、メリオゆえんの血を宿しているからこそ、我の顔を認識することも可能なのだろう。
About what Kadia said earlier, perhaps because his lineage is from Medio, he can detect my face. I see. That would mean a fairy who lives in Medio can see Canus's face clearly.
そうというわけでもない。
Not
同じ
exactly.
妖精界の生まれだとして、我の顔が見えるわけではないのだ。
Being born in the same fairy world does not guarantee the ability to see my
例え
face.
ば、ティターニアから見れば、我の顔は黒く塗りつぶされたように見える。
For example, my face looks completely pitch black for Titania,
一
apparently.
方でベンニーヤは、我の輪郭のみをかろうじて、カゲロウのように認識している。
On the other hand, Vinya can vaguely make out the contour of my face like the haze from a flame, so they say.
故に、そんな我の表情までもわかるカリアは、かなり相性が良いと言えるな。
Compatible in what way? Hence, if Kadia can see my facial expressions, it must mean that he and I are compatible. Anyone with powers of fairies can perceive Canus's face, albeit faintly. The first thought that came to mind, just as an example, would I ever be able to see your face? Is that even possible?
マスターが、
You, Leah?
今までは特に見えぬことを気にされた記憶もないが、どうしてまた急に？
Up until now, you've never expressed concern about not being able to see my face. Why are you concerned all of a sudden? Oh, I mean, look at what just happened. Not being able to see your face is what got us into this mess, right? Also, your inability to just say, I'm awake. So if I were able to see your expression, maybe we could avoid this in the future.
なるほど。それは一理あるのかもしれん。
See, you have a point.
そうは言っても、同じ種族でも難しいとなるとね。具体的な解決策の展望は？
Yeah, but it's difficult even for another fairy. Do you have any idea for a workaround? Magic? Creativity? This is my nightmare, by the way. I don't have, like, ooh, what a good choice, sprinkling down. Is this even an option? Does this have I turned this off and there's an option for it? Speed, text speed, configuration. No. They made this game random and I don't appreciate it. Well, I mean, magic, creativity. How about I repeat to myself as I cross my arms in contemplation. Then a great idea comes to mind. Oh, I know. What if Karia drew a sketch of Canus's face?
え？
Huh? You?
それは明暗かもしれないね。実際、カリア君にはカヌスの顔が少しとはいえ見えるわけだし。
I don't know why. I'm just picturing like a stick figure, just like a circle, 2 dots. That's a great idea. It is true that Kadia is able to make out Canus's face, albeit vaguely. Right? Can you do that, Kadia?
あ、いや、
Oh,
その、
well, what's wrong?
書いてあげたいのは山々なんだけど、
I would love to draw for you, but
今この場にはスケッチブックとかないわけだし。
there's no sketchbook around here. Oh, in that case, why don't you use this notepad and pen? Once he takes the notepad and pen from me, Kadia's expression quickly turns stoic.
何やら賑やかですね。
Sounds like you're having fun over here. Il and the others joined in anticipation of Kadida's drawing.
わかったよ。書けばいいんでしょ、書けば。
I'll draw, but
どんな敵でも文句言わないでよ。
you better not complain how it turns out. Kadida, still looking stoic, starts sketching. Oh, I'm so excited. 10 minutes later.
書けたけど。
There, I'm done.
拝見しよう。
Let's take a look here. Let's see. The crowd gathered round Kadida's sketch with their interest piqued. It's beautiful. Why is he doing the splits?
カヌス。お前
Canus,
とんでもない顔してんだな。
he's pulling your leg, right?
ごめん。俺、絵が苦手で。
Does he have hair? Sorry, I'm not good at drawing. Oh,
おお、そうだったか。本当にこう見えているのかと、我も不安になってしまった。
is that so? I was beginning to worry it actually looked like that. And just like that, Karia's lack of artistic talent was revealed. Il's comment, he looks like some sort of creature, right? Left an everlasting impression on me. It was beautiful. It's exactly what I wanted. Everyone else tried their own hand at drawing his face, but Kana's face remains a mystery to us all. At some point, dusk had fallen, which meant it was time for Karia to go home. In the end, with Ignis's final remarks, I'm over this, and I'm hungry. This case was temporarily closed. On the same day after supper, while I was cleaning the kitchen,
マスター、何か手伝えることはあるか？
Leah, is there anything I can help you with? He politely asked as he came to check on me. Oh, I'm done with most of the cleaning. All that's left is putting it all away. I'm okay, thank you.
そうか。もう少し早めに手伝えばよかったな。
I see, I guess I should have asked earlier. Without much else to do, Canus began to look at his surroundings, and as I wiped the wet dishes in hand, sorry about what happened earlier, Canus. I had no idea staring at your face while you slept would turn into a whole thing. After expressing my regret, Canus responds awkwardly.
ああ、いや、あなたが謝ることではない。むしろ我に責任がある。
There's no need to apologize. That was all my fault.
我が寝たふりなどをしたのが悪いのだ。
I was the one who pretended to be asleep. Canus slowly nods as if to acknowledge his embarrassment, or so I thought. About that, why were you pretending to be asleep in the first place? It's embarrassing to think back on it, but I don't want to leave this strange feeling unresolved. So I decided to
それは
ask.
その
That's...
起きたと言い出せなかった。
I froze up and couldn't say anything.
我に興味を抱き、微笑みを向けてくれているあなたの姿が、
Watching you show interest in me and smiling at me.
それが声をかけたら終わってしまうと思うと、その
And if I had said anything, that would have ended it. I didn't want that. Then Canus clears his throat.
つまり単純な話だが、我はもっとあなたの顔を見つめていたいと思ったのだ。
In other words, simply put, I wanted to look at your face for as long as I could get away with. Oh, so that's what it was.
うん、その点に偽りはない。我はただ純粋に
No
あなたの
mistake.
顔を見たかっただけなのだ。
No mistake about it. I simply wanted to see your face. What is this feeling? Now that he's being honest with me, I'm embarrassed in a completely new way. While dealing with my embarrassment,
しかし、やはり我の顔など見えたところで意味はないように思えるが。
however, I still do not believe that seeing my face would have any meaning. He contradicts himself from this afternoon. While still contemplating about it, Kana sounds like he was against the idea. Perhaps because he was born this way, he never felt unusual for being faceless or saw the importance of seeing one's face. I think there's meaning in it. Oh. As I go on to explain, the answer that I came to for myself, he reacted as if he was caught off guard. You see, the cafe won't run without customers, right? When I look at their faces, I can kind of learn a little bit about them. Like whether they had a good day or not, or maybe they look really tired. And depending on what I see, my coffee and menu recommendations change accordingly. Usually, if the customer doesn't have a preference, I will select something that suits the moment. But I can't do that with you. Plus, if you were to be in distress or crying, it'd be terrible if I can't notice that just because I can't see your face. But you can see his flames. Remember that time you were crying because you murdered a bunch of fairies? Yeah.
そこまで。
That badly?
そこまで我の顔が見たいというのか。
Do you want to see my face that badly?
仮に我自身が見られたくないと思っていたとしても。
Even if I did not want to be seen? Okay, if you did not want to be seen, I would never. Of course I wouldn't force you if you didn't want to. See, that's right. But if you ask me whether I want to see it or not, the answer is most definitely. I'm curious. Like I said earlier, you are to Cafe Enchante and to me as well, a valued customer. Is that like saying we're friends to a person who might like you? I see. Ah, he enjoyed that.
その気持ちには素直に感謝する。嬉しいとも思う。
I appreciate the sentiment. I found that to be very flattering.
だが、やはりあなたが我の顔を見るのは実際には不可能だろうな。
However, it is virtually impossible for you to see my face.
我は妖精であり、あなたは人間。種族を隔てる壁というのは、やはり分厚く高いものだ。
I am a fairy and you are a human. Our differences are vast, numerous, and quite obvious. Yeah, you're right. Human and non-human. It's unmistakably true that we are two different beings, but the distance between them is isolating.
だが、
However,
その代わりに、これからはよりできるだけ心の内を言葉にしていこう。
I promise I will do my best going forward to vocalize what's in my heart.
辛い時は辛い。楽しい時は楽しいと。
When I'm in pain, I will tell you, and when I'm having fun, I will tell
我
you.
はこの声であなたに伝えていこうと思
I want to tell you using this
う。
voice.
それではダメだろうか。
Would that not suffice? Canus' gentle words seem to comfort me. In response to his suggestion, I tell him, yes, that'd be fine. Thank you. That was rather simplistic of me. I feel satisfied, so I put on a smile. It's the beautiful world. Look at that. A few days later, on Shantae's scheduled day off, I, along with Canus and Kiria, and Kororo too, are visiting the fairy world media. Today we're having our regular tea party with Titania. We're also here to get Katia back in good health. While minding the souvenir I had put in my bag, I briskly walk through the filtered sunlight coming through the trees.
なんか機嫌いいね。
You seem to be in a good mood. You? Katia holds Koro in his arms. Guess what? Instead of making coffee today, I found some good tea leaves for black tea. As Enchante mainly focuses on coffee, this is not very well known, but tea is also a fine menu item there.
ほう、紅茶か。我もたまに注文するが。
Red tea, I order it on occasion. Yep, Enchante's menu mainly consists of coffee, but Titania mentioned during our last tea party that she loves the fragrance of fruits. I'm not an expert, but I tried my hand at making an original
へえ、
blend.
美味しそう。それは俺たちも楽しみかも。
Sounds good. I can't wait to try it. I sure hope that you all like it.
ああ、きっとティターニアたちも喜ぶ。
Yes, I think Titania and the others will like it. We get to see the fairy queen, maybe. We walk a little further, and as we near the center of the Vidrazil,
ここまで来ればもう迷うこともないだろう。
now that we have come this far, we won't have to worry about getting lost. Yeah, we'll be okay. Katia nods along in agreement.
我はいつも通り仕様があるゆえ、席を外させてもらうが。
As usual, I have personal matters to manage, so I must excuse myself. He is the bringer of death, after all.
日が陰る頃には戻る。それまでに帰り支度を整えておいてくれ。
I'll be back before sundown. Please be ready to go home by the time I get back. Gotcha. After seeing Canus off, the rest of us head over to the Nexus. There she is, our queen, and once we peek into the vast Nexus...
ああ、待ちわびておったぞ。
Leah, I've been waiting for you for ages.
別に来てほしくはないのですが、できる限りは歓迎いたします。
Hello. I didn't necessarily want you here, but I will do my best to welcome you. One's in good spirits, the other not so much. The polarizing welcome party made me smile. Good afternoon, Titania, Vinia, thank you for having us.
俺もよろしく。
Same goes for me too, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. The main purpose of this tea party is to talk with Titania. Unlike common tea parties on a table, we lay down a sheet near the throne and make things as intimate as possible. The throne is unmovable. She's not allowed to leave the throne. That is the curse of being the queen in this place. We share what's going on in our own lives, share the latest fabs and concerns of our respective worlds. Vinia, who usually cold, has been warming up to us lately. They don't immediately leave the conversation. And they now actively engage with us, participating in a dialogue.
これを見てみーニーヤよ。
Look at this here, Nia.
何でも人間界には時の流れに応じて衣服の傾向が変わる流行とやらがあるらしいぞ。
It seems that in the human realm there's a thing called vacation where their outfits change with the
ほら、
season.
彼女が持ってきてくれたこのファッション雑誌を見てみよう。
See?
様々な服が描かれているじゃろ。
We have brought this fashion magazine. Take a look. Aren't there so many different styles?
確かに華やかではありますね。特にこの花をあしらったものなどは特に。
It is quite lovely, especially this one with the floral patterns. Titania expressed interest in the clothing of the human world during our last tea party, so I brought over a fashion magazine that was lying around in my bedroom. It looks like they're enjoying it.
なんかさ、
I've been
ベン
thinking.
ニーヤってティターニャと話す時だけちょっと優しい感じするよね。
Doesn't Vinia sound awfully nice when they're talking to Titania? Titania, yeah, I did it right. He said in a whisper. Kariel looks towards the two of them, laughing with one another. You're right. I guess there's a level of trust or something like that. Considering Titania calls Vinia by their nickname Nia.
やはり人間界は賑やかで愉快なところなのじゃろうな。
The human realm must truly be a lively and happy
そう
place.
ですね。
Certainly.
行ってみたいな。いつかもしそんな時が来れば。ニーヤ。
I'd like to visit one day. And when that time comes, I hope we can go together, Nia.
姉さん、それは。
Sister, that's...
何言ってみただけじゃ。言うだけならわしにもできるからな。
I was just kidding with you. I know it's easier said than done. Katia and I both shocked at the conversation we heard. Rather than the term, Katia and I looked at each other in disbelief. Anyway, if we heard them correctly, Vinia just said, "Did you say sister?" Cute.
あ、ごめん。盗み聞きとかそんなつもりはなかったんだけど、ちょっとびっくりしたから。
Oh, sorry. We didn't mean to eavesdrop or anything like that. We just were caught off guard.
よいよい。この距離で盗み聞きも何もあるまい。それに後ろめたい話でもないからな。
Never mind that. You can't eavesdrop at this distance. Besides, there's no reason to hide
こ
it.
の際じゃ、わしとこやつの関係について改めて語るとしよう。
Now would be a great time to tell you about our relationship.
さて、今しがたニーヤがこぼしたが、言葉通り、わしらは近しい存在なのじゃ。
Now, as Nia spilled for us just now, we are closely related.
とはいえ、人間界の血縁関係とは若干定義が異なるがな。
However, our relationship differs from the kinship defined in the human realm.
姉さん。
Sister. As if to give in to Titania's casual remarks, Vinia begins addressing her
基
differently.
本的に妖精は繁殖行動ではなく、この妖精界にて自然発生する存在。
Basically, in the fairy realm, instead of reproduction, as fairies come into existence
わし
naturally.
らは単に全く同じ時 同じ場所で発生した妖精同士なのじゃよ。
Simply put, we came into existence at the exact same place, at the exact same time.
要は自分たちの関係を師弟姉妹に当てはめてるってこと？
Words, you're equating your relationship to siblings.
身も蓋もない言い方をすれば自称じゃな。
Right. Simply put, our relationship is self-proclaimed. I see. You both do give off a similar vibe and share some things in common, so I guess it makes sense. By the way, I have been a little curious.
何ですか？
What is it? I know this sounds really rude, but Vinia, which gender do you identify as? Personally, I feel bad for asking, but the best way to continue building relationships is to be honest and open with them, so I had to be brave and ask, then.
なんだ。そんなことですか。僕たち妖精は先ほど姉さんが言ったように繁殖行動を必要としません。
Oh, is that all? We fairies, as sister just mentioned, don't need to
よっ
reproduce.
て他の生物のように雌雄の区別がないのです。ですからどちらでもお好きな方で。
Hence, unlike other organisms, we do not distinguish ourselves between male and female, so I'm fine with whichever you prefer. Oh, interesting. In that case, judging from Vinia's demeanor, I guess we'll consider him male. And probably safe to assume they're siblings. After these exciting revelations, the tea party carries on. The conversation lands on the topic of the incident at Amasaki Island.
なんと空に生じた亀裂状のホール。それに無差別に襲ってくる異形たち。
Unbelievable. A rift-shaped wormhole appeared in the sky, and that's when the violent attack
そ
began.
れはまたとんでもない事態に巻き込まれたの。
That must have been devastating.
メディオでも稀にホールが生じることはありますが、
Wormholes do occur in Medio on rare occasions as well,
そ
but
こまで危険な何かが現れたという話は聞いた覚えがありませんね。
I've never heard of a case where such deadly entities appeared. I guess that wormhole is anything but ordinary, even from another world's perspective. Then,
しかしなんじゃ。
how to phrase
そなたは
this?
無事でよかったが、人間界の被害は甚大じゃろう。
I'm glad that you were safe, but the number of casualties must be huge.
縁もゆかりもない地の被害ですが、さすがに同情せざるを得ません。
Although we have no connection to your world, I cannot help but express sympathy. For some reason, they both look sorry and depressed.
被害って
Casualties?
じゃから人間たちのことじゃ。それだけの規模ならば犠牲者も相当な数であろう。
We're talking about the humans here. Considering the scale of the incident, there must be so many casualties. Like, I want to be this fairy queen. Like, oh my god. I need to know if the tells are part of her being. Like, I just need to understand.
辛い話をさせてしまってすまなかったな。
I must apologize for bringing up such a painful topic. Actually, it was an uninhabited island with only non-humans there. Oh, could it be? Sorry, you two. I was only talking about the wormhole, so I made you confused. It is true that some were injured.
あんたたちが思ってるような犠牲者はゼロだから。
There are
安
no
心して
casualties, so rest assured.
は？
Their eyes open wide in response to our
どう
words.
いうことです？
What do you mean? The regulars met up with us and dealt with it. Vinia scowled at Kiria's vague remarks.
常連のみんなとは魔王、打天使、魔獣、中年、そしてカヌスのことですか？
By regulars, you mean that demon lord, the fallen angel, the beast, the middle-aged man, and Canus? Right, everybody joined forces and dealt with the wormhole and the giant arms.
先ほどから何とかしか言いませんね。もっと語彙力はないのですか？
You keep saying dealt with, but I don't think that means what you think. I know, but it's so hard to describe.
確かにカヌスからあの者たちが相当な実力者だとは聞いておる。
But it is true. According to Canus, they are quite talented people.
それでもその規模ならば被害がゼロとは思えぬのじゃが。
Regardless, it's hard to believe the lack of casualties from the incident, right? Usually there would be the case, but our regulars, including Canus, are top tier according to
ラ
Rindo.
スボス
Top tier. I guess it means that they are the strongest in their respective or original worlds.
普段の様子からは想像もできないと思うけどね。
You wouldn't think it just from looking at them in their normal state.
驚いたな。以前は軽く話しただけじゃったが、
What a
今の話で
surprise.
がぜん興味が湧いてきたぞ。
I've heard very little about them in passing, but you've piqued my
時
interest.
間があればまた改めて詳しく話を聞きたいものじゃ。
I'd like to hear more about them when you have more time. After that, we kept talking about things that occurred on Amasaki Island. Time flew by. The greenery of Meteos surrounding the Nexus turned into autumn colors, and with that, Canus returns as he promised. On the road back home, we shared our tea party conversation with Canus.
なるほど。天崎島で起きた事件を。そういえば詳細は我からも話していなかったな。
I see, you told them about Amasaki Island. I guess I never really told you about the
ちょ
details.
っとした騒動があった程度には話した気がするのだが。
I think I mentioned to you that there was a little commotion.
それは多分カヌスが悪いと思う。
Yeah, that's on you, Canus.
確かに言われてみればちょっとではないな。だいぶだな。
You're right. Now that I think of it, there was nothing little about it, more like pretty big. I have a feeling that it's an understatement. Oh, I know, Canus. I was going to tell you. I'm considering visiting Medio more often. Is that okay?
我は構わぬと思うが。
That is
何かあった
okay.
のか？
Is something going on? Yeah. You know, Titania can't move from her throne, right? Even today, she expressed interest in knowing about the outside world. I can't do very much, but I can talk to her about the human world. I think that would make Titania happy. She was laughing, but the loneliness I heard behind her voice is probably how she truly feels. In that case, as her friend, I want to do what I can for her. Canus in response to my proposal.
そうか。それはティタニアも喜ぶだろ
I see. I'm sure Titania would like
う。
that.
彼女に代わり礼を言う。身も心もあの場に縛られる彼女に、あなたという友人ができてよかった。
I'll thank you in her stead, Leah. Thank you for being her friend while her body and soul is bound in that place. His response is so kind and thoughtful. Yeah, I'm glad I met such a nice friend like Titania too. A few days later, a typical day at Cafe Enchante, familiar faces sat at their usual tables engaging in casual chatter. I smile upon the peaceful scenery as I brew a fresh batch of coffee, and as I try to bring it over to Monsieur who placed the additional order, the doorbell rings as someone walks through the gate. Oh, who could that be? I'm pretty sure all the customers from other realms have gathered here already. The other regulars looked as shocked as I was and stared towards the room with the gate. Could it be Dromi? Then the reveal. I realize how off my guess was as I look up at the unexpected guest. Aha! What?
ベニア
Venia? Hana stood up and gasped at the arrival of our unexpected
騒
guest.
がしいですね。
Quite the commotion in here.
喫茶店なるものは客に対して礼儀を尽くすと聞いていますが、迎えの挨拶一つもないのですか？
I thought cafes were supposed to greet their guests with the utmost respect, but I haven't been greeted once yet. Welcome. That came out of like a question, but I hope he'll ignore it. He takes a sip of the red tea that he ordered rather emotionlessly. Everyone in the cafe was staring at the unusual presence of this first-time guest. But Vinia seemed to not care at all and placed the cup on the table.
ベニヤ、飲み終えたのなら、そろそろ説明してくれ。
Vinia, now that you've finished your tea, please talk with
な
us.
ぜお前がアンシャンテに？我に何か用事でもあるのか？
Why did you decide to come to Enchante? Do you have any business with us?
なぜも何も普通に客として来店したからですが。
Not in particular. I'm visiting as a normal customer.
客？
Customer?
それとも何ですか？この店は客を選ぶとでも？
Do you mean to say that this cafe chooses their customers? Oh no, it's not like that. I was under the impression that you were never interested in visiting Enchante.
ええ、ありませんね。現在進行形で全く微塵も。
No, I do not. Not even a little bit. That much is
で
true.
すが、それは僕の話です。どうやら陛下は逆のようでして。
But that is my personal opinion. Her Majesty, however, is quite the opposite. Titania? After nodding yes. Vinia turns around and faces the regulars gathered in the
陛下
cafe.
がこのアンシャンテ、並びに常連であるあなたたちにより強い興味を抱かれたので。
Her Majesty has taken a strong interest in Enchante as well as the regulars that frequent this place.
以後、僕自らが情報を集め、陛下へ直接お話しし、少しでも喜んでいただければ。
Henceforth, I shall visit this cafe to gather information for Her Majesty so that she may be pleased. Meaning,
つまり俺たちと交流して彼女に面白い土産話を持ち帰りたいってことか
so in
な。
other words, you want to fraternize to gather interesting stories to tell her. Does that sound about right? Does that mean you'll start coming to Enchante regularly, Vinia?
ええ、不本意ながら。
Yes, though reluctantly.
陛下のためとあらば、いかにも面倒そうな色物集団の相手をすることも。
I'm willing
やぶさ
to
かではありません。
banter with a bunch of lousy clowns if it makes Her Majesty happy.
こいつ、交流じゃなくて喧嘩を売りに来たんじゃねえのか。
Is this seriously about socializing? Sounds more like he's wanting a fight.
メディオで痛いぐらいに皮肉を受けた記憶が蘇るよ。
I'm starting to get flashbacks of those painfully ironic moments at Medio.
新規顧客の獲得ですか。アンシャンテの収益が増えますね。
Sounds like you have a new customer. That's more profit for Enchante, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. For me personally, I want to provide Titania with interesting stories too, and though I decided to visit Medio more frequently, I still have to run the cafe, so I can't visit every day. It'll be a good thing for Vinia to bring home fun stories for her.
まあそんなわけで、今回は簡単な挨拶だと考えていただければ。
Anyways, let us take the time for a meet and greet.
今後は一人の客としてこちらの店に訪問させてもらっても。
Would you mind if I visit this cafe as a customer? No, not at all. This time I was able to reply without
ありがと
hesitation.
うございます。では、
Thank you very much. In that case,
常連の皆さんも含め
it was a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
よろしくお願いします。
Apparently, Canus taught him how to pay the bill. After placing small crystals on the table, Vinia shuffles into the other room and makes for the gate.
驚いたな。
That was surprising. Canus utters as he watches Vinia walk through the
ベ
gate.
ンニアは基本的にどのような事情があっても
ベニア
女王のそばから離れたがらないのだが。
Vinia never leaves the queen's side under any circumstances. Maybe that's how bad Titania wants to get to know everyone. I hope we can start getting along with Vinia too.
ぜひそうしてやってくれ。あれはひねくれてはいるが、決して悪人ではないのだ。
By all means do so. They have a touchy personality, but they are not a bad person.
それに、我ばかり仲間に恵まれるのは、いさか不公平だ。
Besides, it would be unfair if we were the only ones to have
シターニア
friends.
とベンニーヤ、師弟が共に あなたという良き友人を持てたらと思う。
It would be great if Titania and Vinia could become friends with someone like you. Due to her body being directly connected to the world tree as the fairy queen, she cannot leave Medio or even her throne. She and Vinia are siblings, having been created at the same place at the same time. She has a strong yearning for the outside world. He was created at the same time and place as Titania, and they could be considered siblings when they interact this way. She calls him Nia, and Vinia calls her big sister. Surprising they have a term for siblings if they don't have siblings.
そんなわけでして、以後、アンシャンテに通うことになりました。
And with that, I will now frequent Cafe Enchante.
珍しく姿を見せぬと思えば、いつの間にそんなことを。
Just when I thought you had disappeared, I didn't know you were doing such a thing.
迷惑でしたか？
Did I worry you?
いやいや、そんなことはないぞ。姉としても喜ばしいことじゃ。
Not at all. As your sister, I'm quite
こ
flattered.
れでようやっと、ひねくれ者のそなたにも友人が。
How wonderful it is for an odd one like you to make friends.
心から大きなお世話です。
I must say that is none of your concern.
冗談じゃよ、冗
It was a
談。
joke.
ありがとう、ニーヤ。
Thank
そ
you,
なた
Nia.
の土産話を楽しみにしておるぞ。
I look forward to your stories.
あなたのために。
Yes, I shall
様々な
bring back
話を持ち帰って
plenty of stories for you.
そう。あなたのために。
Yes, for you. Scary. Just as he said during his greeting, he intended to do just that. Vinia began visiting Enchante as if he had been a regular this whole time. Canus, perhaps because he is worried if Vinia isn't accustomed to this place yet, always makes a point to sit with him.
ベンニーヤ、茶落ちそうになっているのであれば、感想の一つでも言ったらどうだ。
Vinia, since you're drinking that tea, why don't you say something about its taste?
ただ黙っているだけでは、ティターニアへの土産話も何もないだろうに。
Sitting there quietly won't give you any stories for Titania.
言われずとも分かっています。
I'm fully aware of that.
だからこそ、僕なりに言葉を考えている最中なのです。余計な口を挟まないでもらいたい。
That is why I'm currently thinking about what I want to say. Please do not bother me. Well, you don't have any obligation to talk. That's completely up to you.
そう言っていただけるとありがたいですね。ところで、今日は他の常連の方々は不在なので。
Thank you for the kind words. Anyways, are now the other regulars coming today? As you mentioned the other day, he seems curious about the others, while Vinia's curiosity scopes out the place. I think Ignis and Rinda are supposed to come in today as usual. At least I think they said that yesterday. And just as I finished my sentence, the front entrance doorbell politely rings, speak of the devil.
お邪魔するよ。って、ベンニーヤ、本当に通い始めたんだね。
Excuse us. Oh hey, Vinia, so you really are a regular here now. Welcome, Rindo. Would you like to order something to drink?
カフェラテお願いするよ。料理の方は後々の追加で。
Sure, I'll have a cafe latte. I'll order some food later. Cafe latte, coffee made by mixing espresso and heated milk, while often confused with cafe au lait. That one is made by mixing dripped coffee with milk. Sure, no problem. While I ran my pen across the order bill, Rindo sits down at his favorite seat. Then he proceeds to pull out a large tablet from his bag.
そうそう、ベンニーヤ。くつろいでるところ悪いんだけど、ちょっとした聞き取りいいかな。
Oh, Vinia, sorry to bother you. Can I interview you real quick?
聞き取りですか？
Interview?
君、 これから人間界に出入りするんだろう？だとしたら GPM のデータベースに情報を登録しておきたくてね。
I'm yawning. Oh no, it's far too early for that. You intend on visiting the human world from now on, right? In that case, I want to register your info into the GPM database. It's to put in layman's terms.
人外対策機関である GPM に対し身元を証明しておく。
Provide your proof of identity to the GPM, a counter non-human
なるほ
organization.
ど。ではここの常連の方々の情報も登録されているわけですか？
I see. Does that mean regulars here have all registered their information?
僕が確認して分かった範囲はね。最近忘れられがちだけど、一応僕、彼らの監視がお仕事だし。
As far as I can tell, people tend to forget, but my job is to monitor
な
non-humans.
るほど。彼らを含めた人外のデータを収集している。
I see. You're collecting data on non-humans, including everyone
わ
here.
かりました。そういうことであれば応じましょう。
I understand. In that case, I shall cooperate. He proceeds to answer Rindo's questions. Then, in between questions, Vinia takes the opportunity to ask Rindo what he thinks of Miss Seer and the others who frequent this cafe. Once the conversation settles for a moment, you're so annoying.
部てめえの自業自得だろうが。ひっついてくんなこのアホトラ。
You brought this onto yourself. Get away from me, you stupid tiger. A rather heated exchange can be heard from the gate.
ゴションス兄貴、俺を見捨てないでほしいっす。
I'm sorry, bro. Please don't abandon me. For reasons unbeknownst to me, Ignis exhaustedly drags Dromi along since he was wrapped around his waist.
彼は随分と情けない顔をしていますが、
Who's
彼
that?
もまた相当な実力者なのですか？
He looks awfully unreliable. Does he also have powers?
いや、彼はイグニスの知り合いでな。聞いた限り戦闘能力は高くない。
No, he's Ignis's friends. From what I've heard, he's pretty weak. Long time no see, Dromi. You look pretty uncomfortable. What happened?
こいつ、前にもやらかしたってのに、また証拠りもなく他の魔獣の縄張りに足を踏み入れやがったんだよ。
This kid never learns his lesson. He walked into some beast territory again despite what happened last time.
んで逃げに逃げまくって、ゲートに向かうとこだった俺にしがみついてきやがって。
So he ran and ran until he saw me about to enter the gate and latched onto me. Oh. Dromi is still hanging desperately onto Ignis, who is trying to untie him.
お願いっす兄貴。あちこちで俺を探し回ってるあいつら蹴散らしてほしいっす。
I'm begging you, bro. Can you please beat up those guys that are out looking for
でない
me?
と俺ベスティアに戻った途端に即殺されちゃう。
Otherwise, the second I return to Bestia, I'll be murdered.
てめえならその無駄に速い逃げ足で逃げ切れんだろうが。
Why don't you just use your stupidly fast legs and just run away?
万が一のこともあるじゃないっすか。可愛くけなげな射程の命が惜しくないっすか。
But what if something unexpected happens? Don't you want to save the life of your innocent little bro?
ああ、うるせえ。本当にけなげなやつは自分でけなげとか言わねえんだよ。
Shut up. Innocent people don't call themselves innocent. The cafe's room temperature quickly rises as the flames from Ignis's body begin to spark. Surprised by this, Dromi rushes to get away from Ignis. After Dromi runs away screaming, Ignis's flames settle down to normal as if to signal relief. Oh, sorry, Vinia. That was overwhelming, wasn't it?
いえ、それよりも
More importantly,
今まで尋ねませんでしたが、彼がその身に炎をまとっているのは。
I didn't have the chance to ask him, but the flames surrounding his body.
あ？んなの俺がビニトルだからに決まってんだろ。
This whole thing? That's because I'm a firewolf, obviously. Oh, remember during the Amasaki incident, Ignis was the one responsible for erecting a wall of fire on the ocean.
兄貴は正真正銘ベスティア最強の魔獣っすからね。そんぐらいのことはできて当然っす。
My bro is the undisputed champion beast of Bestia. That's a piece of cake for him. While Dromi bolstered it arrogantly.
なるほど。
Interesting. Vinias curiously gazed upon Ignis's waving fire. Yeah, they are doing research, guys. And so it went on. Vinia continued to visit the cafe. Before I knew it, the regulars who had initially been wary of Vinia have now grown accustomed to him being there. As always, Vinia drinks his red tea and from a distance patiently watches the regular customers. Initially, he was asked a bunch of questions, but nowadays he tends to listen in on casual conversations occurring around him. And at last, Vinia, who has begun to acknowledge everybody as very unique,
彼らのようなものをまとめ上げるのが、まさかあなたのような
I never
普
would
通
have
の人間
imagined
だと。
an ordinary human being like you would be maintaining order among these folks. Without sarcasm or displeasure, Vinia casually spewed his honest opinion. I couldn't help but laugh in response. Oh, I'm not maintaining order. I just happen to run the cafe that everybody frequents. In that moment, Canus, who was apparently eavesdropping, said,
そんなことはない。マスターがマスターだからこそ、我らはこうしてこの店に通い続けているのだ。
You are wrong. It's because you are the owner that we continue to visit this cafe. He excused himself from the circle of chatter and sat next to Vinia.
それと、我にも紅茶をもらえるだろうか。ベンニーヤと同じものを。
May I also have a cup of red tea, the same one as Vinia? Oh, that's new. Are you in a red tea kind of mood today?
ああ、いや、それもあるが。
Oh no. Well, somewhat.
単純に、あなたが入れるものを、作るものを、一つでも多く味わいたいと思ってな。
I simply want to taste everything that you brew and cook, Leah. Hannes, are you blushing right now?
なぜわかった？
How did you know? The fruits of my labor. Oh, or so I'd like to say, I think I just got lucky this time. I just had a feeling. I said, and as I am preparing the red tea and engaging in casual chatter. Vinia smiled. Oh my god. Vinia let out a gentle sigh and is staring deeply at us. Canus and I are stunned, being caught off guard. But as usual, Vinia without objection or sarcasm.
なんとなくですが、陛下がこのアンシャンテに憧れる気持ちがわかりました。
I believe I am beginning to understand why Her Majesty has a longing for this
あ
place.
の真面目なカヌスが、ここまで肩の力を抜いているのを目の当たりにする日が来ようと。
I never thought I would see the day when Canus, who is often very serious, behaves in such a relaxed manner.
マスターであるあなたも含め、騒がしい面々ですが、確かに、共にいれば退屈はしなさそうだ。
The people here are rather hectic, including the owner, but it would be impossible to grow tired of this place. It sounds like Vinia has come to accept Enchante. His words and tone of voice made me break out into a joyous smile. Thank you. I hope you keep coming back. Not only to bring stories back to Titania, but for yourself to enjoy this cafe too.
ええ、そうします。
Sure, I will do it. I'll do that.
では今日はこの辺りで。
I should get going for today. He replies as he exits the cafe after watching Vinia's back leave us. Canus begins talking, sounding dumbfounded.
驚いた。あのような顔をするベンニーヤはいつ以来だったろうか。
That scared me. I wonder how long it's been since I have seen Vinia make that expression. But his tone soon changed and spoke with a somewhat flattered tone.
やはりアンシャンテはいい。
Enchante is a good place to be.
立場や過去など関係なく、客を癒してくれる場所だな。
This is a place of peace no matter one's social status or history.
昔からそれだけは変わらない。それこそ、ソーアン殿のいた頃から。
That much has never changed since long ago, as far back as when Lord Sauron was here. Yeah, if it wasn't for Enchante, we wouldn't have witnessed Vinia's expression, isn't that right? Now that I think of it, I'm glad I took over Grandpa's wishes to become the owner of this place. Did he know you'd end up dating one of the guys that came here? And this is how our relationship with Vinia and his sister Titania grew deeper and deeper. And thanks to Vinia taking home fun stories, our conversation with Titania became even livelier than before. I'm surprised you don't send drinks home.
乙女ゲームとは要するに恋愛の駆け引きを楽しむものか。
So basically, Otome games simulate the intricacies of a romantic relationship. Oh god. Yeah, you went shopping for merch with Eel and them the other day too, didn't right, Vinia?
ええ、まあ。ただその時はグッズだのゲームだのが何かは知らなかったので。
Yes, but at the time I had no clue what the merch and games were about.
てっきり彼にとって重要な施設だと思っていたのですが。
I was under the impression that it was a very important facility for him.
私にとって重要なのは間違いありません。乙女ゲームは私の心の支えですから。
You're not wrong about that. Otome games are my emotional support.
はあ。
Il, who came along with us today, is participating in our casual dialogue, and as for Canis, the one who opened the gate to this realm, he has been in Medio since yesterday due to some personal matters, so he didn't come with us today. This time, Vinia was the one who opened the gate for us. In the midst of all the chatter,
やはり人間界には様々なものが存在するのじゃな。
the human realm is truly full of interesting people. As usual, it turned out to be a fun tea party, but after her gentle remark, Titania's expression is on one hand joyful, yet again somewhat lonesome. And on the whim, I glanced down by her feet and recall what she told me the first time I visited Medio.
叶うならば、わしもそばにいてやりたいが、わしはここを動けぬ身じゃからな。
If I can, I'd like to be with you, but I cannot leave this place. Can't leave because of your
で
position.
あればよかったのじゃが、物理的にな、わしはこの場を動くことができぬ。妖精女王というのは、そうい
I
う
wish that
もの
was
じゃ
the case. I physically cannot leave this place. This is how fairy queens work. No way.
すまんな、余計な話であった。それに、
Though her feet are hidden and invisible, I believe beneath it is the world tree binding her tightly to this world.
どうかしたかな？
What's the matter, Leah? Oh, it's nothing. I don't know a thing about the world tree, but is there any that we can set Is there any way that we can set Titania free? There's been a lot of typos in this one. On my way home from the tea party, walking with Eel towards the portal, I remember mumbling to myself unconsciously.
自由というと、例の世界樹と彼女の関係ですか？私も先日カヌスから聞き及びましたが。
By set free, you mean that girl in Yggdrasil Canus told me about the other
あ
day?
の世界樹そのものは、私たちからすれば大した防御力はなさそうですね。
Yggdrasil itself, from our point of view, seems to be weak. In that case, if you guys were able to separate Titania from the roots, we might have a chance.
それは可能かもしれませんが、それならば当の昔にカヌスが実行しているはずでは？
It could be possible, but if that was the case, wouldn't Canus have done it already? Oh, you're right. If he hasn't done it, that would mean there's a good reason for it. Yggdrasil supports life in the world after all. If we're too careless and something occurs, we can't take responsibility in the face of that hard truth I nearly gave up until.
あら、人間のお嬢さん、お久しぶり。
Hey there, human lady. Long time no see. Numerous fairies pass by in front of our eyes. A few of them stop in their
おじ
tracks.
さんもまた会えて嬉しいわ。ねえねえ、またそのふわふわの翼と髪、触ってもいいかしら？
It's good to see you again, Mr. Angel. Is it okay if I touch your fluffy wings and your beautiful hair again?
構いませんよ。ただ少々こそばゆいので、ほどほどにしていただければ。
Sure, but please be gentle. I'm a bit ticklish.
やったわ！みんな、お許しをもらったわよ！
Yay! Awesome! Hey guys, we got the green light. As soon as they were granted permission, the fairies started touching Il's wings and hair as they frolicked joyfully. One of them that didn't join the crowd approached and asked me an innocent question.
今日も女王様と一緒にお茶会をしていたの？
Were you having a tea party again with Her Highness? Yes, that's right.
羨ましい。私も素敵な女王様ともっと仲良くなりたいわ。
I'm jealous. I wish I could be a close friend with the queen. You look up to Titania, don't
ええ
you?
当然よ。
Yes, of course.
ティターニア様は今までの世界樹の花嫁の中でも最も世界樹に愛された存在だもの。
Queen Titania is Yggdrasil's most beloved out of all past World Tree brides. World Tree bride? So not the fairy queen.
世界樹の花嫁っていうのは妖精女王の別名なの。
World Tree bride is just another name for fairy
世界
queen.
樹に愛され、世界樹の力を借りられるのは
The only
妖精の
one
中でも妖精女王だけ。
The only one that can be loved and borrow the powers of Yggdrasil is the fairy queen bride. Or the fairy queen,
テ
my
ィター
bad.
ニア様はね、その中でも一番世界樹の力を使うのが上手なのよ。
Among them, Queen Titania is the best at utilizing Yggdrasil's
だから
powers.
彼女は最も世界樹に愛された花
That
嫁
is-
なの。
That is why she's the most beloved bride. The fairy says innocently, I see. Loved by the world tree, huh? But as a result, she's eternally bound to that place. The term bride, it's starting to sound somewhat ironic. And after separating from the fairies, we finally make our way towards the portal to return to Enchante. Then, oh. From between the trees and a short distance away, I can see Canus quietly walk past us. It's Canus. Did he not notice us?
彼にしては珍しいですね。せっかくですし、声をかけていきますか？
It's very unusual for him. We should try and get his attention. I agree. It's almost time for supper, too. Oh, goodness. Let's ask him if he's coming to Enchante tonight.
了解しました。道が少々入り組んでいますし、上空から彼を追いかけましょう。
The path is a bit unsafe. Let's follow him from the sky. Gil picks me up and flaps his wings into the clouds. Then immediately we catch up to Canus, who's walking with very heavy footsteps. As I contemplate shouting at him from the sky to freak him out, we reach a giant waterfall. There, Canus is not alone. A fairy different from the ones from earlier is there with him. But something seems to be going on.
お願い、見逃して。
Please let me go.
私、何も悪いことしてないわ。ただ楽しく暮らしてただけ。
I haven't done anything wrong.
どうして。
I was just living a happy life. Why does this need to happen?
誰が殺すと予言した以上、その死は決してたがえられぬ。
As long as I foresee your death, you can never escape it.
いや、やめて。私、
No, wait,
殺されるのだって嫌。死にたくない。
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. A flash. With Canus' immediate strike, the fairy's head and body separate and fall into the basin. After looking at his deed, Canus reverses course and starts walking as if nothing happened. Just now, I can't believe what I just witnessed. I'm left dumbstruck and confused. I thought you knew his job. While ill carries me above ground. He's quite literally death, my girl. Alright, I'm gonna take a short break after the music comes back on to go grab snackies. But I want sound. I don't want to pause it with no sound. On that day, at that moment, Canus relentlessly cuts down the little fairy. It has been 2 days since I witnessed it. Contrary to the shock I experienced, Enchante was doing business as usual.
あ、コーヒーのおかわり、もう一杯もらえるかな。
Alright, we got music playing. I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break to eat something, and I'll be back. Oh, dang. I ate it at a snack. I am back now. I'm curious how long the actual storylines are, given how long it took us to get into storylines. Can I have another cup of coffee? Are we gonna talk about this? Is she acting normal with Canus after that, or is she like a little irked or different at all? Promise I can't see the camera unless I actually have the camera on. LOL. Alright.
じゃ、俺は適当な炭酸とハンバーガー頼むわ。
And bring me a soda and a burger, won't ya? Ooh, bossy.
おい、聞いてんのか?
You got all that? Yeah, a cup of hamburger and a soda black, got it.
ちっげえよ! 炭酸をブラックってなんだそりゃ! お前注文ちゃんと聞いてたか?
Not even close. What the hell is a black soda? Are you paying attention to our order?
それに一杯と一杯。言葉って難しいよね。
Plus, she said a cup of hamburger. That's classic. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was wrong. Business as usual was far from the truth. Ever since then, I've been having a hard time concentrating.
我が殺す。
I don't need the flashback. It literally just happened, guys. Sometimes we don't need a flashback 5 seconds later. In fact, I would almost be okay with just a voice overlay and this pensive face of her like hearing it in her head. You know what I mean? Like that would be fine. Like, oh, I'm hearing it. I can't. The more I try not to think about it, the more it comes back to me. That gentle Canus without a hint of hesitation. As I was running my pen across the notepad absent-mindedly.
マスター、良いのですか？あの時のことをミシェルたちに黙っていて。
Leah, are you okay? Don't you want to tell everyone what happened? Bill's suggestion put my mind at ease, but reaffirmed that what I saw wasn't just in my imagination. You're right, but I'm very confused, to be honest. I know you're curious too, Il, but for now, can you keep quiet about it?
そうですか。わかりました。あなたがそう言うのでしたら。
I see, I understand, if you say so. Il nodded lightly and returned back to his seat. Though I told Il that if Canus came in, I wouldn't know how to behave around him.
邪魔をするぞ。
Pardon me.
今日は随分と集まりがいいな。
It's packed more than usual today.
リンド以外はいつもこんなもんだろ。むしろお前のが遅かったんじゃねえか。
It's always like this except for Rindo. Besides, aren't you running a little, bub?
少し野暮用がな。
I had to run some errands. He's normal. He looks and acts as he usually does. As I was searching for something to say to him.
カヌスがどうかしたの?
Is something wrong with Canus? Nothing. I overreacted to Kadia's casual questioning. For a while after that, I tried to keep an eye on Canus, but nothing really stood out. He was carrying on as usual. Just a little murderer. Then, perhaps because I was too obsessed with every little detail of his behavior.
マスター、今日は一体どうしたのだ?
Leah, what's with you today? Canus talks to me as everybody leaves their
いや、
seats.
おそらく気のせいではないと思うのだが、何か我に用があるのだろう。
I don't think I'm merely overthinking it, but I think you want to ask me something.
遠慮せず相談してくれた方が我としてもありがたいのだが。
I would much rather prefer that you just talk to me openly. Oh, well... Ask him indirectly? Nothing. I freeze up and break eye contact with him, even though I can't look into his eyes. Ask him indirectly? Did you kill the fairy in Medio? No way. I've never been much of a straight shooter. I've never had the courage to be, but if I keep this anxiety to myself forever, I'll never be able to look him in the eye and be honest. You haven't done anything weird lately, have you? For I realized I had asked an awfully vague question. Weird? You know, like a bad thing.
どういう意味かわからぬが、
I'm not sure I follow.
我は誓ってあなたに恥じるような行為はしていないぞ。
I certainly have done nothing to upset you. That's good. In the face of my awkward question, Canus, as usual, replies a straightforward manner. But as anyone would expect, it seems that he is flustered by my sudden questioning.
なぜあなたがそんなことを聞いてくるのか、我には皆目見当もつかぬのだが。
Why would you ask me such a thing? I have no idea.
細かい事情を話せぬというのなら構わない。
It's okay if you can't get into details.
できることならあなたには笑顔でいてほしいと思う。
But if it's possible, I would like for you to keep smiling. Smile?
ああ、そうしてまたいつも通りに我を出迎えてほしいのだ。
Yes, and as always, I want you to welcome me in.
この店はあなたは可能な限りそのままでいてほしい。
You and this cafe, Leah, I want you to stay as they are. I want things to stay as they are.
ソーアン殿の時代から変わらない我の安らぎの場所として。
As it has been since Lord Sauron's days, I want this cafe to be my safe haven. Canus's gentle voice and words offer me solace. But the softness when he says as they are, it sounds like he's trying to put up a wall around of his true feelings. The problem is I have no idea what my options are. I have no clue what path I'm on. Despite the pessimistic speculations, a few days have passed.
簡単な検査だから俺一人でもいいのに。
It's just a simple exam. I could have come alone. Oh, don't say that. You know I'm worried about your condition. Besides, I wanted to talk to Rindo too.
ならいいけど。
Is that so? Fine, I get it. We're visiting GPM for Kadia's examination. We make our way down the hall. That's right. The reason why I came with Kadia here is to talk to Rindo about Canus. With GPM's wealth of data on non-humans, maybe I can find something out about why Canus did what he did. He's literally... that's his job. Has she been confused? Have they not actually told her what his job is? And why he's death? He's the death fairy. That's why he didn't go to the party. That's why people don't like being around him. Like, this I thought was implied heavily. I've already let Rindo know I'm visiting, so all I have to do is meet up with him.
それじゃあ検査室あっちだから。
Anyways, my exam room is that way. Alright, I'll see you later. As I watch Kadia quickly walk away, I start heading in my direction. First, I have to get to the rendezvous point Rindo and I agreed on earlier. But he did say that GPM doesn't have a lot of information about Medio. But I'm gonna ask anyways. If I can get any information, however small, I would consider it a win. In fact, after that day, I visited Medio a few times with Eel in hopes of having a tea party with Titania. I was hoping the fairies would tell me what was going on with Canus, but...
Canus Espada 死を告げる妖精について
Canus Espada, the fairy of death.
知らないわ。何もね。
I don't know anything about him. The fairies, who are usually very friendly, immediately ran away the second they heard Canus' name. But on the other hand, I was too afraid to ask Titania, who knows anything about Canus. While those thoughts ran through my head, I reached the rendezvous. Rindo was already in the room waiting for me. He waves to
いら
me.
っしゃい。結構深刻な話かな。
Hey there, you got something on your mind? You can
そうだ
tell.
よね。みんなに内緒で話がしたい。なんて言われたらさすがにね。
Of course, since you wanted to keep this a secret from everyone else, it's pretty obvious. She could
と
have
りあえ
made
ず
them
飲
tea,
み
by
物
the
持って
way.
くるよ。適当にかけて待ってて。
Anyways, I'll go grab us something to drink. Take a seat anywhere you like. I graciously accept the tea that he brought over from the drink bar. I observe my surroundings subconsciously. Perhaps Rindo was overly cautious. There aren't any other employees in this room.
それで話っていうのは？
So what did you want to talk about? I'd like to learn some details about Medio. There's something I really need to know. Like Medio's culture, the fairies' ecology, their predicament. I'd appreciate any kind of information you can give me.
メディオについて？みんなに秘密でっていう割には随分と大雑把な話だね。
About Medio? I thought this was confidential. Don't we all know this? Well, though he has his doubts, he didn't try to press me any further. Then, after contemplating for a
前に
while,
も少し話したかもしれないけど、単純な話、GPM にはメディオの情報が少なくてね。
I think I told you this before, but simply put, we don't have a whole lot of information on Medio.
むしろ現地を見ている分、僕や君の方が詳しいかもしれないくらいだし。
In fact, you and I are probably more knowledgeable since we actually have been there in person.
世界そのものについて詳細を聞くなら、やっぱりカヌス本人に聞いた方が正しい情報をもらえるとは思う。
If you want detailed information about Medio, I think it's best to ask Canus for accuracy. Here's the problem. You're right. I knew this would happen. However, keeping quiet now won't solve anything. Despite initial hesitation, I decided to tell him exactly what I saw.
カヌスが妖精を殺した？
Canus killed a fairy. Yes, at least that's how I saw it. Rindo then fell into deep thought, and then
僕はそんなに驚かないかな。
I'm actually not surprised. I wasn't expecting that. What? But I mean, he killed a fairy.
ああいや、冷たく聞こえたらごめん。そんなつもりはないんだけどね。
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean for it to sound cold. That wasn't my intention.
僕だってカヌスが妖精を殺すなんて想像がつかないし、そんなことをするやつかなとは思うよ。
I couldn't imagine Canus killing a fairy. I don't think he has it in him.
けど、妖精界メディオは異世界なんだ。人間界とは何もかもが違う世界。
But Medio isn't comparable to the human world. It's a different world altogether. Maybe it's because I've been visiting it so often that I guess I forgot about it. Then he
他
says,
者を殺しちゃいけないのはあくまでも人間界のルール。
the rule that we shouldn't commit murder strictly exists within the human world.
世界が変われば正しいことだって変わる。
What's right or wrong depends on the realm.
現にベスティアでは殺戮こそ正義なんて物騒なルールが根付いてるわけだし。
For example, in Bestia, they say that murder is justice, not my personal favorite justice system.
そうなるとやっぱりたとえ君が見たことが事実だとしても何かしらの事情があるんじゃないのかな。
Regardless, even if what you witnessed was real, there must be some reason
そ
behind
して
it.
その理由を知るには
And in order to find that reason, you're gonna have to talk to
や
him.
っぱりカヌス本人に尋ねることが一番確実だと思うけどね。
You're going to have to ask Canus directly to be absolutely certain about it. Yeah, ask the Fairy of Death while you killed a fairy. Why are you so dumb? I think Rindo is absolutely right. There must be a reason, I agree, but Canus is always so kind. That's why I just couldn't believe that he murdered that fairy without an ounce of hesitation. It's just my own emotional response. I'm fully aware of that. The Canus that brutally cut down that fairy. A Canus that always looks out for others in their time of need will provide a helping hand. I just can't put those two together.
それなら初心に立ち返ってみたらどうかな。
In that case, maybe you should start at the beginning. Huh?
信じられないなら信じられるように。彼がわからないなら理解すればいい。
If you can't believe it, then you should really try to. You should really try to understand him.
アンシャンテに来たばかりの頃、ミシェルがよく言ってたんでしょ。これも相互理解ってやつさ。
Back when you first started visiting Enchante, remember Monsieur saying that it's all about mutual understanding. Just as soon as Rindo's words soothed my conflicted mind,
発見発見大発見
discovery, discovery, big discovery! Oh. A voice comes from the back of the hall. Rindo smiles bitterly at a figure comes rushing in. Hello, Mikaido.
おおこれはアンシャンテのマスター君お久しぶり僕の話を聞いていきたまえ
Oh, well, if it isn't the owner of Enchante, long time no see, but listen to this. What?
僕はまたこの天才の名が歴史に残ってしまうほどの大発見をしてしまったのさ
I've made a grand discovery that will ensure my name will be printed in history books once again. Mikaido's lab coat sways as he spews his science jargon. Hello to you too, Mr. Assistant.
いや、ジョシュ君。一応確認なんだけどさ、帝にも僕はこの時間来客中って伝えたよね。
Mr. Assistant, just to double check, I told Mikaido I'd have a guest at this time, right?
肯定する。
That's correct.
が、こうした事態は予測がついたはず。よって、措置の過失と判断する。
However, you could have easily seen this coming, therefore I deem this your failure. In response to Mr. Assistant, Rindo rolls his eyes. Wait, hold on. Mikaido, aren't you supposed to be examining Karia?
安倍カリアに関しての対応は、予定よりも早く終了した。
Karia Abe's treatment concluded earlier than expected.
またそれと並行し、別の検証を実施。その解析結果が予想外だったと、こうしてこれは騒いでいる。
Another test was conducted at the same time. It is not handling well because of its surprising outcome. Okay. So the outcome was so impressive that he wants to immediately report it to Rindo. Is that really what's going on?
というわけで妖精界メディオについてある程度は知っているね
Anyways, you know a thing or two about Fairy World Medio, don't you? Yes, we were just discussing that. I don't know if there's some sort of ulterior motive behind his question, but I play it safe by nodding
なら
along.
ば話が早い
Then we can skip the shenanigans.
実はリンドウがメディオから持ち帰った家電などの各種解析がようやく完了してね
Get this. I finally finished analyzing the flower petals that Rindo brought back from Medio.
なんと
And ta-da!
その遺伝子配列が紀元前に絶滅したとされている人間界の植物と極めて似通っていたのだよ
The genome sequencing closely resembles that of prehistoric plant life on Earth. Plant life
植物と
on Earth? Rindo and I look at each other. This would explain the
So-
fairies.
これを受けて僕は仮説を組んだ
That's right, and from that, a hypothesis is born.
メディオには何千年何万年か前に人間が何かしらの植物を持ち込み
I believe humans once brought plant life to Medio thousands of years ago.
それが巨大に成長した結果世界樹になったのではと
And as a result, the giant plant that sprouted became Yggdrasil.
な
Aha.
のでしかしそうなると色々と問題があるぞ
No, wait, but if that was the case, there'd be lots of complications.
世界樹ほど質量がある超巨大植物の存在
A gigantic plant life like the world tree.
どうやってその成長や維持に必要なエネルギーつまり養分を保っているんだ
How in the world did it produce the energy, let alone the nutrition necessary for its growth and sustenance? Mr. Makaido starts pacing around in circles as he gets lost in thought. What he just said.
ああ、ほっておいていいよ。帝はいつもこんな調子で自分の世界に入り込むからさ。
You can ignore him. Makaido always gets lost in his own world like this.
その意見を肯定しよ
I deem your opinion as a sound
う。
one.
適度な時間が経過次第、私がこれを開発課へと回収しておく。
I plan on taking this back to the R&D department very soon. Right. But he was talking about Medio. I wanted to hear more on what he
ひとま
thought.
ずカリア君の検査が終わったなら彼を拾ってアンシャンテに行こう。僕も休憩時間だし車で送ってくよ。
Kadia's exam is over. You should pick him up and head on back. I'm still on my break, so I can drop you off. I enter the back of Mr. Rindo's fancy car and sit next to Kadia. So, how did your exam go?
体調的にも精神的にも大丈夫だって。
You said I'm physically and mentally
一
stable,
番の懸念だった妖精の力もちゃんと抑えられてるみたい。
and that I'm suppressing my fairy powers properly, which is the bigger concern.
お、それは朗報だ。お祝いに何か美味しいものでも食べようか。
Well, that's good news. Let's grab a meal to celebrate. Kadia thinks on Mr. Rindo's proposal for
お
a
祝い
bit.
はまだちょっと保留がいいかも。
We should probably hold off on celebrating for a bit. How come? Kadia continues after thinking deeply to himself.
今までずっとごまかしてきたけど、自分の体とか正体のこと、ちゃんと両親にも話そうかと思って。
I've been keeping it a secret, but I'm thinking about telling my parents the real nature of my body. Oh, that's... Kadia's always struggling with this. As we think about this, Mr. Rindo and I are speechless, but
安定してきた今だから言いたいんだ。
I want to tell them now that I'm
父さんにも
stable.
母さんにもずっと体調やこの力のことで散々心配をかけてきたから。
My mom and dad are constantly worried about my condition and powers.
それと俺もなんだかんだアンシャンテで結構人外のこと勉強したからさ。
Plus, I've been learning a lot about non-humans at
遠
Enchante.
藤さんにも言われたことだけど、そろそろ将来のことも考えなきゃならないと思ったんだ。
Rindo reminds me of this, but I should really start thinking about my future too.
人間として生きるか、妖精として生きるか。
Rather to live as a human or as a fairy. Kadia
あと
continues.
家族に打ち明けたら、ひょっとしたら自分のルーツもわかるかもしれないでしょ。
And maybe if I come out to my parents, maybe I can find out more about my roots, right?
俺が妖精の先祖返りなのは、先祖の誰かに妖精がいたから。だからそれも少し調べてみたいんだ。
The fact that I've gone through astral relapse is because my ancestors are fairies. I want to look into that too.
俺が俺自身を正しく理解するためにも。
In order for me to better understand myself, his words are filled with strong conviction. Both Mr. Rindo and I are unable to stop him right now. Kiria is trying to think about his own future for himself. You're so mature, Kadia, considering you're only in middle school. I don't think I ever took things that seriously when I was in middle school. And without much thought, I went on to college, got a job, and ended up where I am now. As soon as I finish.
それは違うよ。
You're wrong, Leah. What? As he stares at the road and drives, Mr. Rindo
君
continues.
はアンシャンテにただ流れ着いたんじゃない。
How do you feel about
自力
Cafe
で泳ぎ着いたんでしょ
Enchante? Are you liking it? Is that a piece of cheese? So far, I'm liking it. I feel like it's gonna have some depression soon. I mean, it's already kind of like shrouded in depression as it stands, but story-wise, it's really interesting. I do enjoy the fact that they give us different areas to explore. Well, not really. We don't get to explore, but we get to visit, which I think makes the whole story a little more interesting. I feel like I've been spoiled though with Furche and Winter's Wish, where their mouths move. That's now my expectation. It almost feels like they're not talking. But I like it, the animation, not the animation. The art's really pretty. And concept-wise, it's really interesting. I do enjoy that there's a Dullahan as a dateable character. I was explaining the game to my sister yesterday because she hasn't watched the streams. She just popped in today, just so she knew what was going on in them. And she's like, wait, are any of them people? And I'm like, one so far. You already played this one, right? Did you like it a lot when you played it? You didn't just end up at Enchante, you chose to be there, didn't you? Aw, man. Rindo.
ソアンさんの後を継がずに、ごく普通の OL として人生を終える選択だってあったんだから。
Could have easily taken a simple desk job and led a quiet life instead of succeeding Sauron. Here's a fun fact, right? I think most of us have had a dream of having a cafe, a cute little cafe. Yes, I do love fantasy type games. Honestly, yeah, I'm excited for, which one is it? This one, Dairoku, Agents of Sakura Tortani, because this has yokai in it. And I think yokai are interesting. So this honestly is right next to that. This might be the one I do in March, or I might do, no, not March, April. I might do this one in April, or I might start doing Code Realize, because I wanted to do Wintertime in December, and I think that's the third one, if I remember correctly. I literally have to make a map of like the games I want to try and play this year. I actually bought a planner just so I could keep track of what I wanted to play this year. And I still haven't actually gotten to writing my reviews yet. I suck. To be fair, I work 40 hours a week, and I'm pretty tired when I get home, so I have to actually start doing it. I need to make a schedule. I kind of am. Right now I'm streaming 3 days a week. What was sad is on Monday, I had intended on coming home and working on my script because I didn't want to stream Monday night, and I already had a schedule for this week. But then my job, I ended up having to close and open, so I was too tired at that point to even sit down and write. But I need to actually give myself time to do it. But this has been really fun so far, so I'm enjoying it. I also feel like I'm streaming way more consistently compared to the previous years, so I'm pretty happy about that too. Yeah, I think so too. Thank you, Kadia. I know you weren't talking to me directly, but it felt like it.
あんたがあの店を継いでくれたから、俺だってこうして生きてるわけだし。
Your choice to take over the cafe, Leah, is why I can live the way I do now.
だからもっと自分に自信を持ってよ。
You should have more confidence in yourself. Kadia, Rindo, confidence in myself. Oof. I guess. They're right. Since when did I start investigating behind Canus's back? Because being the owner of Enchante is my identity and my place in this world. And as the owner, if I believe that we can be open with one another and develop trust, then I think it's only right that I just ask him what happened. You know, it's not like his name's the Fairy of Death or anything, but be there for him if something is wrong. My job is to provide a place where Canus can find peace and comfort. I received words of encouragement from Mr. Rindo, encouraged from Kadia, who inspires me by his attempt to better himself and his quality of life. Yeah, I decided to ask Canus directly about the incident. I totally understand. I get super exhausted after work. I'm trying to read the new Villainous Pirates of Disturbance game, but I keep falling asleep 10 minutes in. Wait, what's that? Is that an Atomi game? Is this like my life reincarnated as a villainous? The other thing too is I like to watch Saikuno. This is just a random note. And so sometimes my streams will start late because I'll be watching him stream. I just have like a hair on my mic. I can see it out the corner of my eye. Sorry if that's annoying. I have it on my list. That's funnier. I have so many things on my list that like it kills me, honestly. The thing is, I'm trying to play my backlog and not keep buying new games, but it's so easy to get a new game and then play it. I got this one for Christmas. Oh yeah, that one I want to grab. I saw that one come into my job and I was like, ooh. I know it's an anime too. I don't know if the anime also has the same kind of routes or not. Before I'm able to chicken out, I immediately go to Canus the next day and ask him if he can take a tour around Medio together. And be like, so, does this area look familiar? Did you ever, like, kill a fairy here? That morning, while watching Medio turn from spring to summer, we walk around as we casually converse. This world will always be so strange to me. The seasons change in a matter of hours.
確かにな。
You are right.
人間界に慣れてしまった今では、我ですらメディオの時の流れに不思議さを覚えてしまう。
Now that I'm familiar with the human world, even I am fascinated by Medio's flow of time.
その昔、我が人間界に出たばかりの頃は、人間界こそが不思議に思えたのだが。
Long ago when I first came out to the human world, it felt so strange to me. I figured as much.
ああ、季節の移り変わりがないせいか、時間の感覚が狂ってしまってな。
Yes, without the rapid seasonal changes, my sense of time was all messed up. Honestly, that'd be a really easy way to tell time. It's within a, let's say, 24 hours in a day, six-hour windows. 6-hour windows for a season. You can always have a gist of what time it is. Obviously, you know, the sun going down is a good one for us.
妖精界での用事をすっぽかして、ティターニアに迷惑をかけたこともある。
I've even forgotten about the issues in the fairy world that causes Titania trouble. Heh, no kidding. Come to think of it, when I first came to Medio, it worried everyone.
あの時か。あなたの姿が見えないと分かった時は。
I remember it was quite the fiasco when we noticed we lost you. Sounds like he was really worried about me. Canus places his hand on his chest as he recalls that day. Back then, the fairies called you the Fairy of Death, right? I smile as I stare at the
落ちる瞬間を
waterfall.
見た時は、
Felt my heart sink.
そうなのか。無自覚。
They almost killed you.
いや、当の妖精たちもあれらの中には長い時を生き、遊びに飽きたもの。
For a while after that, Canus and I watched the tiny rainbow created by the water fire. I began to recall my memories of this world and how I ended up getting to be here. I had so much fun in Medio, not only the fairies, but we even became friends with Titania. I feel like we've gotten close with Vinia these days
我
too.
もそう思う。
Part of that was a flashback, right? I didn't just skip through dialogue, my bad. I completely agree. Those two have changed a
ベ
lot.
ニアもそうだが、特にティターニアはより明るい顔をするようになった。
Vinia has changed, but Titania especially has a breath of new life in her. Is that so? I always thought Titania as a lively and kind person.
確かにもともと穏やかな性格だが、責任の重さに苦しみ、塞ぎ込んでいた時期もあった。
She's always been a very nice person, but she was once very repressed by the amount of her responsibilities.
その当時を知る者からすれば、今のティターニアは別人のようだ。
From someone who knew her back then, she's almost a different person altogether. That's surprising. I can't imagine Titania being repressed.
そうだな。
You are
彼
right.
女は我にアンシャンテに通うようになってから丸くなったとよく言ってくるが、
She often tells me that my edges have rounded out since I started visiting
我から
Enchante.
言わせればお互い様だ。
But the same can be said about
あな
her.
たと関わるようになって、彼女は見た目相応の少女らしい笑顔を見せるようになった。
Ever since she started interacting with you, she has begun to smile like the young girl she appears to be. I see. I'm glad to hear that. I'm at least of some value to Titania. As he stares deeply into my eyes, Canus honestly and truthfully speaks from his heart.
改めて感慨深いな。
How do you know he's staring into your eyes? It really is sentimental.
共
Sentimental.
に我が故郷を歩いていることが。
Us two walking together in my home world.
ソーアン殿は、かたくなに異世界へと足を踏み入れようとはしなかった。
だからこそなおさらそう思う。
Lord Sauron stubbornly resisted visiting a different world, which is why it's all the more sentimental. I see. Come to think of it, I feel like Canus seems to mention Grandpa a lot more often compared to the others. Grandpa, my predecessor, who had garnered trust from everyone as the owner of Enchante. Hey Canus, am I fulfilling my role as the owner of Enchante? Am I the owner that Grandpa can be proud of? My inner thoughts turned into a conversation before I know it. Perhaps he didn't see my question coming. Canus looks a little flustered for a moment, but...
当然だ。店を始めたばかりの頃はともかく、今やあなたはソーアン殿にも劣らぬマスターだ。
Of course, you may have had a rocky start, but now you are just as good as Lord Sauron.
立派に後を継いでくれて、ソーアン殿も喜んでいると思う。
You carry on his legacy admirably. I'm sure Lord Sauron is proud. I understand. I sure hope so. By the way, do you kill fairies? No? Okay. After that, Canus and I talk about a lot of things.
しかし、急にどうしたのだ？我と二人でここに来たいなど。
Anyways, is something going on? It's odd for us to be alone like this. I swallow hard to try and moisten my nervously dry throat. Leah, Canus, do you recognize this place?
先ほども話に出ただろう。以前、妖精たちがいたらを。
You mentioned it earlier. This is where the fairies pranked. No, it's not about that. Something more recent. I finally decide to confront him. What happened to the fairy that you disposed of here? The moment I ask him, Canus' demeanor changes and he is suddenly nervous.
知られたとは。
By dispose of, you mean? It seems like Canus is trying to play dumb, but I think it's pretty obvious. On the way home from Titania's tea party, Il and I happened to come by here. We saw you and tried to get your attention. Then... I don't need a third flashback of him murdering this fairy. I saw it. Oh, thank you. It doesn't have a choice. I can't not to watch it. We saw you kill a fairy at this fairy spot. I just couldn't wrap my head around it, you killing a fairy that was crying in fear. I don't know why this happened. So if there's a reason, I'd like to know. The reason why someone as gentle as you had to go and do such a thing. And the purpose of it. That is... As I keep talking, Canus, who isn't very talkative, seems unable to change the subject. Canus, you promised me, didn't you? That since I can't see your face, you'll vocalize your pain and feelings as much as possible. So I want you to tell me.
必要なことなのだ。
It was necessary.
この妖精界を守っていくために。
In order to protect the fairy world. Canus responds quietly, yet with a tone of importance. Protect the fairy world?
そうだ。それこそが我に与えられた役目にして。
Right, to protect the fairy world is a duty I've been given.
死を告げる妖精として、この世界に生まれた意味なのだ。
My purpose in this world is to be the fairy of death. You know, like everyone's been calling me this whole time. The fairy of death. Why must such a daunting presence exist in the fairy world? To put it frankly, the nature of this world requires it. Fairies lack a clear concept of death. They are each blessed with eternal life. Some even live for thousands of years. However, during their eternal life, the fairy population will grow and media will become overpopulated, causing distress to this very world. This is why, just as fairies are given life, it is equally necessary to bring death. That is my duty. From the moment I was born, I have been destined to bring death to my fellow fairies. That is the fairy of death. Canus Espada. Espada. That's what I said. He says his own name right.
妖精を殺すのは我がその使命を果たすための行為だ。
To kill fairies is to fulfill my duty. The fairy of death. Canus was born to kill fairies. So what I saw was you trying to control the overpopulation.
それもある。だが、より差し迫った危険を鎮めるためでもある。
That too, but it also is to prevent an imminent threat. Threat? In this peaceful world of fairies? What do you mean by threat?
案ずることはない。あなたには関係のないことだ。
Do not worry, this has nothing to do with you. It's his usual voice, but I sense doubt in his
我
tone.
が使命を果たしている限り、メディオに危険が溢れることはない。あなたも安全に訪れることができる。
As long as I do what I must, Medio will be free of danger and you will be able to visit safely. And
そう
so,
深刻に捉えないでほしい。
you should not be too concerned about it.
人間界で殺しをすれば重罪だが、妖精界では必要なことなのだ。
In the human world, killing is a sin, but in the fairy world, it is a necessity. Those were the same words Mr. Rindo said to me. Different worlds hold different values.
つまり、あなたが見たそれは、我にとって日常に過ぎぬ。
In other words, what you saw was merely daily life. The reason why I can't just let it go isn't because of the act of killing, but you say it's daily life, but why is it that why is it that you are in such pain? As if he was choking on something. His painful tone of voice inevitably worries me.
苦しそうも何も、我の顔は見えていないだろう。
Whether I am or not, you can't even see my face, can you? No, I can't, but I can still tell. Because I spent so much time with you in Enchante. So I know when you're suffering, that you're in pain, that you're in agony.
我は以前言ったはずだ。自らの気持ちを正直に声に出すよう、今後は努めると。
I told you in the past that I will speak more openly about my feelings.
その我自身がこう言っているのだ。我はいちいち義務になど、心を痛めたりはしないと。
So I'm telling you now, doing what I must does not hurt me. But
ならば、
with that said,
我を見ろ。
look at me, Leah. As I try to plead with him, Canus takes off his helmet and cuts me off.
見えるか？見えまい。
Can you see it? You cannot.
我が今、どんな顔で言葉を紡いでいるか、あなたに見ることができるのか？
Can you see what my face looks like right now as I talk?
それが我とあなたを隔てる壁。人間と人外の壁だ。
You're mean. You're so mean right now. He's so mean. This is what separates you and I, the separator between humans and non-humans.
苦しんでいる。辛く思っている。
Are you in pain? Are you suffering?
何をバカな。そんなものはあなたの思い違いだ。
It is nonsense. That is just your imagination.
それに我は、人間たるあなたに、そんなことを理解してくれと頼んでいない。
Why is he being so mean? Besides, I've never asked of you, a human, to understand such a thing.
忘れるな。我は人外だ。あなたの理解が及ばぬ世界に生きる者。
Man, this is why this is a story and not real life, because this was me. I wouldn't talk to him after this. I'd be like, dude, you got it. I'll make your food and we're done. Do not forget, I am a non-human. I am from a world you do not understand. Canus continues to bombard me with reality checks as I am speechless.
人間界の常識で語るな。人間界の尺度で考えるな。
Also, I want to say CG has some respect for the fact that he does have a head, you know, like maybe just a little further back. Just give the impression that a head would be there. Human logic does not apply here. Human lifestyles do not belong
我
here.
とあなたは所詮、アンシャンテという一点でつながっているだけに過ぎぬ。
Man, he just keeps driving that nail, doesn't he? You and I at the end of the day have one single connection, Enchante.
だから、これ以上は我に踏み込むな。少なくとも、ソーアン殿はそうだった。
Yeah, that's why Sora never came here. So please do not interfere any further. At least that is how Lord Soran was.
アンシャンテは、あの場所は、
Enchante, that place.
来客を温かく迎え入れ、しかし各々の事情へは踏み込まぬ。
Warmly welcomed customers but didn't interfere with people's matter.
それが、我の望むアンシャンテだ。だからこそ我は、あの店に通っていた。
That is the Enchante we desire. That is why I frequent the
故
cafe.
にそれを変えるような真似は、しないでくれ。
So please do not do anything to change that. You just said you liked the change. A clear-cut rejection and a painful reality. With Canus once out of Enchante, I took ownership of and now run. To protect Soran Awaki, Enchante the way it was. How ironic. I wanted him to speak his mind more often, but the moment he starts doing that, I end up getting my feelings hurt. I thought that if I spoke up and asked that I would get closer to Canus. I thought we could understand each other. Better if we spoke our minds honestly, regardless of being human or non-human. Canus's words are painful to hear. I feel a hot tear fall upon my cheek at the sight of me crying. Canus emotionless turns his back on me and walks away. And he left her crying. Oh my gosh. This is the end. It's just ... I cannot find the strength to wipe her tears. I turn my back against Leah and keep walking. Then I eventually stop. The only sound I can make is my usual hollow breathing. I never wanted her to see me. And I never wanted her to know. She has been living a quiet, meaningful life. She is a gentle soul. I didn't want her to witness me doing what I must, my death-ridden duty. I look up at the sound of shuffling bushes.
ベニヤ。
Venia.
勝手ながら一部始終を見物させてもらいました。
I hate to say it, but I saw what just happened.
どうやら彼女には全てを見られていたようですね。
It appears she has witnessed everything.
昇進のところ申し訳ありませんが、陛下が呼んでいます。ついてきてください。
I know this isn't the best timing, but Her Highness has summoned you. Please follow me. Just like the first time he invited her to this world. Vinia walks away before I can answer as I follow behind Vinia. The Queen's throne eventually appears.
どうしたんじゃ、カヌス。今日は一日あの者と過ごす予定ではなかったのか？
What's the matter, Canus? I thought you were spending the whole day with Leah.
いや、我はあなたが我を呼んでいると言われ、ここまでやってきたのだが。
Came here because I was told you summoned me.
ああ、それなら嘘です。
Oh yes, that was a lie.
何？
What did you say? The Chancellor of the Fairy World speaks with no shame. Vinia then turns to face Titania.
陛下、アンシャンテのマスターがカヌスの妖精殺しを目撃しました。
Your Highness, the owner of Enchante, witnessed Canus executing a fairy. What?
ベニヤ、ティタニアに伝える必要は。
Vinia, there's no need for Titania to hear that. Vinia did not even flinch from objecting. He firmly faced forward towards Titania. Her childlike features distort as she speaks.
そうか。見られてしまったか。
I see. She saw
異
you.
分子を招き込んだままにその使命を果たし続けていたのです。この結果は遅かれ早かれ予想できたこと。
He's been fulfilling his duty while having invited a foreign being. This outcome should have been
ただ
foreseen.
まあ、それに関しては事態を理解した上で忠告していなかった僕にも責がありますが。
However, I also bear some responsibility for not cautioning him while being aware of it. Maybe someone should have been escorting them to and from the gate. You know what I mean? Like always with a ferry.
それで、あ
So,
の者とは話したのか？
have you spoken with Leah yet? Titania looks concerned. She too has become close with Leah. She must be curious how Leah reacted since she now knows the fairy world secret. Dude, they call him the Fairy of Death. I'm sorry, it wasn't much of a secret. However,
人間界の常識で語る我とあなたはだから
I don't need the flashback. You made her cry. You made her cry. You better feel bad. I tried to say something, but in the end I simply could not. And as if she took notice of my suffering, Titania too did not speak any further. Vinia watches as we stand in silence, ever so calmly.
やはり嘆くだけなのですね。
So all you do is brood.
不服に思うのであれば帰ればいい。不満に思うのであれば拭えばいい。なぜ現状を受け入れるだけなのですか？
If you disagree, change your perspective. If you are discontent, change your attitude. Why must you settle for normalcy? A cold rage. There is a subtle tone of hatred in his
本
speak.
当はあなたたちも今のままでは何も解決しないと分かっているのでしょう。
You both know that the status quo will nor solve anything, don't
嘆
you?
いたところで世界は何も変わりはしない。
Brooding will not change the world.
嘆いたところで妖精を殺さなければいけない。
Brood all you want, but you are still required to kill fairies.
嘆いたところで姉さんに自由は訪れない。
Brooding won't bring freedom to my sister. She'll be eternally bound to Yggdrasil.
やめろベニーヤ
Stop it, Vinia.
そのようなこと言われずとも理解している
I'm fully aware of that.
これ
However,
は我がなすべきことなのだ我がやらなければ
this is the
この妖精
job
界そ
I
のもの
must
だ
do. If I do not do it, the fairy world itself will.
その妖精界のためにどれだけの献身をするつもりで
And how much of yourself do you plan on devoting to the fairy
あ
world?
なたが同胞を殺すことでこの世界は世界中は何かを返してくれましたか？
By killing your brethren, what has the world tree given to you in return?
むしろ
Damn.
今回のようにあなたを苦しめるばかりではないですか？
In fact, all it has ever given you is pain and suffering.
元より見返りなど求めていないただ我は
I've never asked for anything in return. I'm
使
just.
命を果たしているだけですか？その言葉は聞き飽きました。
Doing what you must. I've heard this too many times.
問い方を変えましょう。
Let me put it this way.
カヌス、あなたは
Canus, do you
今後も妖精を殺した直後、アンシャンテに何食わぬ顔で出向き、
intend to continue to kill fairies and visit Enchante as if nothing happened?
何の罪もない妖精たちを殺めたその手で、変わらず彼女に触れていくのですか？
And make contact with her with all that fairy blood on your hands?
ニーヤ、なんてことを。
Nia, how could you say such a thing?
僕は事実を言っただけです。
I'm simply stating facts.
ですが、その手から罪は拭えずとも、これ以上手を汚さない方法ならある。
You may never wash the guilt from your hands, but there is a way to prevent further stains.
何
What?
カヌス、姉さん。100年ほど前に、あなたたちに持ちかけた話を覚えていますか？
Canus, sister, do you remember what I had proposed to you nearly 100 years ago? 100 years ago. Does not immediately ring a bell, but Titania, on the other hand, instantly grasp what Vinia is hinting at and turns pale.
なぜ今さらその話を蒸し返す？ならぬ。絶対にならぬぞ。
What? Why would you bring that up so suddenly? No, you must not.
どうしてです？
How come?
どうしてだと。そなたは、かつての悲劇を忘れたとでも言うのか。
Canus is like death. He has to do the job even if he doesn't want to. Yeah, and that's it. I don't know why she was confused. It's like, Fairy of Death, what are you up to, my guy? Like, that's... his name literally implied it all. How come? Have you forgotten the atrocity?
そなたと同じことを考えた。カヌスの先代がそれを実行した結果。
Canus's predecessor, who once thought as you do, acted upon it
何
and...
が起こったのか。そなたもその目で見たであろう。
You've seen with your own eyes what can happen, did you not? Memories suddenly flood my mind. Also, I kind of wish different worlds had different time. Like, I'm trying to think of the name of that one movie. You know how planets revolve differently, thus time is different on different planets. Like, I feel like time should be different in different worlds. Like, 24 hours should be 24 hours. Like, they could have been like, hey, just so you know, a day here is a week in real time. So, like, we can't stay here too long if you don't want to, like, see 3 months go by, you know? Memories suddenly flood my mind. Memories full of terrified screams. Memories of constant killing. I suppress these painful memories as if to crush them in my
我も
palms.
それだけは反対だ。
I wholeheartedly disagree.
先代の死を告げる妖精、彼女がなそうとした行為だけは
The fairy of death before me.
認
What
めてはならん
she...
のだ。
Calm down. Canus, I'm trying to talk over you. Calm down. The fairy of death before me, what she tried to do must never be forgiven. What she tried to do? What did she look like? Did she also not have a head? Like, what did her armor look like, I guess?
確かに。カネス一人だけでは可能性は低いのかもしれません。
It's true, Canus alone would not stand a
で
chance.
すが、今ならできるはずだ。あなたがこの妖精界に、その鍵を招き入れたのだから。
But it may be possible now you have brought the solution to fairy world.
何？
What?
アンシャンテの常連。各世界最強と謳われる実力者たち。
Enchante's regulars, the strongest from their respective worlds.
彼らの力を借りれば、あるいは
If we can use their powers, or perhaps...
まさか、ベンニーヤ。
Venia, do not tell me you
お
are...
前がアンシャンテに出入りするようになった本当の目的は？
The true reason why you started visiting Enchante was to...
ええ、アンシャンテの常連たち。その戦力を見定めるためです。
That's right, to scout the potential talent of Enchante's
で
regulars.
すが、僕がそんなことをせずとも、彼らの実力は、他でもないあなたが一番理解しているのでは？
However, even without me doing so, you know very well how powerful they are, don't you?
確かに。彼らのことは我も信頼している。その各々が実力者だとも承知している。
You have a point, and I do trust them, and I am aware of their power.
だが、
But still I worry. I look up and trace the stems that bind Titania to the tree.
この世界中の脅威は彼らの予想や実力すらも上回るものかもしれんのだ。
The threads of this world may very well exceed their powers or imagination.
わずかでも失敗の可能性がある以上、そして確実に甚大な被害が出る以上、
As long as there's a chance of failure and a chance of inflicting casualties,
お前の提案に断じてうなずくわけにはいかぬ。
I cannot and will not accept your proposal. Besides, I already broke the cafe owner's heart just now and left her crying in the middle of a field, I exclaimed, as if to stop him, but...
失敗の可能性、被害が出る。
Chance of failure? Casualties? Vinia laughs at my objection.
それが何だって言うんだ
Ooh, what of it? He explodes into utter
あなたた
rage.
ちは被害者だ
You are the victims.
この忌々しい世界に世界中に運命を縛られた被害者なのに
You are the victims strangled by this aggravating world.
世界中にいいように利用されてただ搾取されるだけの存在
You are merely a puppet of the world tree, a subject of exploitation.
なぜそんな理不尽を許容するなぜ悲劇から脱しようとしないなぜ現状維持に逃げようとする
How can you allow such cruelty? Why do you not try to escape this tragedy? Why must you stick to the status quo?
世界を変えるためのこれが最初で最後の希望かもしれないんだぞ
This could be our best and possible last chance to change the world.
あなたたちの宿命を考えれば多少の犠牲など捨ておけばいい
Considering the insignificant lives you've been destined to take?
ああそうそう姉さんを犠牲になり立つ世界の住民などいくら消えたところで構いはしない
That's right. Beings that exist at my sister's expense are all disposable lives. Ugh. Nia. Hatred towards the world. Hatred towards the world tree. Hatred towards what gives his sister life. The emotions deep down inside of him convince him that the best path to take is the path that my predecessor once took. All in the name of escaping a cruel reality, no matter how many lives are at stake. Despite the sincere candidness,
我にはできぬ。
I can't do it.
今以上に殺すことは我には
I cannot kill any more than I do now. I cannot allow myself to choose the path of numerous deaths.
ニーヤ、もう良い。そなたの思いはよくわかった。
Nia, that's enough. We fully understand how you feel.
けれどどうか、もうこれ以上はやめておくれ。
But please, don't go any further.
当然、そなたはわしにとって一等特別じゃが、この世界に生きるすべての妖精たちも、また同じように大切な存在なのじゃ。
Of course you are special to me, but all the fairies that live in this world are special to me
そ
too.
れを礎にしてまで、わしは自由を得とうない。それに何より、
I would never go as far as to step on them in order to gain freedom.
そ
Besides,
なたとカヌスが言い合う姿など、わしは見たくないのじゃ。
I don't want to watch you and Canus argue like this. Vinia's sister and the queen. After seeing the world tree's bride's tears,
あなたに少しでも期待した僕が愚かでした
it was my fault for thinking I could count on you.
何が騎士だ普段守る同行と言っているくせに今はもうその姿すら
And you call yourself a
見
knight.
たくない
You boast about protecting every day, but now I can't stand to look at you. Vinia's expression expresses contempt as he looks at his feet. I am unable to respond.
すまぬ。
I'm sorry. That's a response. I'm hesitant to respond is probably better. All I can do is muster an apology as I walk away. And perhaps Leah, who I had rejected, she's probably overwhelmed by the same feelings of disappointment at this point. She's in her room crying, my guy. Enchante.
世界樹からの解放。夢見たことがないかと問われれば、それは嘘になるのもまた事実。
Liberation from Yggdrasil. I would be lying if I said I never dreamt of it.
姉さん
Sister.
どうしても。
However, I
わしは
cannot
恐ろしいのじゃ。
shake this
そな
fear.
たの案を実行した結果、どれほどの妖精たちが犠牲になるのかが。
If we were to act upon your proposal, how many fairies would be sacrificed?
なんじゃ、この揺れは。
That an
わ
earthquake?
からない。けど、これはただごとじゃ。
I don't know, but this is not ordinary.
大変よ、女王様、ベニア。
Trouble! Big trouble, my queen Vinia!
世界樹の幹の近く、ここよりもっと下の根の部分に。
Near the trunk of Yggdrasil, deep down at the
とって
roots.
も大きな、見たこともない穴が開いてるの。
There's a giant hole. Like we've never seen before.
まさか。
Could it
ホ
be?
ールが発生したのか。だがこれほどの揺れを起こすホールなど、メディオでは今まで。
Is there a wormhole? But a wormhole so big it causes an earthquake has never occurred in Medio.
姉さん。
Sister.
女王様。
My queen.
これは、世界樹。
This is the world tree.
姉さん。姉さん。
Sister.
揺れが止まったわ。
The earthquake stopped.
ねえ、女王様は大丈夫？
Is
い
the
きなり
queen
眠っちゃったけど。
okay? She fell asleep all of a sudden.
心配いりません。他の妖精たちの様子を見てきてください。
No need to worry. Please go check on the other fairies.
もし混乱しているようなら、もう大丈夫だと伝えて構わない。
If they are still confused, tell them that everything is okay now.
わかった。女王様のことはお願いね。
Understood. Please take care of the queen.
さあ、
Sister.
改めて恨むぞ。世界中。
Yggdrasil, you've gone too far this
お前
time.
はやっぱり僕にとっては。
You truly
Tequila.
are my enemy.
お前が姉さんを殺すというのなら、僕はどんな手を使ってでも。
If you wish to kill my
Ayo.
sister, I will do whatever it takes. Five days had passed since that day. Embarrassingly enough, I have been absent-minded ever since.
バレただから。
Canus's words cut deeper than anything I've ever heard, and Canus himself hasn't visited the cafe since. Even if he did visit, what sort of face should I make as I welcome him? The separator between human and non-human, owner and customer, personal matters not meant for others. Mia's my Enchante. Sir Wanawaki, he's grandpa's Enchante. I haven't been able to get thoughts like these out of my head. Then one day.
それで、もうほんとあっちこっちが大騒ぎで、俺も生きた心地がしなかったんすよ。
And then it was utter. Wait a second. And then it was utter chaos left and right. I thought I was a goner.
相変わらずアホなことやってんな、お前は。
You just can't get it into your head how stupid you are, huh?
アホってなんすか？こっちとら雑魚は雑魚なりに一生懸命なんすよ。
Hey, don't call me stupid. I'm just a little guy, but I'm desperate, you know?
はい、これ注文のアイスコーヒー。イグニスは炭酸のおかわりね。
Here's your iced coffee, and here's your soda refill, Ignis.
お、どうもっす。
Ah, thank you.
しかしドローミスは毎度ベスティアでの闘争に巻き込まれる割によく生き残っているようですし、
It seems that little dromy boy is managing to stay alive despite the constant trouble he gets into.
戦闘力が低いという点との矛盾が不思議ですね。もしや再生能力などを有しているのですか？
The contradiction of his inability to fight is uncanny, isn't it? Perhaps he has regeneration powers of sorts.
なるほど。じゃあちょっと潰してみようか。
Ah, I get it. Should we try crushing him?
なーにを、楽しそうみたいな顔してんすか？ほんとこういう時だけは魔王っすね。
Can you turn down the enthusiasm? You guys can be the worst sometimes, you know that?
ミシェル、いる。この辺下げるよ。
Monsieur Eel, I'll be taking this away.
はいはい、ありがと
Oh, sure, thanks. Enchante. Oh, sure, thanks. I'm glad we got a guy in here to be my
ひどいっすよね、
thing.
店主さん。俺めっちゃ頑張ってると思いません？
Mr. Barkeep, aren't they terrible? You think I'm trying my best, right? Oh, yeah.
え、鼻薄っ。
Huh? What's that?
兄貴、店主さんどうしちゃったんすか？
Hey, bro, what's up with the barkeep? Let's see. Using code realize, but I haven't played that yet, so I can't say I recognize that voice. He doesn't have a lot of voice acting on his thing. Arc Knight looks cool. But that's its action strategy, but it's got a bunny. Okay. The Witch and the 100 Knight too. I think I have one of those. Interesting. Alrighty, well now the voices I actually recognize. He does so many. Anyways, it keeps adding more things to my list. Alright. A piece of blue glass moon. Hey, this is a game I was told to play by my friend. They're doing a 2-pack soon. Hey, bro, what's up with the
なんか
barkeep?
注文取る時からっていうか、なんなら店に来た時からよそよそしいっつうか。
Ever since we placed our order, well, more like ever since we walked in, it seems so. She seems so distant.
なあおい。
Hey, Leah. With his chin resting in his palms, Ignis' fussy voice reaches me. What is it? Without looking in his direction, I respond with a tight
お前
voice.
確実に俺たち全員避けてるよな。なんつうか、極力会話を避けてるっつうか。
You're definitely avoiding us, aren't you? Like deliberately trying to avoid talking?
まあそっちの事情もあんだろうしよ。とりあえずはほっといたが。そんな状況、今日で5日目だぜ。
I get it. You probably got stuff going on, so we just ignored it for a while, but it's been going on for like, what, 5 days now?
だから、もうめんどくせえし、直で聞く。
This is getting a little old, so I'm gonna ask you directly.
お前、カーヌスとなんかあったろ？
Is something going on with you and Canus? Why? I thought I was doing a decent job of hiding it, but I guess my poker face isn't the best.
どうしても何も。ねえ、君の態度がおかしくなった日から、カヌスは一回も来店してないし。
That's our question. Ever since the shift in your attitude, Canus hasn't shown up once.
さらに言えば、態度が急変したのは、カヌスと二人であなたがメリオに向かった日からです。
What more? You've been acting weird ever since you visited Media with Canus.
どれだけ鈍感でも原因はそこだって気がつくと思うよ。
Anyone with a brain could figure out that's where this started.
バレとあなただから。
I don't need the flashback. Yep, he said something mean to me. Don't interfere with people's matters. Canus's words had cut incredibly deep, and I've been avoiding people because of it. But it was so painful for Canus to talk about it. But if it was so painful for Canus to talk about it, that the mere thought of it prevents me from talking about it with everyone.
やっぱそうじゃねえか。その面が何よりの証拠だよ。
See, I knew it. It's written all over your face.
よければ だけどさ、俺たちにも話してみない？
Do you want to talk about it? I mean, only if you want to.
一人で抱えてるだけじゃ解決しないかもしれないけど、せっかくここには心強いメンツがいるんだし。
Dealing with it all on your own might be counterproductive, but we're all here to support
そ
you.
れに、
Plus,
君の問題はアンシャンテの問題。アンシャンテの問題は俺たちの問題ってね。力になれることがあるかもしれないでしょ。
your problem is Enchanté's problem. Enchante problem is our problem. There might be a way we can help, you know? In response to those kind words, well, I had no other choice but to explain everything that had happened. Like witnessing Canus murder a fairy and hearing the things that Canus told me after I share everything I had to share.
なるほど。聞いた限りだとちょっと厄介な感じだね。
I see. Well, this is definitely a sticky
世
situation.
界を守るために妖精を殺すね。つうか箱入りもそれ見てたんだろ。実際のとこどうだったんだよ。
Murdering fairies to protect the world, huh? I mean, weren't you watching it go down too? What exactly did you see?
その行為自体にそれほど特殊性があったとは思えませんが、カヌスの言葉から予想するに、
I didn't see anything special about the act itself, but considering what Canus said,
妖精界もただ平和な世界ではないということなのでしょうね。
the fairy world isn't exactly a peaceful world, that much I can say. I also talked to Rindo about it, but it sounded like even the GPM doesn't have enough information about Medio.
そうなると現状手がかりはなし。妖精女王であるティターニアなら当然何か知ってるだろうけど。
So at this point, we have no idea. The fairy queen Titania probably knows
事
something,
情が
but
事情だ。聞いたところで話してくれるかはわからないよね。
it is what it is. Simply asking her won't guarantee that she'll tell us. Then just as the crew falls into silence, Kadia takes the opportunity to speak up.
あのさ、
Hey
その事
guys,
情、俺、少しはわかるかもしれない。
I think I know a little bit about that. Really?
多分だけどね。どこから話せばいいかな。
Think so. Let's see. Where should I start? Then Kadia began to slowly talk as if he were trying to piece together his memories little by little. Remember the other day I told you about this Leah? That I was going to talk to my parents about myself. So just the other day I finally got around to talking with my parents. Until then I only told them that I had some mysterious powers, but the fact that I'd gone through ancestral relapse, I told them everything I knew. At first they were, as one would expect, very confused, but I shared with them what the GPM documents and demonstrated my powers for them. Ultimately they believed me. So I proceeded to ask them about my roots, in other words, about my ancestors. Then my parents went out of their way to contact my biological parents who abandoned me and researched my family
さあどう
tree.
も。俺のばあちゃんの母さん、ひいばあちゃんが変わった人だったらしくてさ。
Come to find out, my grandmother's mother, my great-grandmother, was an
ばあ
oddball.
ちゃんはもう亡くなってるけど、
My grandmother's already
そ
deceased,
の
but
弟、大おじさんが生きてるから、ひいばあちゃんに関することを教えてもらおうと会いに行ったんだ。
her younger brother, my great-uncle, is still alive, so I went to visit him to learn more about my grandmother, my great-grandmother then. I lived for roughly 300 years now. The reason why I live in this countryside is because the city just doesn't suit me. If I stay there, I would die. Apparently, my great-grandmother always said such weird things as she laughed. He thought she was just joking, but because her stories were so intriguing, my great-uncle still remembers
そ
them.
の中で一番印象的だったのは、遠い遠い場所にある不思議な世界の話で、
The most memorable of them all was the story of a distant, mysterious world. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom made from a giant tree. Life on this big tree was comfortable and residents lived there happily in peace. But one day something had happened. The giant tree which provided benefits for the residents, that tree, began to assault the residents. The momentous assault saw no end, and too many people lost their lives. At this rate, the world itself would have fallen apart. Then the residents, in order to tame the tree's rage, decided to offer a bride to their god. The effect was dramatic. Thanks to the bride devoting herself to the tree, peace returned to the world. So the story goes. From those who don't know anything, Karia's story may sound like another fairy tale, but is that story about Medio?
十中八九、そうだろうね。きっとカリアのひいおばあさんが人間界に迷い込んだ妖精だったんだ。
Most likely, Karia's great-grandmother must have been a fairy that entered the human world.
であれば、住人、つまり妖精を襲った大樹とは世界樹のことでしょうね。
In that case, the giant tree that assaulted the residents must be referring to Yggdrasil.
だろうな。それよりか、花嫁っつうのは何のことだ？
Probably, but by the way, who's this bride thing you're referring to? Oh, that's right, these guys weren't around to hear it when I was on my way home from the tea party. That's probably referring to Titania. Another name for the fairy queen is the World Tree Bride.
ちょっと読めてきたね。
I'm starting to see the big
カヌ
picture.
スが言う世界の危機っていうのは、多分あの世界樹が何かをやらかすこと。
The threat Canus is referring to is probably something that the World Tree might do.
そして妖精女王ティターニア、いえ世界樹の花嫁はそれを抑えるための
And the fairy queen Titania, rather the World Tree Bride, is there to prevent it.
生贄ってわけか。
A sacrifice.
それでしたらあそこまで強引に世界樹につながれる理由にも納得がいきます。
In which case, I can understand why she would be bound to Yggdrasil so adamantly.
ただそれがカヌスの妖精殺しとどうつながるのかは未だわかりませんね。
I still don't see the connection between that and Canus killing fairies.
なんか俺は別世界の事情だからあれっすけど、めっちゃ不穏な感じがするっすね。
Since this is a foreign world issue, I'm not too invested, but it sure does feel awfully ominous.
というかさ、それが事実だとしたら、カヌスは
More importantly, if that's true, then
そ
Canus.
の何かの事情が危ないって分かってたからこそ巻き込まないためにあんたをあえて突き放したんじゃないの？
Since you know about some intimate threats, you think he purposely pushed you away in order to not get you involved, Leah? Maybe. If so, I'm even more curious now. I wonder how Canus felt and what he was emotionally going through when he told me these things.
さて、持ってる情報は全部まとめたことだし、
Anyways, now that that's sorted, we have
ここから先は君次第だよ。
Leah. From this point forward, it's up to you. Huh? Up to
カヌス
me?
に指摘された通り、客のプライベートに首を突っ込むのは、店のマスターとしての領分を超えてる。
As Canus pointed out, getting involved in a patron's private matter is not your job as the store
こ
owner.
の先は、ソーアンなら絶対に踏み込まない場所だ。
Sodan would never have gone that far.
先代のようなマスターとして彼をただ迎えるだけに徹するのだって悪いことじゃない。
Like your predecessor, it's not bad to simply focus on welcoming
む
him.
しろカヌスが望んでるのはそっちの姿なわけだし。
In fact, that is precisely what Canus wants.
その上で君は
Having said that, what do you want to do? In response to Monsieur's serious question, I need more time to think. Thank you, everyone. I'll put some more thought into it about how I want to confront Canus and to make a decision. "5 days prior to Leah's arriving to this resolution, after shoving Leah away and arguing with Titania and Vinia,
あなたに何が
without anywhere to go, I wound up in this place. This is where Leah and I became more open with one another. A sorrowful breath spills from my invisible mouth. I realize now how strange the fairy world is after spending time in the human world. From the far visible horizon to this very spot, everything in between is a part of Yggdrasil. This tree is the cause of all suffering, and the cause of the rift between Leah and I. No, you did that. You did that all on your own. Ugh, distancing myself from her that day should have been the right choice. If she learns of my situation, then I'm sure she will be hurt and try to help. As a result, the painful reality will cause more harm. Worst case scenario, her life will be in danger. It is a very real possibility. That is right. I was right to make that decision. Regardless of the fact that I can never go back to Enchante ever again. Why? I have returned to my original self. I should just get over it. But why?
なぜここまで
Why does it hurt so
胸
much?
突き放しておいて彼女に会いたいと思ってしまうんだ。
I distanced myself from her, yet I still want to see her. I have no idea where these emotions are coming from. Despite being faceless, I thought I was able to read my own emotions. The only thing that came to mind
彼
is
女は困っていないだろうか。
I wonder if Leah is doing alright.
買い出しの手が足りずに一人で重い荷物を持っていないだろうか。
I hope she's not forcing herself to carry heavy loads without any help.
裏庭の手入れまで一人でこなそうとしていないだろうか。
I hope she's not tending to the garden all by herself again.
また休むのを忘れ働きすぎてはいないだろうか。
I hope she's not forgetting to take breaks and not overwork herself.
我の言葉のせいで一人部屋で泣いてはいないだろうか。
I hope she's not crying alone in her room because of what I said to her. The separator between humans and non-humans. I'm the one trying to break the separator by constantly thinking about her.
我はこの先どのような思いで己の使命を全うすれば。
How should I feel about fulfilling my duties going forward? I instinctively braced myself against the sudden quake. Before I can survey my surroundings, the quake quickly calms. What was that?
それに先ほどの何かが脈打つような音は。
And what was that pulsing noise I heard earlier? As I sit in my confusion, the fairies seem to be panicking as well. The tiny fairies are speeding their way towards the nexus of Yggdrasil, towards Titania. And the moment they seemingly reach the trunk of the tree, a portion of it transforms into an odd sphere shape. It swallows the tiny fairy's body whole. Contrary to my surprise, the bizarre creature fuses itself back into the tree. At the sight of this, I feel as though all of the blood in my body has escaped.
し
Impossible.
ばらく先のノルマは
My quota has already been.
必要な妖精殺しはすでに果たしていたはずだ。
The necessary killing should have already been completed.
だというのに
Why?
なぜそれ以上の養分を求めるのだ。
Why do you
世界中よ。
desire? Even calm down, Canus. I can read. Okay, you don't need to scream. Why do you desire even more sustenance, Yggdrasil? Chapter 3. A quake strong enough to shake all of Medio, and Yggdrasil devouring of fairies. Something is definitely happening. Even as I run, I carefully keep an eye out for any other abnormalities, but so far outside of the confusion among the fairies, there is nothing unusual. And by the time I rush over, an exhausted Titania is being nursed by Vinia.
ティタニア。
Titania?
カナ
Canus?
ス案ずるな。少し体が重いだけじゃ。
Do not worry, I just feel a little weak. It does feel a little awkward coming back after Vinia told me he did not want to see me, but right now is not the time for more arguing. Vinia silently reacts to my inquisitive look.
ごく短時間だったようですが、世界樹の根に近い箇所でホールらしきものが開いたと報告がありました。
Though it was only for a brief moment, it was reported that a hole-like structure opened near the trunk of
そ
Yggdrasil.
れもどうやら世界樹の幹をえぐり取るような形で。
It's as if it was trying to gouge a piece of Yggdrasil.
宣告の振動はそれが原因か。ではティタニアのその様子、世界樹が彼女の命を。
So that was the cause of the quake, and judging by Titania's condition, Yggdrasil tried to take Titania's
え
life.
え、損傷を受けた世界樹が傷を癒すために補填したんでしょ
Yes, the wounded world tree must have tried to heal its
う。
wound
姉さんの生命力の大半を。
by using sister as a source of a sustenance.
それにこのホールの影響が偶発的な事故だと嘆いたところで世界樹が理解を示してくれるはずもない。
Even if we try to convince Yggdrasil that the wormhole was a random occurrence, the world tree will never accept
きっ
it.
と世界樹は考えるでしょうね。500年前のあの時と同じく。
Yggdrasil will certainly think as it did 500 years ago,
外部からの攻撃だと。
that it was a foreign attack, the same as 500 years ago. And so what is bound to happen?
わしは心配いらぬ。だが問題はここからじゃろう。
Do not worry about me, but the problem is what comes
こ
next.
のまま影響がわしのみで済むならば、それに越したことはないが。
Best case scenario, I am the only one to have suffered any kind of injury.
いや、残念ながらすでに遅いようだ。
This is not the case. I tell them what I saw earlier, and the two of them grow pale.
妖精が世界樹に食われた。ちょっと。
The fairies were eaten by
それは
Yggdrasil.
まことか。
Are you certain of this?
ああ、間違いない。
Yes, I am certain.
確かニエは1週間前に捧げたばかりでしたね。
If I recall correctly, you just gave an offering a week ago, right? Right. Normally, Yggdrasil would be satisfied for at least a month with that offering, but it continued to feed, which can only mean one
単
thing.
に単にそういうことなのだろ
It was insufficient. Perhaps that is
う。
the
宣
reason.
告起きたというミキへの影響を考えれば、世界樹としてはより多くの命を飲み込むべきと考えるのは道理。
Considering the aftermath of this, it only makes sense for Yggdrasil to consume more life.
であればどうにしろ避けられませんね。500年前と同じことになる。
It's true, there's no avoiding it. What happened 500 years ago again, oh god, is about to happen again.
世界樹が満足するまでただ待つか。
Either we wait for Yggdrasil to be satisfied, or... I understand the meaning of his gaze. I shall bring death upon more fairies. As the fairy of death, and offer those lives to Yggdrasil, I understand.
どうして
Why?
わしらはただ平穏を求めているだけだというのに、
Doesn't she sound like Nadia?
なぜこうもうまくいかぬのだ。
All we desire is peaceful life, yet why must it be so difficult to achieve?
恨むべきは幹をえぐり散らしたホールか、それともそれを機に動き出す世界樹か。
It's the wormhole that gouges Yggdrasil, or Yggdrasil itself, that we should fear.
はたまたそれらを織りなす運命か、それは僕にもわかりません。
It's Anya! It's Anya Forager! Oh my goodness. She's now the best character this has ever had. She's also in Loop 8 as Summer of the Gods, which I wanted to get, but I haven't got. Oh my gosh. Any other Otomi games on here? Oh, she's in Star Ocean. That's always fun. I know Nadia's voice actor was not Anya, from my understanding, so I doubt it. 13 Sentinel, that's on my list. It's... She's in Demon Slayer. She's one of the wives. Holy snapple. What a versatile voice actor. Akaba's beat. Pinkun. Wow. Stellar Glow, Dorothy, that looks adorable. I'm in love. Oh, Grand Blue Fantasy, Vikala. Oh my goodness. Just Anya. Anya. Okay. Love 0 kilometers. That sounds like a... Oh, it says romance. Good to know. Anya Forager is the voice of Titania. Or rather, the fate that caused these two events. I don't know the answer to
い
that.
ずれにせよ起きてしまったことはもう元に戻せませんよ、姉さん。
Either way, what has already happened cannot be undone, sister.
悲劇は起きる。昨日までの平和が崩れ去るのがたまたま今日だった。それだけです。
Disaster is imminent. It's unfortunate that today is the day that peace we thought we had has disappeared.
少し席を外します。カヌス、姉さんを任せても。
Pardon me for a moment. Canus, can I leave my sister with you?
構わぬが、どこへ？
I do not mind, but where are you going?
えぐられたというミキの様子を見に、正確な情報を得るためにも被害を確認すべきでしょう。
I will inspect the damage Yggdrasil took. Verifying the damage is the only way we can obtain accurate information.
結構です。
Then I'll...
あなたは姉さんの様子を。今は落ち着いたとはいえ、また倒れられても困りますから。
Do not bother. Please look after my sister. Even though things have settled down now, I do not want her passing out again.
それに、二人で今一度考えるといい。
Besides,
どうすることが最善なのか。
you both should reconsider what our best plan of action is. I got it. In another universe, Vinia just leaves. He's just like, I'm done. And then he goes to Cafe Enchante and he lives at Cafe Enchante and then he becomes another route. In another life, am I right? Katy Perry got it right.
わしがどれだけ心を砕こうとも、カヌスが東方殺しの罪をかぶろうとも。
No matter how much I sacrifice, no matter the weight of murder you carry,
たった一つの不運が、
one single
た
misfortune,
った一つのホールのせいで、
A single wormhole can move the world tree to chaos, defeat our countless fairy brethren. Once Vinia walks away, Titania's voice lost some of its strength. I feel like I screenshot this before, but you know what? We'll do it again. As I recall the reason and the tragedy, I lower my head as I once did when I made that vow to
我が
her.
生まれた理由は、この妖精界を守る騎士として、悲劇の目を刈り取るため。
The reason I was born was to protect this fairy world as a knight and to prevent possible tragedies. The words spill out
メディオに生
naturally.
きるあらゆるものへと、死を告げる妖精として生まれた。
I was born as the fairy of death to all living things on Medio. Canus,
何が最善なのかはわからぬ。
I do not know what to do now.
だが、我がこれからやらねばならぬことはわかる。
But I know what I must do from now
メ
on.
ディオに平和を取り戻すため、世界中が養分を欲しているのなら、それを与えるしかあるまい。
In order to restore peace in Medio, if Yggdrasil hungers for sustenance, I have no choice but to feed it. I'm sorry.
わしが妖精女王として、いや、世界樹の花嫁として、責務を果たすことができていれば。
Had I been able to fulfill my duties as the fairy queen, as the world tree bride,
謝罪の必要などない。我のやることは変わらぬ。
you have no need to apologize. It does not change what I must
い
do.
つも通りのこと。そう。これは、我にとってただの日常だ。
It is just as usual. This is simply part of my daily routine. Yes. I feel like I've said something similar to her. Said it's like, it's daily life, but what is that? But why is it that you're in such pain?
違う。我は何も苦しんでなど。
No, I'm not in any pain.
カヌス、
Canus?
いや、支障ない。
No, I'm okay.
我は早速行動に移る。ある程度の時間の後、報告に戻る。
I will take action immediately. I will report back to you shortly. I exit the Nexus and I am overwhelmed by the amount of blood, red foliage. Can you really do it? The leaves shuffling in the wind ask me, these innocent fairies, and even more so your own heart, can you really do this?
マドーナ、カヌスエスパーダ。
Stay focused, Canus Espada. I swing at the shadows formed by dawn and continue walking, my sword in hand. Do not think of it, not now. Is this me on the way to a bad ending? Just saying. Do not give in to Leah's kindness. The only time I should be thinking about her is when I'm at that cafe. For now, just focus on the task at hand. She's just a human after all. Right, don't think about it. Once this is all over, I can take the time to determine whether I have the right to see her with all of this blood on my hands. Oh dear. That day, Karia Abe is visiting the GPM headquarters for his scheduled testing. The testing concludes without issue and on the way home.
ああ、そうだ、カリア君。これからアンシャンテへ行くのかい？
I almost forgot. Karia, are you going back to Enchante after this?
そのつもりだけど、
That's the
ひょ
plan.
っとしてまた今日もミシェルたちの体の一部をこっそり取ってこいとかいう話？
Let me guess. Are you trying to make me get a sample from Monsieur and the gang again?
ま たとはなんだね。まるで僕がマッドサイエンティストみたいじゃないか。
Oh, what do you mean by again? You're making me sound like a mad scientist.
いや、むしろそうとしか思ってないけど。
Well, that's the only way I can see you.
まあ、彼らの研究もしたいところだが、今回の要件はだね。リンドウにこれを渡してほしいん
I
だ
think it's so bright here suddenly. What the heck? What's that? Lighting. That's weird. I do want to study them too, but this time I want you to hand this to Rindo.
何これ？メモリ？
What's this? A hard drive?
世界樹についての追加報告書さ。つい先ほど、ようやくまとまってね。
It's more information related to Yggdrasil. I just finished it a minute ago.
それなりに重要なことが書かれているから、忘れずに渡してくれると助かるよ。いや、それにしても。
There's a lot of crucial data in there, so please remember to hand it to him. But man, oh man.
妖精界メディオがあんな危険と隣り合わせの世界だなんてね。カリア君、君も訪問の際は気をつけたまえよ。
I never knew the fairy world media was such a dangerous place. You should be careful whenever you visit. Huh?
さーて、それじゃクーちゃん、仕事終わりにちょっと早めのディナーと行こうか。
Alright, cute. Now that I'm off work, let's go grab an early dinner.
どこのレストランがいいかな。やっぱり夜景の綺麗な。
Let's see. Which restaurants we go to? Can't go wrong with a nice view.
あ、待ったミカドさん、その話詳しく聞きたいんだけど。
Hold on a second. Mikado, what do you mean by that?
ん？ああ、やっぱり妖精の端くれとしては気になるかい？
Notice he does not have red in the center of his eyes. Are you curious? I don't blame you for a second. In response to Kadia's monstrous inquiry, Mikado speaks up with agreement. Show him the flash drive. Make him show you. I'm sure you already heard it from Rindo, but based on my analysis, it's been discovered that the world tree of the fairy world media originated from a plant life on Earth, the Sigillaria. I said it correctly, no need to Google that. That is the species of the ancient tree Yggdrasil is closely related to. The Sigillaria itself was long been extinct, at least in the human world, but also known as the seal tree, giant trees said to have grown in ancient times. When its large leaves fall, they would leave hexagons or rhombus-shaped marks on the trunk resembling the sigil of a seal, thus giving it its name. However, even in the present day, various related species still exist, so it's undoubtedly a human world plant. In other words, no matter how much of it has changed due to its effects on the fairy world, the basic biological characteristics receiving sunlight, conducting photosynthesis, and requiring nutrients from land and water should be no different from regular plant life. In fact, no matter how we look at it, the Yggdrasil leaves still fit within the definition of a plant. However, I've arrived at one problem. There are limits to how much a life can grow. One of the theories that extinction of dinosaurs explains the difficulty of nourishing those giant bodies. Then what about the world tree? Even if Medio was disordered its growth, it's hard to believe a world engulfing plant can sustain itself with just water and sunlight. In which case, there's only one thing I can think of. Yggdrasil undoubtedly receives nutrition externally. If so, what does the world tree feed on, considering it sits on top of the food chain in Medio? I think you get it now. That's right. Basically, the entire world of Medio, the home of the fairies, is probably Yggdrasil's feeding ground. We already knew that. It's been about a week since Canus shut me down at Medio, and the day after the regulars helped me out. Today is one of those rare days where no one has come to the cafe, so I am in the backyard watering the plants. The showering water makes a rainbow, the colorful flowers that Canus usually waters. We're swaying lonesome, perhaps because he's not here. Now you're just projecting.
その
What do I want? The answer to Miss Year's question hasn't arrived after a whole day of thinking. There are so many feelings of uncertainty swirling around in my heart. The moment I try to make sense of them, they crumble away like sand. The answer is within my reach. The answer is right here inside of my heart.
だから
Even so, I'm afraid of being rejected. I tear up my weakness and cowardice. When I was a child, there were so many things I wanted to do, and I was brave enough to express myself. But that strength after graduating from school and working at a local company and being crushed by the weight of reality slowly disappeared. And before I realized it, I was surrounded by things I didn't want. Even though I tried to avoid them, I had forgotten my honest desires and wants of doing more. That's right. Until I took over as the owner of Enchante. I didn't just end up here, this is the place I chose. My Enchante, I repeat the words Rindo mentioned. The more I think, the more I realize Grandpa and the regulars are why I chose this place. Even when I took over, everyone encouraged me. I finally was able to reach out and do what I truly wanted to do. Will I be able to reach out again? What I want to do, that is, I want to see Canus. Vocalizing my thoughts allowed me to be honest with myself, but I just can't muster up the courage to broadcast these feelings to him.
失礼。
Pardon me. Vinia?
お邪魔してます。来店しても出迎えがなかったので、勝手に歩き回らせてもらいました。
Sorry to intrude. Since I was not greeted on entry, I took the liberty of walking around alone. I'm so sorry I didn't hear the doorbell ringing. I know I'm a little late, but welcome. I'll be right there once I wash my hands, and so go ahead and have a seat and... What's the matter?
この場所、見事なものだと思いました。
Nothing. I'm simply impressed by this place. I guess this is the first time Vinia has seen the backyard. While I watched his gentle, squinted gaze KRS the flower bed, it feels as though I was being praised. It's quite flattering. This flower bed is Canus's work. All of these flowers all came from
カ
here.
ヌスがこれだけの花を。それはまた顔に似合わず。いや、顔はないのでしたね。
Canus looks after all these flowers. It doesn't fit his face at all. Not that he has a face. That Canus, he does look a little intimidating, but he's actually very delicate and caring. When I first met him, I judged him based on his looks. Now that I know that Canus is a very kind person, the fact that he tends to these flowers every day so they don't wilter, and how the townsfolk rely on him a lot, and how the children look up to him, being able to mention any of those says a lot about his character. As I keep going on like this for a little bit, Vinia chuckles bitterly and squints.
あなたは随分とカヌスを観察していますね。
You've really observed Canus thoroughly. You think?
ええ。数百年の時を共に過ごした僕や姉さんよりもずっと
You know more about him
彼を理
than
解していると思います。
my sister and I do, and we have spent centuries with him. That's not true. The words that just came out of my mouth sound somewhat timid, because the only Canus I know is the Canus that frequents this cafe. Whatever he's going through is something I'm not allowed to get involved with. Having said that, I'm sure Vinia won't understand what I'm talking about, but I can't stay silent about it. Then,
カヌスに拒絶されたことが相当答えたようですね。
it seems that Canus's rejection is getting to you, is it?
しかしあの首なし騎士もこれ以上踏み込むななどと もっと言い方があったでしょうに。
But that headless knight, don't interfere any further. There was probably a nicer way to say that. How did you know that? Could it be, did Canus tell
い
you?
え、見ていましたから。あなたが泣くところまで、一部始終。
I was watching the entire time, even when you cried. Not paying any attention to my shock, Vinia lowers his
あな
shoulders.
たは真面目すぎるのです。言葉のすべてを真正面から正直に受け止めすぎている。
You're too earnest. You take every word too seriously and straightforward.
カヌスに用があるのであれば、カヌスの言葉など無視してやればいい。
If you have some business with Canus, then you should ignore everything he says.
自らの希望を叶えるには、行動があってこそ。
In order to get
そうでしょ。
something done, you must first act, isn't that right? But it's not that easy. Acting without thinking will only...
では、悩んだままに、現状維持に徹する方がいいと。
Would you rather keep things as they are and continue suffering? Those words, for some reason, sound like his temper is starting to seep out.
まったく。あなたもカヌスも姉さんも、変なところがよく似ています。
Good grief. You, Canus, and sister are all so
肝
weird.
心の勇気を持つことができず、変革の痛みを恐れてその場にとどまり、事態が悪化するのを待つばかり。
You don't have the courage to change, and your fear of changing keeps you frozen in place, waiting for the courage.
時間は有限だったと。気づいた時にはもう遅いのに。
And before you can realize it, it's already too late. I know that staying inside my head forever won't solve anything. But if Canus doesn't want it, then I can't just ignore it.
どうしてそれがいけないのですか？
Why? Why is that so wrong? Huh?
突き詰めれば、あなたを拒絶したのも、所詮はカヌスの勝手によるもの。
When you think about it, Canus's rejection was ultimately of his own
なら
accord.
ばこっちも勝手にすればいい。それだけの話ではないですか。
You can and should do the same, isn't that all there is to it? Well, Vinia's words are awfully selfish. They are, but I can't quite deny it either.
少なくとも、僕ならそうしますけどね。
At the very least, that's what I would do. You would, even if the other person doesn't want you to. You would do what you want to do.
ええ、そのつもりですよ。
Yes, that's what I intend to do.
相手が望まずとも拒否しても、その道が不幸に続くと分かっている以上。
Even if the other person doesn't want me to, I know that I will continue on my way.
たとえ嫌われようとも、僕ならば、それを止める道を選ぶ。
Even if they end up hating me, I will find a way to change their minds.
大切な人に幸せになってほしい。その気持ちに勝るものなど存在しないでしょう。
I would want my significant other to be happy. Nothing comes close to that feeling. Even if society deems it selfish act. Vinia smiles. Unlike his usual sarcastic smile, it is rather gentle.
あなたは違うのですか？
Leah, do you disagree? I will say we're going through chapters quite fast, since I've only been on Canus' story for half of this, and it's almost been 6 hours, and I'm 3 chapters in. So I guess the beginning being long is what makes up for this. I don't know. I agree. As I vocalize my thoughts, I feel as though it gave me courage. No matter how Canus feels about me, I want to make Canus smile. I can't stand to see him not happy. Even though he's faceless, my feelings probably won't change. So, I want to see him. I want to see him and talk to him. Not as the owner of Enchante as he wants me to be, but as myself, just ordinary Leah. Canus, why did you push me away? I want to meet him face to face and hear him out, even though he doesn't have a face. Once I vocalize my true feelings, the wind carry my words through the flowers. Vinia, my only audience, applauds my small
まる
outburst.
で愛の告白ですね。ぜひ、次はカネスの前でどうぞ。
It's like a confession of love. Next time, please say it to Canus. Don't make fun of me.
何にせよ、心が定まったのはいいことです。
Anyhow,
では、
I'm glad you finally made
行
up
くと
your
しま
mind.
しょうか。
Let's get going. Where
あ
to?
何を寝ぼけたことを。当然今からメディオにですよ。善は急げと言うでしょ。
Where are you even listening? To Medio, of course. Come on, double time, as they say. What? Right now? Wait, right. I need some time to mentally
不
prepare.
要です。
No need for that.
というか僕がここで帰ると、次はカリア少年が来店するまでメディオには来られないでしょ。
Plus, if I leave you here, you won't have the opportunity to go to Medio until Kadia visits the cafe. Oh, that's
精
right.
神力の弱いあなたはそんな時間を与えたが最後、またうじうじと悩みそうですし。
Your weak mind, when given the chance, will make you indecisive and dumb.
決意が鈍らぬうちに行動すべきです。何か反論は？
You should act before you lose that gumption. Any objections? I can't object. It feels like I've been forced into all of this, but I decide to follow Vinia's suggestion and start walking. In a rush, I change into my normal clothes and leave a note to the absent regulars announcing the cafe's temporary closure. Then we make our way to the fairy world. Sit in chaos, because that'd be funnier. Just as I did the first time I visited, I followed behind Vinia. But unlike my first trip,
ここから幹の外周を通ります。下は見ないことをお勧めしますよ。
from here we'll go around the roots. I suggest you don't look down.
この先は道が分かれています。間違ってもはぐれないように。
The road splits from here. Try not to get separated from me. Vinia, you're being so nice today.
突然笑い出してどうしたのです。何か面白いことでも？
What are you laughing about all of a sudden? What's so funny? Well, nothing. It's nothing at all. It's just that, unlike last time, you're actually paying me some attention. I just feel like, compared to when we met, you've come a long way, you know?
別に仲良くなった覚えはありません。
It's not like we're
道
friends
に
or
迷われる
anything.
と困るというだけです。
I just don't want you to get lost. His standoffish attitude doesn't change. Still, I think he's going a little soft on me. Yeah, even when Vinia was so cold, I've been able to get closer. So maybe I can with Canus too. As I continue thinking of that, I suddenly notice something. Vinia,
何か？
something wrong. Isn't Media awfully quiet today? Usually there are fairies are flying around every which way. They would usually flock around me without having to say anything. But today, for some reason, not a single one. Suddenly the world jolts. And with a jerking motion, sounds of leaves shuffling against each other echo in the surrounding like breaking waves. What was that?
静かに。慌てないでください。
Quiet. Stay calm. Eventually,
怖い怖い怖い怖い逃げないと逃げないと
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. We have to run. We have to. From the shaken branches like a bird flying away, a lone fairy appears from beneath the leaves and soars through the sky. But in the fairy's path is a large bulging branch, oddly shaped in the form of a tentacle. It swallows the fairy whole. What just happened? Vinia, what just happened?
そう騒がずとも結構、僕も確かに見ましたから。
No need to make a fuss. I saw the same thing.
こうして直接目にすると嫌なことを思い出しますね。
Seeing it with my own eyes bring back bad memories. Bad memories?
この先も同じようなことが起こる可能性は否定できません。
We can't dismiss the possibility that something similar will happen
なの
again.
で、僕から離れないように。離れた場合の安全は保証できないので。
Try not to get separated from me, otherwise I cannot guarantee your safety. What's happening to Medio? Flashback of the story Karia told me stops me in my tracks, but Vinia shakes his head and continues walking without
危
stopping.
険を知らせぬまま連れてきたことに関しては謝罪します。
I will apologize for bringing you here without warning you of the
です
dangers.
が今、この世界にはあなたの存在が必要なのです。
But right now the world needs you as a reason for Canus to fight. What do you mean? Even though I asked for clarification, Vinia doesn't answer me. All I can do for now is follow Vinia, who suggests I find out sooner than later. Thereafter, for better or for worse, nothing unusual occurs. By the time Vinia leads me to the Nexus, there is a cool crisp in the air as autumn falls upon us. Canus, Titania. The two standing at the throne gasp as they notice me. Leah.
何？どういうことじゃ？なぜそなたがここに？
What's the meaning of this? Why are you here?
もちろん、僕が連れてきたからですが。
Pretty obvious. I brought her here.
いきなり掴みかかるとは
Purple's new.
穏やかではないですね、カヌス。
Not very polite of you to grab like that. Aren't you a violent one, Canus?
連れてきただと。何のつもりだ、ベンニア。
You brought her here? What were you thinking, Vinia?
今の妖精界の状況が分かっていないお前ではあるまい。
You're fully aware of the current situation Medio is in, do you not?
ええ、だからこそですよ。
Of course, that is precisely why. While shoving away Canus's grasping hands, Vinia replies indifferently.
正直、ここ最近のあなたの様子は見るに耐えないものでした。
To be honest with you, I could not stand watching you lately.
ろくに戦えない僕でも呆れてしまうほど、お粗末と言っていいでしょう。
I may not be the best fighter, but I can tell you aren't in the best headspace.
そんな状態でよくも妖精界を守ろうなどと言えたものですね。
I'm honestly surprised that you were intended to protect Medio in your current state. Canus doesn't respond, as if to admit that Vinia's words held some truth.
あなたにはこの後説明しますが、今、このメディオは危機に陥っています。
Leah, I'll give you the details later, but right now Medio is in danger. Danger like what happened earlier? A quake that nearly shook the entire world, and immediately after that a fairy was eaten by Yggdrasil.
ええ。さすがに異世界に多く触れてきただけありますね。
That's
察
right.
しが良くて助かります。
Aren't you well traveled? You catch on quickly.
その危機に対処するためには、カヌスの力が不可欠なのですが、彼は今、ふぬけきっている。
In order to counteract the threat, we need Canus' strength, but he's being a real wimp.
故に、その原因を取り除くべく、あなたにご足労願ったのです。
So, in order to snap Canus out of it, I brought you all the way here. Vinia lightly pushes my back and I stumble forward. Canus. His expressionless helmet stares down at me. I've been dying to see him again and talk to him, but I don't know if I'm upset or disappointed. I can't find the words right now that I'm here. We face each other in silence for a minute.
カヌス、あなたの不調の原因は、誰よりあなた自身が分かっているはず。
Canus, you know yourself and your problems better than anyone. Checking. I just keep checking on the voice actors, is what I do.
僕にここまでさせたのですから、早くその問題を解消することですね。
You've pushed me to this point. Just hurry up and get this all sorted out already. Phineas says as he pushes on our backs. We shove us out of the tree. Leaving the worried Tanya behind, he leads us away from the throne. The two of us walk with crimson trees. This is awkward. Really awkward. If only the others were here to at least we'd have something to talk about. But when it's just the two of us, I struggle to put words together. And by the time Canus finally opens his mouth, I'm assuming you guys are back at the door. Oh. The splashes of the waterfall softly hit us.
驚いた。
I was shocked.
あなたがここに来たことが。
That you had come here. I'm sorry for showing up all of a sudden.
いや、それもあるが。
That's one thing, but
あれだけ突き放したというのに、またやってくるとは思わなかった。
I was so intent on pushing you away, yet you still came back.
大方の予想はつく。我の様子がおかしいと、ベンニーヤが焚きつけたのだろ
I figured Vinny had charmed you into thinking that something was wrong
う。だ
with
と
me.
したら、すまなかった。奴には我からきつく言っておく。取り急ぎ人間界へ。
And if so, I apologize. I'll make sure he is punished for that. It is best you hurry back to the human. You're wrong, I softly interject, as I search for the words to say to him. He said a lot of things, but they're not the only reason. It was my decision to come here because I wanted to talk to you.
我には話すことはない。以前すべて伝えた通りだ。
You are such a jerk! I have nothing to say to you. I told you everything I'll ever need
あな
to.
たは人間で、我とは違う。本来この場所にいるべき存在ではない。
You are human. You and I are different. You are not supposed to be here.
だから、
So, but I do. I do. I have so much to tell you. So many words, so many feelings. I have so many, Canis. Every time a word leaves my mouth, Canis's flames wave. No matter how hard he tries to hide it, his body language says it all.
それは、今でなくてはならぬ話か。
Does that really need to be discussed right now?
すべてが終わって、
Once this is all
我
over,
が、いつかまた、アンシャンテへ顔を出すようになってからでは、ダメなのか。
and I someday will return to Enchante. Will it be too late to wait till then?
今、この妖精界メディオは、極めて危険な状況に置かれている。こうして話をしている余裕もないのだ。
Right now, this fairy world of Medio is facing a tremendous threat. We do not have time to talk right
そ
now.
れは、道中であなたも気がついただろ
You've already noticed on your way here, correct? Yes, I saw a fairy get eaten by Yggdrasil. And a long time ago, something similar happened,
う。
right?
なぜそれを、ベンニーヤから聞いたのか。
Did Vinia tell you that? I shake my head. While you were absent from Enchante, the other patrons and I were curious about Medio. Coincidentally, Kadia came out to his parents regarding his identity and was researching his origins. And as we expected, one of his ancestors was a fairy. It was Kadia's great-grandmother. Then we all heard the stories that she would tell through word of mouth, that Medio's world tree terrorized fairies, and that the one keeping the world tree at bay is the one known as the world tree bride. That bride is referring to Tanya, isn't it? There's a brief moment of silence. And if to show indecisiveness, the flames of his neck wave a few times. And finally,
おおむね、その認識は正しい。だが、それはいささか古すぎる情報だ。
your view of the big picture is correct. However, the information is far outdated.
当代の世界樹の花嫁は、すでに世界樹を沈めるだけの力を持たぬ。
The current World Tree Bride no longer has enough power to tame Yggdrasil.
故に我が、死を告げる妖精である我が、その役目の一部を果たしているのだ。
I hope his grandmother wasn't the size of one of the tiny fairies. I would imagine that she's definitely like Titania and Yggdrasil and not Yggdrasil, not the tree. Vinia. Meaning that I, the fairy of death. Also, there's a chance they transform. We haven't gone over that if they have transformations where they can look like a tiny fairy, but also look like a human fairy. I mean, they have alternate looks, so maybe so do fairies if they're tiny. They can look like human size. Meaning that I, the fairy of death, must take responsibility of the role.
妖精を殺し、その魂を世界中へ捧げることで。
By killing fairies and offering their souls to Yggdrasil. Canus, while gazing at the waterfall mist, began to talk quietly about the truth of the fairy world in Yggdrasil. In the beginning, it started with one small seed. A seed brought from a foreign world was planted in the soil. Its compatibility with the world was good, or rather it may have been too good. Immediately after it was planted, the tree grew at an alarming speed. It instantly surpassed the height of a human, covering the ground and reaching the skies. It swallowed the surrounding vegetation while incorporating various plants and flowers. Finally, it grew so big that it had covered the entirety of the world's surface. That is how Yggdrasil came to be. However, there was a side effect to becoming such a massive tree. Yggdrasil grew so big it became unable to sustain itself with only sunlight and water as energy sources. Then one day, the world tree began to consume fairies. It transformed its branches and roots into tentacles to attack the fairies and to devour them. None could escape them as long as they lived in Medio. The very branches that they stood on could turn into the threat in an instant. Other healthy fairies would find this concept of death confusing. Then 1/3 of the population had been eaten. The fairies were overwhelmed with fear. As a last resort, a sacrifice was made to tame the world tree. World tree. It was originally an ancient plant from the human world, Sigillaria. It mutated due to growing in a world other than its homeland. It grew too large, went out of control, and went to the top of the food chain, seeking fairies for nourishment, aka Audrey 2. That was the World Tree Bride. By connecting the sacrificial fairy to a device built at the nexus of Yggdrasil, the fairy's soul will be used as an efficient source of nutrients. This tactic proved highly effective. With enough neutral supplies, Yggdrasil finally ceased its attacks. Thereafter, every time a bride's soul was completely consumed, a new bride was offered. This is the self-sustaining system of Medio. That's right. The coveted title of Fairy Queen was created in order to disguise the ugly truth of sacrifice. It was merely a mask to cover up the fact that the World Tree Bride is a sacrifice. Of course, not all fairies supported the idea of this system of sacrifice. There were those who spoke out boldly against creating a world of sacrifices. However, those voices were quickly hushed. If all it takes is a single sacrifice, as long as they weren't chosen, it only makes sense to live this way. However, after a long history of sacrifices, there was one fairy that dared to change the world and wage war against Yggdrasil. Oh, there she is. Look at her. She's so cute. The Fairy of Death Banshee. Aww. The Fairy of Death that is born once in a generation. She was my predecessor. And the eldest sister of Vinia and Titania, born at the same time and place as the two. They were triplets. After Titania took the queen's throne and offered her soul to the World Tree, she decided to fight for her younger sister and challenge Yggdrasil all on her own. What happened to Miss Banshee?
時代の死を告げる妖精たる我がここにいることが
The
何よ
fact
りも
that.
心だ。
First off, Canus, yeah, we get that. What exactly happened? You jerk. Just tell me. The fact that I stand here today as her successor is the very answer. In other
3
words,
日3晩に及ぶ戦いの末、
3 whole
彼女
days.
は世界中に食われて消滅した。
After the war that lasted 3 whole days, she was eaten and annihilated by Yggdrasil.
死を告げる妖精の力をもってしても、この世界中には、世界そのものには勝てなかったのだ。
Even with the power of the Fairy of Death, Yggdrasil, the world itself could not be defeated. Canus says as he looks up at the sky as if he was talking about his own defeat. No way. She tried to save Titania and fought desperately, right? Even then?
そうだな。妹を救いたかった彼女の気持ちは、決して責められる類のものではない。
That's right. I cannot blame her for wanting to save her own sister.
バンシーはあまりに善良だった。
However, Banshee was too thoughtless, and most are.
自らの無謀な戦いが、その後に何をもたらすかを考えていなかった。
She did not foresee what her recklessness in battle would bring to the world.
いや、あるいは考えていたかもしれないが、
Rather, it may have occurred to her, but
それでもなお、煮えとされた妹のために武器を取らずにはいられなかったのかもしれない。
in spite of it, she probably could not watch her sister be sacrificed without drawing her sword. Banshee was in fact defeated. Despite that, she had left a deep wound in Yggdrasil, the result of which is the destruction of the dreadful system known as the World Tree Bride. Because of her attack, the throne was damaged and the bride was rendered dysfunctional. For example, Yggdrasil would normally extract 10 units of energy from the bride per month. However, after the incident, the damaged throne was clearly surprising less energy. Compared to previously, the amount of energy it was able to extract plummeted to just one unit per month. In other words, from a certain perspective, Banshee's resistance was not in vain, but obviously at the point Yggdrasil would not be sacrificed with so little of the Queen's soul, would not be satisfied with so little of the Queen's soul. The damaged World Tree, in order to heal its wounds instinctively, just as it ran rampant in ancient times, it began devouring fairies relentlessly. With my predecessor's death, I was born in the midst of it all. As I came into being, the first thing I heard were the screams of the devoured fairies. I opened my eyes, and the first thing I saw were the faces of the fairies drenched in despair. The Fairy of Death is born with some of the knowledge of past fairies of death. That was no exception for me. Without knowing for myself, but driven by the lingering memories, I gazed at the fleeting fairies, clenched my sword, and swung down. The memories were pleading with me that even if I fought Yggdrasil, it would be impossible to defeat it. And so, as a knight with that protects Medio, what was I to do? The answer I arrived at was to kill fairies with my own hands. This was the role of the Fairy of Death. By killing fairies, we return their souls to the world. Rather than Yggdrasil devouring the fairies, it is far more effective for my killing to make the necessary offering. In other words, the more I kill with my own hands, the less casualties we have in the end. Thus I...
妖精たちを切り続けた。
continued to cut down fairies. I had no time to choose. My time for my heart to fight reality. As soon as I was born, I stabbed without a sense of my own will, without knowing what I wanted to do or what I should do, without anybody guiding me. I cut, and cut some more until the Yggdrasil was tamed. I kept killing fairies. I killed, and Yggdrasil ate. Eventually, when Yggdrasil became silent, nearly a tenth of the fairy population remained. That was the cost of finally satisfying Yggdrasil. But that was not the end of everything. Yggdrasil, though it entered into temporary dormancy, as long as the World Tree Bride was dysfunctional, Yggdrasil would one day awake. Another name for the Fairy Queen. A bride in name only, in reality she offers her own life force to the World Tree to stop its rampage. In other words, one chosen to become a sacrifice to provide the World Tree its nourishment. I can do this. That is why after discussing with Titania, I decided to continue killing fairies. I'm just going to keep murdering them. I see a fairy, it's death, then execute it. That is my life as the Fairy of Death. All is for the protection of Medio. To maintain peace in my home of Medio. My words were cut off. A moment of silence ensured as if to process this tragic story. The spray from the waterfall splashed upon my cheek like a spray of blood.
わかるか?
Do you understand, Leah?
すべてはバンシーの無謀な行動の代償。
This is the price we pay for Banshee's reckless actions. The tragedy resulting from fighting fate. Banshee, the predecessor to Canus as the Fairy of Death, she was the eldest sister of Titania and Vinia. Her last name didn't end with an NIA, so I'm a little bit offended.
妹を救おうと思った優しく純粋な気持ちなどもはや何の慰めにもならぬ。
Her genuine and kind desire to save her sister is no consolation at this point.
彼女の行動は結果としてより多くの不幸と死をまき散らした。
Her actions at the end of the day brought forth even more misfortune and death.
生まれ落ちた瞬間から同胞殺しを天命とされたことをあなたが憐れむ必要はない。
There's no need for you to pity my destiny of killing fellow fairies for the entirety of my
生
existence.
きる者は皆何かしらの宿命を持つ。我はたまたま
All living beings have a
それだっ
purpose.
たというだけだ。
It just so happens that this is mine. Fairy of Death, a fairy that kills any being in the fairy world with the ability to return their soul to the world. The greatest and only combat force in the fairy world. Only one exists in the fairy world, and it inherits past memories of its duties when a new one is born.
誰を恨むことも何を嘆くことも必要な
There
い。
is no need for you to resent or
生まれは
grieve.
選ぶことはできぬとしてもその道を歩むと決めたのは我
I
自身。
may not have chosen to be born, but I have chosen my own path.
そうこの道を選んだのは他ならぬ
What
我
is
自身
this?
なのだ。
Okay. That's right. The one who chose this path is none other than myself. To protect the world from the World Tree going out of control, he killed countless fairies and returned them to the World Tree. He still proselytizes death and kills fairies regularly, a black knight who possesses a kind heart, yet burdened with heavy task. Canus is satisfied with this decision. With such definitive statement, I, without having first-hand experience, am unable to say anything further.
我とて弱き者を殺すためにこの剣を振るいたくなどない。
Even I don't want to swing this sword to kill the weak.
大切なものを守るために振るいたい。
I want to use it to protect my loved
Dada.
ones.
今の我にできるのは
But it's the only thing I
Koridaka.
can do right now. He speaks quietly. Canus, this kind knight, is trying to fulfill his role as it accepts reality for what it is. His strength is admirable, yet somewhat dangerous.
本当はあなたにここまで語る気はなかった。
I actually did not intend to tell you this much.
それでも語ったのはこんな我を案じてここまで来てくれたあなたに対するせめてもの誠意だ。
But I told you anyways out of respect for you coming all this way out of concern for me. Canus squares back up with me. Then he gently touches my tear-covered cheek.
その目だ。
Those
同
eyes.
情と憐憫と悲しみ。
Sympathy, compassion, and sorrow.
あなたにだけはそんな目で見られたくはなかった。
I never want you of all people to look at me with such
我
eyes.
にとって安らぎの象徴たるあなたにはそんな目をさせたくないと思っていた。
As you are my beacon of comfort, I never wanted to make you feel this way. And there is no way for me to find out what sort of emotions were in Canus's eyes as he tells me these things. Whether he's crying, or grieving, or in pain, without knowing any
あ
of
の優
it.
しい喫茶店で何も変わらぬままに
I wanted to see you at that quaint cafe as
ただ
usual.
明るく優しい瞳のまま出迎えてほしかった。
And you welcomed me in with nothing but your bright, gentle
だ
eyes.
がこうして全てを知ってしまった以上
However, now that you know everything, that
そ
dream
れ
may
は
never
もう
come
叶わ
true.
ぬだろ
I always thought of Canus as a gentle person. His loves flowers and protects the weak, a person that will always lend a hand. I've always believed that. This is probably why I was so shocked to see him cutting down a fairy that day. I didn't want to believe it. I wanted to believe it was an imposter. Because it just didn't match up with the person I knew very well. But I was mistaken. I placed my trembling palm over Canus's hand that touches my cheek, the gentle hand that cares for the flower beds, as is always a powerful hand that wields a sword. What I see is both versions of Canus, all of him.
う。あなたを責める気はない。だが一言だけ言わせてくれ。
I don't intend to hold anything against you, but let me say one thing. The inherent kindness and the mission given at his birth, the Dullahan that carries this contradiction gazes deeply at me with invisible eyes. Leah,
どうしてここへ来た？
why have you come here? Because
どうして全てを知らぬまま我をあの店で出迎えてくれなかった？
why have you... First off, you're getting loud, guy. Calm down. Why have you not chosen to stay out of this and wait for me at the
ど
cafe?
うして
Why?
どうして知ってしまったのだ？
Why must you know? He sounds neither angry or accusatory. I'm hearing it. Maybe you need to work on your hearing. Rather, his tone suggests that he has lost something dear to him. I quietly clear my throat. We will continue this when I get on tomorrow because I need to go to work. What a perfect pause. We have a question. Well, thank you for joining me. We end up on a route. We're on Canus's route. It's turning out different than I expected, but it is definitely a route nonetheless. So thank you for stopping by and joining me on our lovely adventure today where we've learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you for joining me, Jay. Thank you for everyone else who stopped by and said hi as well. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can check out my more recent streams on Twitch. And if you're checking this out on Twitch, I upload all my streams to YouTube so you can see my older videos there. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye for now.